This man has never known family love. But one day, he will know love and will fight for it. And in the future, the achievements he will achieve on his resounding path will be famous throughout the world. An unconscious person is taken away on a stretcher, and police also found a drowned person in the water. This is who the main character once was. He was drifting in a world of long dreams that turned out to be endless. Then the main character does not understand what is happening. He understands that he is in great pain, as if his head is about to split. A small child is being bathed in a tub, but he doesn't like it and cries. Some woman is bathing him. The mother has brought her child and she looks at him joyfully, gives him her finger. The main character does not understand them. Then the girl with the child in her arms is at home by the fireplace. Next to her, a man is watching the fireplace. The main character is thinking about whether this is really happening. This person who breastfeeds the boy every day is his mother, and the man next to him is his father. The main character thinks about whether he is still dreaming. To no avail, he cannot put words together. Suddenly he realizes that originally, that day, he was walking around the store in his neighborhood. The main character clearly remembers how he spent days on end, sitting alone, playing computer games. Without friends, he was just killing time in the game. And that day, for some reason, he wanted to go outside. He quit his job and lived on his savings, and he didn't want to get a new one. The noisy city, the business people in suits, such a natural sight it gave him a bad feeling, as if he were cheating. By the way, that time he noticed a child walking along the edge of the bridge and wondering what he was doing in such a place. A truck turned onto the road. A child who was walking on a bridge tripped and fell off it, falling straight into the water. The main character noticed this. He wondered if he should help, but he might die too. He hesitated. But if he thought about it, he had no unfinished business, and no one to mourn him. After these thoughts, the main character rushed to save the girl. He successfully pulled her to the shore. A terrible cold penetrated him to the very bones. In his fading consciousness, it sounded that everything was as it should be. He accepted his death easily and went to the bottom. A child with pointy ears is surprised by something. If this is real, then it turns out that everyone has memories of a past life at birth. Perhaps there is a mechanism by which this is forgotten over time. The father picks up the child and says that they will name him Yuri. The protagonist thinks about the pointed shape of their ears. They are exactly the same people I remember, but the standard of living is clearly far from modern times. Who are they? What do they do? The main character thinks that in any case, first of all, he needs to finish with diapers. Beautiful birds are flying across the sky. The boy looks out the window and thinks that, judging by everything, this is a rural area. There are no people around. Only the cries of birds and animals are heard. He wonders what is in the outside world. A year has passed since then. Even though life initially bored him, the new life and environment were full of discoveries. He spent time with his family and learned to walk. They won't be able to understand his words, but listening to stories read aloud always improves language learning. And he is interested in who all these people were before. He thinks about what they were like and imagines different people walking down the street. The boy goes to his parents and successfully says his first words. Mom and Dad, the parents were surprised by this. He still never understood how other people look at life. The father and mother look at each other with excitement, and then the three of them happily hug each other. The guy thinks about whether this is love. There is a barn behind a private house and a forest around it. A boy is sitting with a bucket and looking straight into the water. The main character looks at his reflection in the water and suddenly begins to see how he drowned in a past life. So he throws a stone into the water. 3 years have passed. Neither his memory nor his soul have disappeared. It seems that he will continue to live like this with this new name. Someone calls the boy by the name Yuri. It is his father who is holding someone on a leash. Liu Kao offers to go with him because he wants to show him something. The one he was carrying on a leash is a bird. The protagonist asks if they are going to Kakadori. Liu tells his son that it is quite fascinating. Does he want to see it? Then the two of them quickly rush through the hills on the bird, the protagonist looking ahead in surprise. The man says that they have arrived. This is exactly the place that he wanted to show him. The main character is surprised, and they stop. The man says that this is his farm. Birds are walking on it. There are 3 buildings behind the mountain. Then they walk together on the bird. And the father asks Yuri about what he thinks, why he built it here. Yuri asks his father about whether he built all this himself. The father, smiling, says that it is true. He built all of this from scratch himself. The main character is surprised and thinks that he is probably joking, because he is clearly not much over 20 years old. The man reminds about his question, because the animals will not bother other residents with their cries, but they themselves keep cattle, so it usually does not bother him. This place is surrounded by mountains, so the wind doesn't blow here. Birds don't grow well where it's windy. The boy asks his father if he manages everything here alone, but he replies that no, he has workers. Kakadora is grown mainly on hay mixed with millet, nuts, beans, and other grains. All the people work. During the pasture, they hunt rabbits and eat them. They do not give them meat intentionally, since its taste makes them more wild, except when they have a special order. The guy asks about a special one, and the man tells him that some of their clients prefer birds with a tough character, in which case they feed them mice and other small animals, raising them in this way. They are in high demand among the military. If you know how to handle them, they can be quite effective on the battlefield and kill quite a lot of people. These are representatives of the species of fighting animals. Even if he happens to ride them in the future, he would prefer to refrain from riding such a beast. But in the end, he will have to inherit it. So it is worthwhile to study this topic in depth for his own good. The man calls his son, and he comes to him. They stand in front of the building with the sign of two birds. Yuri thinks about what it is. The man removes the board from the door and opens it. He invites his son to go inside, more boldly. Then the main character enters and immediately sees in front of him a huge black bird sitting on a wooden crossbar. The man tells his son that he is smart and friendly once he gets used to it, and Yuri will also have to learn to ride one. The boy is scared by this news. The father asks him if he still understands where this story about the heavenly knight came from, and the boy understands it. True, he never fully understood what the knight's role was in that very story. The man blows a whistle and the bird flutters. She approaches the boy and he falls back in fright. The father calms his son and says that he is with him. It is something like their family tradition to ride the royal eagle upon reaching 3 years of age. The man reveals that his father is in fact the best royal eagle rider in the world, winking and smiling. They both end up on an eagle in special gear, and the man asks his son to listen and remember, you can never keep your mouth open during flight. They fly through the sky, and the main character thinks about this view and understands that this is clearly not the same world that was visible from the tiny windows of any tourist plane. The boy thinks about what this world is like, and suddenly his father makes some maneuver and the bird flies down, accelerating. Then it suddenly flies up and the boy sits quietly. The man reports that there are guys who simply cannot ride the royal eagle because they do not tolerate heights well, and other similar things take their toll. He's just trying to figure out how he's doing with it, but he seems to be okay. There's no fear in his heart, especially since he'd like to have that experience every day. They continue to fly over forests and hills. Then they stop and the main character takes off his glasses. He looks down at his father from above the bird and thinks about how he should deal with this, whether to just slide down or not. If he thinks about it, he's on his own again, just like before. The man turns to his son and asks him what he is thinking about. He spreads his arms and asks him to jump, because his father will definitely catch him. The main character immediately jumps off the bird and his father catches him. He thinks that this is something he didn't know before. The son is also addressed by his mother, who happily waves at him. The main character thinks that he wants to live in this world with them. The boy sits at the table in front of a plate and a mug. He seriously announces that this year is already his 4th birthday. He asks if he can have a clean book for notes. The parents are surprised and ask the boy why he needs it at all. The boy confidently says that he wants to keep a diary, or rather, he wants to write down his thoughts, so it would be better if it were thicker. The man turns to his wife and asks her about her writing and reading. The girl says that everything is fine. She has nothing more to teach him. The boy agrees with this. In fact, he could not learn much from Suzuya. His mother is from a family of farmers and never attended school, and she herself adopted these skills from his father when she was being nice to him. And Luke comes from a noble family, so he cannot read complex books yet. Now his limit is signs and advertisements. However, his memories of his past life are with him, as well as his knowledge from his time in Japan, and he wants to write this down before they are forgotten. The boy states that he is asking very much. He does not need a birthday present in the future. The girl offers Mushu to buy it for him. This is the first time he asked them for something, and he is a great helper, always neat. The man says that it will be somewhere around 4,000 to 5,000 lug. The girl is stunned by this. Yuri still has a poor understanding of the prices here, but judging by his mother's reaction, it's expensive. All the books are made from animal skins, and converted to Japanese yen, it could cost 40 to 50,000. His father is a nobleman, but left a family. They live in a small house with 3 people and are not very well off. The boy looks at his father closely and he agrees. But first of all, he must strive to help his mother, and from now on he will help him around the farm. The boy happily agrees and thanks his parents. A boy and his father are flying on a bird. The main character asks about Sibiek. The father explains that it is the central city of the kingdom of Chalta. He is just about to deliver the royal eagle there, and he himself will choose the book he needs. This is also an opportunity to see the city. Then they continue to fly. The father points his finger at his son, and a city is visible below. They fly right over him, and the father warns his son that they are descending, so he should hold on tight. A man with pointed ears is watching the bird in the sky. Then they land. The father lowers his son down from the bird, and the man behind him tells Luke that he had a great landing. As always, the man realizes that it is Gala. He smiles and waves. Luke announces that he is here with the delivery. Gala understands that the eagle order is from Her Highness or something. It is certainly a beautiful eagle, but manipulating a child. This eagle was born in a bird cage with the guards, and he is sure that they will gladly call him the best royal eagle in the world. Gala says that this is okay, but this little one. Luke says that this is his son Yuri. He turns 4 this year. The main character says hello and says that he is glad to meet his father's friend. Gala strokes the boy's head and says that he is such a grown-up child. He has never seen such a smart child since the princess's birthday. Gala says that his son is also 4 years old now, but the difference is huge. Luke asks not to overestimate him. Someone turns to Mr. Gala. He asks what the matter is. The girl says that Her Highness Carol has arrived. The man is surprised by this and says that she immediately showed up to look at the eagle. Luke asks about the birdcage. Gala asks if he needs permission. Although judging by his face, it seems that interfering in this matter would be fraught with trouble. However, helping in trouble could make them best friends in the future. Several girls stand with their eyes closed, and a small girl in uniform walks in front of them. Gala, Luke, and the protagonist bow before the little girl who looks at them importantly. The girl says that she wants to see everything in the best possible way. She is Carol Foru Chaltor. She asks if he is Luke Howe. The man says that it is an honor for him to meet her. She heard that he did well during the nightly performances. He was defeated by Gala, who is here right now. Carol says that she also heard that they raise magnificent eagles. She asks about his name. Lou says that he did not give him a name. He assumed that you would choose his name yourself. The girl asks if it is possible to ride him yet. Not yet. He has just covered a long distance. Today it would be better to give his wings a rest. Gala says that the princess is a great opportunity for them to hear about horse riding. First, you need to make friends with the eagle. If you treat him like your friend, he will reciprocate. The girl says that everything is fine and she will not offend him. The servant asks them to provide it to her. Carol beams and thanks them, saying that she will treasure it. The protagonist asks his father who Gala is, whom they met. Luke says that he is from the Royal Capital Academy. They studied together during the time of knighthood. He will also go there one day. He himself gave up halfway. But Yuri will definitely cope. They are in some store, and the man turns to his son and asks him to choose for himself. The protagonist looks at several notebooks. The protagonist asks if he can look inside. The boy opens the book and looks at it. The woman asks if they are choosing a book for the child. The man says that yes, he needs it to write down his thoughts. The woman says that people have things that they consider precious memories. Nothing that they would not want to just close. She says that even at her age, she struggles to remember what her father told her when she was little, or her mother's soup recipe. She is sorry that so much has been forgotten. This purchase will be good for them too, because when he dies, his child will forget everything about him. The man is asked if it is sad. He remains silent, and the boy says what he chose and points at her. The woman says, "Is he sure? In choosing expensive things, it is better to pay more than to regret later." In others, the parchment is thicker, and there are fewer pages. The man asks if the book really costs 2,800 lug, if she will have change for 3,000, and the boy seems to be an expert, so she will make them a special offer. But she is afraid that only after she takes the rest of the change from 800, then they will ask them for some ink. Somehow, everything did not turn out very well. Someone asks if they could lend him a bird. These are royal stables. According to the accepted rules, you can't ask for a loan of anything here unless it is for state needs. Usually you have to catch a passing carriage. look for a trade caravan, or even rent a horse for a high price. The way to their home is quite long. On the way home, they will stop for the night in one of the towns along the way and change to a new bird there. So it is better to make sure that he keeps all his important things with him. Yuri agrees to this. Evening comes and the boy happily eats at the table. The father opposite praises his son for doing a great job today. He must be tired from such a long trip. Unlike the flight on the Royal Eagle, they will have to make a significant detour on the way back. Yuri says he realized this because when they were in the sky, he had a feeling that they were flying south of this place, from the city of Januma. The father asks his son how he saw it. Yuri says that when they arrived, the hills south of the city seemed familiar to him. The boy thinks that an eagle can't carry two adults at once and that it's a bit inconvenient. The man says that it's quite dangerous. 9 times out of 10, they'll definitely crash. So it's better not to ride like that. Yuri asks if it's a girl. Won't it be the same? However, it only appears in novels. Sometimes, there are stupid students who are inspired by it, but they shouldn't repeat it. Yuri asks, what if it's a girl? He says that he is specifically talking about the blonde girl they met today. The man drinks something and says that this is the daughter of Her Majesty Simone. She, of course, has a younger sister, but she will become the next queen. The boy understands this. Suddenly, a man approaches the main character and with a sly smile asks him if he has fallen in love. He tells him that the royal family is not that simple. In his opinion, a more suitable partner is someone like his mother. But more importantly, how they got together, but the man cannot remember. At night, the light is on in their house. The main character is sitting at the table. The room is illuminated by a single burning candle. The boy sits and thinks about the knowledge and memories that are known in this world only to him. The main character decides for himself that he will write them down in this book, and it will become his treasure. And this will also become his strength. Images of people, planets, memories flicker in the guy's nakedness. The main character flies off a cliff on a bird. 3 years have passed since then. Today, he is already 7 years old. The main character finds himself at his house. He notices someone's bird and realizes that it is Gakudori. The boy hears someone's voice saying that someone should leave. Then he looks out the window. His father holds something in his hands and says that he has left the main house. He is not obliged to send such a letter. He is not obliged to go to war if it breaks out. The girl says that Goku sent them an official notice that Luke is going to war, so he has no choice. The man silently looks at the letter, and the main character thinks about war. The boy enters the room and asks the only guy there if they have prepared Gakudori yet. He replies that yes, they are ready for the distillation. But today looks like it will be a difficult day again. He needs to pack properly. Because he is heading to the head of the family, he is saying goodbye to the worker. The main character is running on a bird with 2 more like him behind him. The boy asks his mother if everything is okay. She replies that yes, he has become so good at this. The birds behind him are so quiet. The boy says that this is only the second run without his father's supervision, so he needs to be on guard. The girl asks if he is approaching the city yet, if he is worried. Yuri replies that it's not much. For him, it's still his first trip to the main house. Besides, they were invited to the procession in honor of the beginning of the war, although it's by no means a bright city. The boy says that it is great that his father rejected the request to be drafted to the front. The girl agrees and says that he prefers to breed animals than to fight. But every time letters arrive from the main house, she feels uneasy. Yuri thinks about the war again. This country is in a state of war. This is the kingdom of Chalta, located in the depths of the peninsula. But it also neighbors another one, Kirukina. Both countries are inhabited by people with identical racial affiliation, Shan, and for the purpose of clarification, the latter are called Kirukinsha. The fires of war are engulfing these lands, and the kingdom of Kirukina, located right in the center of the peninsula, will inevitably be drawn into the escalating conflict. The Shan are resistant to cold, due to their historical belonging to the breed of northerners. Before the entire continent was a single state, the Shan-Teal Empire, but was destroyed due to the war by the people of Kur. It was divided into several states. Only 2 remained, Chalta and Kirukina. Whenever the Kur armies advanced on the kingdom of Kirahina, the kingdom of Chalta would send reinforcements to the latter, and the responsibility for this support falls on Luke's family, the warrior knights of the Hao family. Now another war has broken out, and the current head of the family, Gokuho, his father's older brother, is sent to the front. His father refused to go into battle, but due to his origin, he is forced to attend the ceremonial procession in honor of the beginning of the war. It's good that this older brother turned out to be so understanding. He wouldn't really want to wave goodbye to his parent who was going off to war. The girl says that they are there. Here it is, the main city of the Ho family, Karakumo. Everyone on the street is going about their business. The protagonist looks around in surprise and thinks that Gakudori is a knight's means of transport, and a woman with a child riding on it naturally looks suspicious. The protagonist and his mother are ordered to stop, and a guard with a gun asks who they are. They stop and get off the bird. The boy says that he is Yuri, Luke Hao's son. He and his mother. Here on a visit in honor of the troops' departure to the front. The man tries to remember Luke Hao's name, but a woman runs behind him and calls out to Suzuya, telling her that they were expecting them, and she asks them to follow her. The protagonist leaves his bird and looks at the people, at the shields and weapons, and thinks that this is to be expected. It is impressive. The man tells Suzuya that he is very glad that she came. The woman bows and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Goku asks her not to bow so much because they are relatives, and where is Luke? Suzuya says that he is a little late, still managing the delivery of an eagle on order. Luke says that it is not good to hand the reins to his wife and send her away instead. The girl says that their son actually brought her. Goku asks him if he is Yuri. Yuri agrees and thinks about how strong his mother is. He asks his mother if she is good at handling Kakudori. She agrees. He asks about the royal eagles. It seems that they will be fine with that too. She is proud that he reads and writes, and plays Doki excellently. The man is surprised by this. Doki is not a type of board game in this country. It is similar to Chinese chess. It is unique in that the ways to cross the river in the middle are limited. Luke liked the game so much that he made him learn how to play it, and after a month the boy surpassed him. There is still time before the celebration. Goku offers him to fight once. The girl wants to object, but the boy says that everything is fine. Goku says that there is nothing to worry about. He suggests that Suzuya not go to drink tea in a private room. The girl agrees, and she asks Yuri to play here once. She asks him to try here. They walk home. The maid tells the boy that his shoes can be left here. The boy agrees. Goku asks him to sit down and not be shy. The boy says that the board is good, and the squares too. The man says that he seems to know. Is it true that he has never seen one like this before? He offers to start, although he is of course busy. The protagonist admits that he does not sit over the passages for long, so he does not think it will drag on. Then the man thinks that they will do without the hourglass. He gives him the right to go first. The boy says that he will lend him the chest. Yuri is upset because he lost. He is not yet mature for this level. The man says that, no, it was a very bad tactic. But they finish so quickly, he offers to play again, and the man agrees. The boy gets upset again and reports that he is completely defeated. The man reports that it looks like that. Yuri thinks that his tactics are brilliant, although perhaps this is some well-known move that he just doesn't know about yet. The main character understands that the man in front of him is very strong. Suddenly the man gets up from the table and swings something at the main character. The sword ends up right in front of the main character's face. The boy asks Goku what he is doing, whether he was rude. The man says that this guy has courage and will make a great knight. The man asks if he will be his son-in-law. The boy realizes that this seems to be the custom of riding the royal eagle is not the only dangerous tradition of the Ho family. He says that he would not like to marry a girl whose face he has never even seen. Goku asks him to think carefully. If he wants to be able to reach his full potential, then it may take more than he has. Well, he'll be bored at the party with just adults anyway. So for now, it'll be better for him to play with his daughter. Then in the evening, the maid takes the main character somewhere with a lantern in her hands. They arrive and the woman wishes him a pleasant time. The boy thanks her and knocks on the door, waiting for an answer. The main character looks through the door and asks for forgiveness. He sees someone's silhouette at the table and thinks about whether it is her. The guy comes inside and says good evening. He asks if anyone is alive. The man at the table continues to sit motionless. A boy approaches a girl and pokes her in the cheek. She asks him with a displeased face if he finds it rather rude. Yuri is surprised that she is alive. Yuri asks her if she has hearing problems. Yuri says, no. Then why didn't she answer? Is she angry because he interrupted her train of thought? The girl says no. She won't be able to concentrate today anyway. He asks her what she is working on. The girl says that he still won't understand if she tells him. Yuri says that maybe so, but until she tells him, it's hard to judge for sure. She says it's a waste of time. Yuri says if she's having trouble understanding, why not give him a chance to try? He asks her not to take it so seriously. The girl asks if he will leave as she tells him to. The boy gets angry at her, and the girl says that she is curious if they can multiply infinitely. The boy thinks that this is a mixture of two Shan dialect words meaning essence and repetition, just like prime numbers. Yuri asks if she means 2035. What is she stuck on? The girl angrily says that as she thought, he doesn't understand anything, so she asks him to leave. He says that he understands what is being discussed. She looks at him in bewilderment. Yuri says that first of all, let n be some number equal to or greater than 2. The main character feels a terrible sense of nostalgia. As if one of his classmates were standing in front of him, he imagines himself standing in an empty classroom in front of a single person at the board. A classmate tells him that it looks like his father was fired. Has he heard anything about it? He and Yahata weren't exactly friends, but his father worked at his father's factory. His father asks on the phone if he even cried enough for his son. The protagonist asked what was wrong, what had happened there. He had problems with the police for stealing company property. At that time, his father was bringing charges against old employees in order to get rid of them. They ask him again about the theft and ask what he stole. After the divorce, he got himself a new woman and will continue to immerse himself in work in order to avoid paying benefits. The father uttered a few words menacingly: nails and metal fittings. His father was not a decent person, neither as a parent nor as an entrepreneur. The man reports that there is an act of theft, and whether it is small or large is not important. Theft is theft and dismissal, as a disciplinary measure is not at all uncommon. The boy asked about whether dismissal is a proportionate measure in such a case. He pushed him. The guy starts to drown in iron. On the phone, his father demands that he not tell him what to do. Why should he continue to pay high salaries to an employee whose skills are outdated? The protagonist is choking and asking for help. Yahata told the boy that he would help him when he became a doctor. The protagonist shouted the boy's name. The protagonist suddenly wakes up and breathes heavily, wondering if it was a dream. Maybe it's because he keeps a diary about his past life, after all. Yahata never became a doctor. Then the guy looks away and goes down the stairs, hears some sounds behind the door and asks who is there. The hooded man behind the door reveals that he is Shun, a servant of the Ho family. The protagonist is surprised that he is a servant from the main house. Yuri says that he is not allowed to open the door himself. He will go and wake up his father right now. The man sits by the fireplace and lights it. He is surprised by Shun's arrival and offers to examine his legs and hands first. The guy says he's fine. Lu says it's up to him to decide. He can't determine for himself whether he has frostbite. Shun understands that. The man takes off the boy's boot and tells him that everything is fine and there is nothing to worry about. The boy puts down the food and says that he will put it here if he doesn't mind. Shun is very grateful to him. Shun starts eating and drinking a hot drink. Luke asks him if he has eaten since morning. Shun replies that yes, business took all his attention, so he had to skip meals, but it is reckless to rush in such cold and on an empty stomach. His face becomes serious and he asks the guy what happened. Shun reports the news that Mr. Goku died in battle. The man is shocked by this. Shun explains that Goku went on the offensive riding the royal eagle they gave him, and as Luke Hao had already heard about it, Goku managed to cope with it very brilliantly. He was even glad. The main character is very surprised that Goku died in battle. His uncle. They had not seen each other for only a few days. Luke grabs the guy and asks him if he's joking. The guy says no. He's afraid it's just a rumor, but they're pretty sure he's dead, although they never managed to find his body. The girl drops the basin and apologizes. She needs more hot water. She'll get busy now. The girl cries and asks out loud if her brother really died. The boy touches her shoulder. The guy hugs her and says that he came to convey to her a request to attend a family meeting that will take place tomorrow. The girl promises that she will definitely be there. The man tells Shun that he will put him up in the guest room. Let him drink and lie down. He doesn't want him to die too, falling from a bird on the way home. Let him definitely drink this, in memory of his brother. On the whole family's territory, Karakumo, there is a mansion, inside which sits the protagonist and his father, both of them seriously silent. Comes up and turns to Luke, telling him that he brought him a list of participants at the meeting. The man thanks him and begins to read the list, not understanding something. He says that there is no raccoon name here. They explained to him that he refused to help them, so he was excluded from the list of participants. He said that a coward like him is not worthy of being called a knight. However, because of such an act, people do not cease to be knights. They write that they can take their son-in-law to the meeting. The Rakunu Iku are a very influential and famous family. They became famous for being entrusted with a large city on the outskirts. It's weird that they won't be at the meeting. Luke says he understands and thanks the guy who asked for permission to step away. The man sighs and says that he doesn't really have the authority to talk, so they'll just sit. The protagonist asks that since he's the grandfather's younger brother, shouldn't he be allowed to speak? He says that no, in their family, if he doesn't have the title of knight, he doesn't have much of a chance. They won't even let him take command of others. He left the academy and therefore did not become a knight. The boy asks what the attack of the royal eagle means. The man announces that the time has come for him to find out about it. This is a method of fighting in which the enemy army is attacked from above. At dawn, land sharply on enemy territory. But there is no guarantee that there will be only enemies there. But despite this, risking their lives, the knights must do this. If all goes wrong, you will have to take the general's head. This is a desperate tactic used in a hopeless situation when there is zero chance. The boy thinks that this is terrible. Why so cruel? The man says that no one will promise that everything will go smoothly, but his older brother managed it. Yuri realizes how strong he was. He asks if becomes a knight, is it necessary to participate in it? But this is not so. This is a voluntary decision. No one can force it, however. For a knight, such an act is considered an honor. Someone knocks. A maid comes in and informs that all the participants have arrived, and she will show them out. Luke goes, and the boy wishes him luck, which surprises him. Then he shows the paper and says what he is saying. Yuri goes too. Look, his name is on the list. The main character is surprised by this, and later the two of them follow the maid. She stops at the door and asks to come in here. There are already several people waiting at the table, all three of them men with the same pointed ears. The maid asks them to sit down. The protagonist, of course, heard that there would be elderly people here, but that everyone would be grandfathers. It doesn't matter that there are almost no young people here. The maid informs Mr. Yuri that he needs to sit here. The protagonist is surprised that this is a place of honor. The man bows and says that he is glad to see Satsuki's sister. The girl asks him to just call her Satsuki and smiles at him. The man agrees and asks the boy to say hello, who says that his name is Yuri and calls her grandma. The girl says that Sham praised her, but Yuri says that she is much better. Satsuki says that she is pleased and asks him to sit down. Everyone sat down in their seats, and the girl said that she thanks everyone for coming. She thinks that they already know that her husband, having fought the enemies, died a hero, and now they have to decide what to do next. Yuri understands that Sham is not there, and he also has a bad feeling. Luckily, her husband thought about his family and left a will. She shows everyone the envelope with the seal. She thinks that she can look at it right now. Everyone is surprised, and she opens the envelope. She relays the man's words that he, the 27th head of Gokuho, appoints brother Ruko to be the next head. And that's all. Everyone is surprised by this, and even Rook himself is shocked by this. The girl says that she understands everything. If he wants, he can continue to live as before. She holds the boy by the shoulder and says that they are not at all against it if his son becomes the head after receiving the title. Yuri is surprised by this. Ruko asks why he is the leader. There are other candidates. The girl tells him that Gook chose him. He should accept it with honor. One of the men says that he does not have a knighthood. The girl says that they don't have to worry about that. They've already received special permission from the kingdom that the head can be without the title of knight. Even if so, it will not be difficult for him to take this title, since all the necessary records for this remain. A little time to collect and prepare them, and he will receive this title. Hao territory is far away from the Kiruhina kingdom and controls good natural terrain. For generations, the Ho family has sought to strengthen the regions captured by the Kura people, but due to the long battle, their warriors are in dire condition. The boy understands that this is why there are only old people at the meeting now. Conditionally, there is no need for an elderly person to become the head, but due to the frequent deaths of young people, there are no other candidates left. The Siamese people have a tradition of only women becoming rulers and men serving in the army. It seems that she is going to use the power of the whole family for her own purposes, most likely sending them to fight to protect the capital. What will come of this? The main character didn't even think that this would be agreed upon in advance. He and his father got into trouble, and his grandfather's family. They all look far ahead. The man stands up and says that he will never make his son a knight, let alone a leader. Satsuki says that all boys want to become knights. Even if that's the case, he's only 7 years old, so he can't be given such a big responsibility, in case he is not qualified for the position of head after graduating from the Knight Academy. He will still be present for the position as Siam's son-in-law. The main character thinks that this woman has thought everything through so far. His face is serious. The man asks for time to think. Yuri understands that his father will do something like a tie-up, so that he will be the head until he graduates from the academy. The situation is not easy. In general, he has no idea how to get out of it. And is this really a will? And how will it be decided? Will his father just say the word, or will all the elders vote? If it's the second, then I'll have to show myself from the worst side. I'll have to try this tactic and see what happens. He turns to his father. Suddenly, someone bursts into the room and asks the girl to move away and not interfere. Everyone is surprised by this. The man shouts angrily and asks how they dared to hold the meeting without him. The dark-haired girl tells him that he has come after all. This is the head of the Ek family, Rakunu. The boy understands that this is a familiar name. That's right, it was he who was removed as a participant in the meeting, the leading candidate. Rakunu turns to Satsuki and asks how she dared to distort her husband's last wish. The girl says that whoever is talking, Rakunu is a coward who fled the battlefield. The man shouts that it is a lie. He does not know what she has already managed to tell them here, but let them not believe her. The boy thinks that this uncle is behaving strangely. The man asks what kind of paper it is. He is told that it is a will from Mr. Gook. He is offered to take it and he smiles as he reads it. Then he abruptly puts the paper on the table and tells the girl that it is a simple fake. The man shouts the women are so treacherous, he wants to get the real thing out of his pocket. He takes out and holds the envelope above himself, showing everyone the real will. Everyone is shocked by this. The suicide note orders Raccoon Eku to become the next head of the family, hoping for a good job that will bring a bright future to their people. Rakunu asks how she feels about it, if she knows what to say. The girl says that she can't believe that someone like him would be in their family. She angrily yells at the man to stop talking nonsense. She asks how dare he give out a fake. After the death of the head, he left work and already told everyone that he was eliminated from the candidates. The man asks what she is saying. Goku personally gave him a note. The girl says that this will was brought by a trusted member of the Rosk family, since they also once looked after him. The man says that this is not the case. Perhaps she is softened. Where is the evidence that she was not deceived? Then there is silence. The protagonist thinks about the possibility that he himself brought the fake. Satsuki looks very angry. She is definitely angry. Everything on an emotional level cannot be done calmly. Compared to her, Raccoon looks more stable. He can contradict her. I would like to verify the authenticity of these two documents, but it will not work. This whole situation is to Raccoon's advantage. He is not going to make enemies of the elders, and they understand this. Rook is not a knight. And Satsuki, if you compare them with Raccoon, they lose. The main character tells his father that he can take a break. He wants to go to the toilet. The man is surprised by this. The man turns to Satsuki and suggests that they rest. The son wants to go to the toilet. The boy thinks that he didn't have to say anything. The girl agrees with surprise. Them go out, and the main character asks his father if there are any empty rooms nearby. He looks at his son in bewilderment and asks about the toilet. The boy confidently tells his father that it was a lie, because they urgently need to talk. They are alone in the room, and the man offers to start by asking what the topic of their meeting is. The boy asks his father if he is going to be the head. Rook says that it all depends on the elections. He is not passionate about it. But if this is what his brother wanted, then he would not want to reject his desire. The boy reports that the contents of those wills were completely different, so it is clear that one of them is a fake. But knowing only this, they will not be able to determine which is the fake. If this continues, it feels like Rakan will become his enemy. This is already a war on a political level. Rook doesn't think he'll go that far. Yuri says he's heard a lot of stories, and they all start out like this. The father strokes the boy's head and asks him not to worry so much. In the worst case, he will do something. The dissatisfied boy asks him not to conflict. He comes out and sees a girl. Both are shocked by this. She asks what they are doing here. They need to continue. But more calmly, Yuri asks if he can have her for a minute. Two guards are standing at the door. Someone approaches them. It is the main character. He tells them that his name is Yuri. He is Rook's son. The guards are surprised and ask what happened. The boy says that he came here on his orders. Is Rakuna here? The guard says that he is not at home now. The boy says that he has one very important matter for him. Can he wait until he returns? The guard in the chair asks again about the Knights Academy and says that he would like to return to that time. Unlike the capital, there is a lot of territory here. If you have friends, you can practice as much as you want. It's the time of youth. They would definitely not like the protagonist's past. Suddenly, someone enters the room. Both are surprised by this. Raccoon angrily asks what they did. The guards report that they have him under surveillance. Raccoon tells him to shut up and go to work, after which he asks the boy what the matter is. The boy confesses that his father asked him to tell him something about Satsuki's secret. There is a skull lying on the grass, only death brings an equal end to all living things. Then, returning to life is also equal for everyone. For example, as the main character himself, having emerged from the eternal darkness, he plunged into a new life. The guy remembers himself as a newborn child. The last thing he remembers is a drowning girl and the heavy feeling of his body. He regrets nothing, despite the dirty life he lived. And these people, his new family, whom he loves and cherishes very much, made him forget such bad memories. And now the manager of Goko has died. According to the will he left, his heir should be Ruko, his father. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred at the meeting. Rakin Ek arrived with a note from the manager that he should be the next one. 2 documents, the choice of which will be decided by a vote, a political battle. Rakin will decide the fate of his family, and Yuri does not want to lose his beloved family. The man asks again about Satsuki's secret will and why Rook himself didn't come to him. The boy reports that he is being watched by several officers and that he has been sent in his place. The man offers to get down to business. The boy suddenly attracts attention. He gives him the envelope and tells him that Satsuki's will was written on a similar piece of paper, and the main character wanted to show him something. He holds a sheet of paper to the fire in the fireplace with a serious face. The man watches the boy in shock as the sign of 2 birds begins to appear on the paper. The boy asks why the color is so dull. A little more and everything will work out. He brings it even closer to the fire and the paper starts to burn. And Yuri says that it is hot for him. He drops the paper completely into the fire and looks back with concern. The boy apologizes. The man says that it's nothing, asking what it means. The main character confesses that there was something secret in this piece of paper, and the man snatches it from his hands. Paper for transfer of information. Continue treatment as before. Looking for Saruna's statement. Folded upper right corner is the correct side. The man thinks about why he writes to him like this. The boy says that his father does not want to become a manager. He is an ordinary resident, and Satsuki only writes. The man clutches the piece of paper and sits down, cheerfully announcing that this is why he sent it. Yuri admits that, yes, in fact, when Satsuki showed him this, he stole another piece of paper. And in exchange, the man reads another note asking for some treatment to continue. He agrees with a smile and says that he promises. The main character understands what he has achieved. The main character thinks that even if he wins the vote, his family will be safe. The man understands about that right corner and he says that they are finished and he can go. The boy comes out and says goodbye to him. The main character comes out and sighs heavily. He doesn't like behaving like a child. Didn't his behavior seem strange to him? And to be honest, it would never have occurred to my father to do something like that. He was not used to resorting to such means to solve problems, so he would not have done it that time either. The father should not know about this. But the main character is very tired. He thinks about going to bed right away. The man appears before him. He asks his son where he was. The boy asks his father about not sleeping. Rook asks how he can sleep when he is not home at night. The main character says that he was nearby. The man asks him not to lie. He knows these places well, so he shouldn't even try. He apologizes that he was really very busy. Yuri tells his father that he just wanted to help him. His father puts his hand on the boy's shoulder and sits down next to him. He tells his son that he doesn't have to worry about it. He said he would protect him. Doesn't he believe him? But the boy denies it. The father rests his forehead against his son's forehead and says that it is true that he is talented and may have come up with a good solution to the problem. But right now, he is more important than anything else to him and his mother. More important than his and his mother's lives. More important than the territory. So let him not risk it anymore. He asks his son if he promises him. The protagonist tells his father what he promises him, but crosses his fingers behind his back. The next morning, they meet again in the hall. The girl wishes everyone a good day and says that today the fate of the head of the Ho family will be decided. Let them be honest with themselves, and most importantly, fair. Today they have prepared everything in order to finally pass the verdict. The girl confidently reports that there's one way to distinguish a fake letter from a real one. Everyone is surprised by this news. The girl apologizes for keeping it a secret, and since similar situations have arisen in the past, all that is needed is to bring the will to the fire. Then it will be revealed. Here lies the will that was left to the previous chapter, from Sarenho. Using it as an example, they will show how it all works. Unfortunately, yesterday they were unable to prove it to them. When they were talking, you claimed that they were genuine. And if now, during the trial, it turns out that this is not the case, he will have to answer for his words. The man says yes, please. He is confident. The girl with a serious face says that then they will take him first. They bring the girl his will. The girl shows Raccoon the paper and asks if he is completely sure that this is his real will. The man confidently says that this is not up for discussion. Let them finally start the process. This time their cook will conduct it. The man is worried and says that, however, it is better than Raccoon's subordinate. The main character understands that well. What a choice. The girl says that first they will start with Saruna's document. After the arson, everything will be visible. The man takes out some kind of burning stick and starts to bring it to the fire. The main character watches this. The man looks at the girl and she asks him to start. The man puts the stick to the paper. Nothing happens on this paper. Raccoon is shocked by this, and everyone is surprised by this. But the main character smiles. Everyone understands that nothing is happening. There is nothing on Satsuki's document. But what about Rakunu's document? On the paper, Rakan sees some writing, namely, fake. The man is shocked by this. The girl reports that it looks like they found out who was lying. Rook asks what's going on. The protagonist thinks that everything is going according to plan. Yesterday, Raccoon, after he left, went to make exactly the same paper. And Satsuki started the meeting when she was sure that the one who returned went to Raccoon's room. They made special preparations when the authenticity was revealed. Everyone would understand that he should not be trusted. The man angrily stands up and addresses the boy, calling him a brat, telling him that this is all his doing. His father is shocked by this. The boy reports that what he told him yesterday is a lie. But it turns out that it was a small performance. The protagonist left yesterday after half of the meeting in order to create a liquid. After borrowing the seal of the Ho family from Satsuki, he finished all the preparations. The protagonist turns to Raccoon and asks him if there's anything he wants to say. For example, ask for forgiveness. The man furiously states that it is not a fake. He is sure that a thief got into his place yesterday and changed the papers. Yuri asks if he is sure. Then why is he here now and not looking for the thief? And just recently claimed that he does not even doubt that the will is real. The man demands that the boy stop making up his crazy excuses and slams his fist on the table. He then stands motionless for a while and states that he will never forgive him. This man's original plan was to get rid of Gook. His hands would also remain stained with blood. Despite the fact that the plan failed, he decided to continue walking over heads. Their family is finished if a man like him becomes the head. Now only his father is worthy of this position. Yuri informs him that this brat, as he called him, has defeated him. The man then shouts his son's name and asks him to stop doing this already. The main character looks at his father in surprise and apologizes to him. Then someone claps their hands. It turns out to be a girl. The girl informs Raccoon that if he has nothing more to say, then they will put forward their decision. She says that those who think that Ruko should be the next leader should raise their hands. Absolutely everyone should raise their hands. They then decide that Goko's younger brother Ruko will officially become his follower. Then the guards come and the girl orders the two of them to detain Raccoon, who stands and denies it all. One of the guards touches the man on the shoulder and asks him to come with them. Suddenly, he shouts something. Then Raccoon suddenly pulls a dagger from his sleeve and, turning around, attacks the guard with it. Blood comes out of the guard's throat and the man turns to the protagonist and tells him that he will kill him. Raccoon-san looked at them in bewilderment, not believing that they dared to attack him. The man, horrified, asked if there was anyone there, and was not telling the whole story. In shock, someone called security for help. He looked at what was happening, not understanding how it had come to this. His father said that he promised to protect him, so there was nothing to worry about. The hero asked Satsuki-san to step back and keep an eye on Yuri. The guy noticed that his posture had changed. The boy realized that he wanted to suppress the enemy's movement, and he thinks that Racuna also understands everything, and that he has a hard time. The man says he is a farmer who has never even seen a battlefield. He notes that this man is very strong. The man asks to be careful with the fallen man, who is still breathing, and orders him to be carried out. The father reassures Yuri, asking if he was scared, to which the boy replies that everything is fine. The girl says it was wonderful and thanks the man, admitting that they did not expect this at all. The boy points to his father's sleeve. The man jokes about his mother having more work to do because of the ruined suit, and asks him to cover it up when they get back. The protagonist recalls that it was not important then. His thoughts return to the past, wondering what would have happened then and not finishing the sentence. The man suggests that Yuri not force himself and eat slowly, assuring him that he will feel better, to which he agrees. The girl notes that 18 years have passed and asks the master why he doesn't like fighting. The hero confirms that he does not like fighting, and explains that this is why he abandoned knighthood and took a different path. The woman reminds him that she spoke at the meeting about the acceptability of leaving halfway, and asks if he really wanted to give Yuri as a knight, after which the man clarifies whether she will become the head. She admits that this is not considered right, but promises to try to appear in public as little as possible. The girl asks the man to promise to write to her if something bad happens, and he agrees. The maid offers to take the dishes from Yuri, and he agrees, wishing everyone a pleasant stay. The child asks the hero if he wants to go look at the stars together. The main character asks again about the stars in surprise. The boy excitedly asks if they should go now. They ask him if he agrees. The hero asks his mother for permission, but she replies that he needs to finish eating first. Yuri turns to his father, asking if he can go. The man agrees with a smile, and the hero, seeing his face, thinks that he is up to something again. The heroes are told not to leave the mansion. The child claims to know the best place to make observations. The guy is surprised to note that he didn't know about such a place. The girl offers to tell, saying that this is her secret place, and admits that she doesn't really understand the stars. The hero agrees that the sky is beautiful and it always calms the heart. She reflects that the dense cluster of stars is similar to the Milky Way, and concludes that there is a galaxy in this world too. She adds that the people living here are also similar to people, and not all is lost. After some time, she asks him again if he is listening to her. The girl explains that the third star around this star is called Marura. Yuri thinks that perhaps the girl means a satellite, and wonders if the people here understand the sky, since this star is special and there are only a few of them now. About 5. The girl asks if he knows what the sign is, to which the hero replies that he does, but he only needs an explanation about the 5 stars. She explains that they are now seeing winter signs, and the signs have a division into summer and winter. And she points to the stars, calling them the bull, the lyre, the cat, and the dipper. The hero reflects on the fact that he does not understand anything. He realizes that this is the constellation Ursa Major. The boy also realizes that Orion is below the bull. The guy ponders that if this is another world, then the stars should be different. Everything seems very strange to him, because the stars cannot be the same in 2 worlds at once. He also wonders if it is possible for the isekai to have the same constellations. The protagonist concludes that perhaps he is actually at some point on the globe, and he needs to find out the reason. The girl says that's all and asks if he remembers. Yuri, lost in thought, mumbles something unintelligible, and the girl asks if he is sleeping. The young man apologizes, saying that he remembered something urgent and suggests that they finish for today. The girl sadly replies that it was just as she thought, that he didn't like it. Yuri replies that he liked everything, but it dawned on him and he needs to check something, promising not to run away next time. She seems to understand and asks to tell her about something later, but does not finish the sentence. The girl, smiling, wonders what could have come to his mind. He turns to Setsuki-san, apologizing for the intrusion and asking if he can see the map. The woman asks again about the map, and then notes that such a thing cannot be found at Rook. Yuri clarifies that if possible, the largest map possible would be desirable, where all the boundaries of the territory would be visible. Satsuki-san says that if it's the biggest one, then it's a map from the late Empire, and suggests going to get it. The protagonist thinks about the fact that thoughts do not give rest, remembering that the former great empire of Shantira, on the territory of which the kingdom of Shialta is now, had vast possessions. He adds that it fell apart 900 years ago, but they say that territorially almost nothing has changed. He comes to the conclusion that it would be a good idea to look at this map. The girl covers her face with her hand, saying that it is still so dusty here. Satsuki-san looks around with a lantern, thinking that the map should be somewhere here. The woman points to the map, saying that their country is somewhere here. The protagonist thinks that it really does look like the Scandinavian countries. He looks at the map and thinks the shapes are incoherent, but understandable. And he understands that Shantier's empire is located approximately in the east, with the Ural Mountains, in the west with Scandinavia, and in the south, where Ukraine is. The guy realizes that Shantinian in the south, where Ukraine is. The guy realizes that Shantinian is on the Crimean Peninsula. The protagonist exclaims that this is planet Earth, and wonders how he could not notice this in 7 years. The woman confirms that the center of the country was closer to the east, so the country is not very well defined on the map. She suggests looking for a map of the country itself in her husband's office, and Yuri asks if he can see it. The boy, looking at the bookshelves, exclaims how many books there are, and remembers that Sham said the opposite. The girl says that if you live here, you can read as much as you want. Satsuki-san offers to sit down. The hero looks at the map in surprise and says that it is the Kingdom of Shielta. Yuri notes that the map is well drawn, seeing names such as Karuhina Kingdom, Shibiaku Capital, Weldon Fortress, Karakumo. The girl, pointing to the map, says that Grandpa Gook fought around here. The guy approaches Satsuki-san with a request to make a false proposal tomorrow. The woman asks if he thinks he will fall for the trick, adding that it is very dangerous for him to go alone. Yuri asks if she thinks she can win without doing anything. The girl, smiling slyly, replies that she wouldn't say so, but they have many allies, and there is no need to worry so much. The hero, looking at the woman, asks, "Then what is the point in winning?" The woman asks what he is talking about and explains that becoming a leader does not mean doing whatever you want. The boy asks if it will be possible to not let Rikuna go after the victory. He says that if Rikuna is left alone and brought back to him, he will start plotting against her. And he will not mind if they send Eku's family abroad. The young man continues, asking if she thinks he can be dealt with so easily, claiming that he is not so easy to defeat. Only a crushing blow can do it. He also wonders if the feudal lords will help then. The woman admits that she doesn't even know, and asks if they started worrying too early. The chief says that he does not think that he will sit idle and that he will try to hinder her in any way. He also points out the fact that the Hu family will not be able to achieve much and asks if she can last for 10 years. Satsuki-san thinks that if their decision is revealed, things will get even worse and apologizes, saying that she won't join. Yuri, looking at her, asks if she doesn't believe him. She replies that yes, because he is still little. The hero, looking at her, asks if this isn't strange. The guy replies that she knows very well that she received an invitation from her uncle earlier. Anne says that it was in order to leave him with the Hu family, and if she can't believe Grandpa Gook, and doesn't finish the story. Yuri, looking at her in surprise, asks why she's trying to fulfill her late husband's request. The woman apologizes, saying she was lost in thought. The boy thanks Satsuki-san, and she then, with a smile, says she is glad she could help. She watches Yuri Ho, noting what an interesting child he is. It is reported that in the end, everything happened as he said and was resolved successfully. Yuri tells Satsuki-san that it's up to him from now on, and wishes her good night. The woman wishes him good dreams and, looking at him, thinks about Gook and what he saw in the sky. In the morning, the servants brought Yuri a change of clothes. They greeted him as they entered the room. Yuri thanked them for the clothes they brought. He was told that Soyam-sama was waiting for him, which surprised him. He promised to hurry, but admitted that he could not get used to such treatment. The protagonist notes that 3 years have passed since his father became the head and they moved. Now he is 10 years old, and his days are very different from before. The guy thinks that there are a lot of working people around who welcome him. Yuri reflects that someone is always taking care of him. He notices that his current life is very different from his previous one. The servants greet him joyfully. The boy thinks about his father training nights. He is constantly busy with his work from morning to evening. The hero believes that his father has practically left the management to Yuri, so he only comes on weekends. The girl asks if it is class now. He answers that it is. She shows how much food she has collected, and then suggests eating together. Yuri thanks her and says he will look forward to it. He notes that his mother hasn't changed at all, as long as she wishes him luck. The protagonist enters the room. He is suddenly attacked. He managed to dodge the attack. The attacker notes his good reaction. The man who teaches him says that they will continue in the same spirit. His coach encourages him as he continues to attack. Yuri falls during training. A man criticizes him, saying that at this rate, they will laugh at him even in the hospital. Hao advises him to know his limits. The hero reflects on the fact that he teaches him various skills at Satsuki-san's request. The boy thinks about how Soim is 90 years old and how he enjoys coaching him. He also remembers how he lost his son and grandson during the war. The boy reflects that he could have been cornered or wounded on the battlefield if he had retreated or not noticed the second spear. He is surprised by the age of the trainer. The man says that's enough talking. He orders Yuri to attack. Yuri replies that he understands and prepares to attack. The woman asks if her lesson is really that boring. The protagonist looks tired and fights sleep. He promises to try, but admits that he really wants to sleep, and he thinks about how he studied since the morning and then ate. The teacher explains again. She points to the board and says that we need to remember lanterns and winter snow. He tries to understand what is being discussed, and strange images appear in his head. She patiently explains the rules of grammar, and she says that the person is me, the verb is in the present tense, and the object can be a man, a woman, a foreigner, or a thing, land, the royal family, depending on the case. Satsuki-san teaches Yuri the ancient language of Shan. Yuri finds the rules too complicated and illogical for him, especially when the object can be omitted, and doubts the usefulness of learning this language. Gi thinks it's just an old language and not a spell, but Satsuki-san says that in any era, only the elite spoke it. She explains that knowledge of this language is necessary at least for reading the classics, and she wonders why Yuri finds it so difficult to learn. The girl firmly tells him to listen carefully, and promises that she will make sure that he can read all the books. Yuri looks worried by her seriousness. Satsuki-san says that without knowing this language, it would be difficult to call him a cultured person. She scolds him and encourages him to write and try to remember, and not sigh. Yuri wonders how much longer this repentance, torture, abuse will last, and says that he needs healing, something that will calm his soul. He enters the room and sees a girl. The protagonist is surprised by the softness of her cheeks. He asks what she is thinking about, to which the girl exclaims his name in surprise. The girl explains that she studied Kepler's law and can explain a lot with its help. She admits that she couldn't figure out one model before, but now she's surprised at how simple it all is. Yuri asks again what model it is. The girl explains that the moon revolves around the Earth, and the sun is like a second moon around the Earth. Other planets, like Mercury, Venus, and Saturn, revolve around the sun like satellites. She admits that it is a bit confusing, but it explains a lot, and she happily says that she was able to understand everything with the help of Kepler's law. Yuri notes that he is happy for her. The hero thinks that she is happy about such trifles, and asks himself if he had the same passion before. He answers himself that no. He invites Sham to go outside, saying that he wants to show him something. Yuri says that it's already winter outside. The girl notices that he speaks like his father. He asks if he acts like an old man and gives her a task, and asks why it's cold here. The girl asks if it's because they are in the north or because of the pressure. He says that both the equator and this country have the same number of sunny days a year, and there is a clue. It is the height of the sun. Yuri explains that this is due to the amount of heat emitted being proportional to the area visible from the heat source. He compares it to a stove. If you put your hands vertically, it gets hot, but if you put them horizontally, it gets cold. He says that the place where the sun is lower appears more horizontal. So, like with the hands, it becomes colder. The girl is surprised and says that this is very interesting. Her curiosity has increased. The protagonist moves on to the second question and asks why the trees have shed their leaves. She explains that if trees freeze, new leaves will not grow in the winter. Some plants shed their leaves to survive. However, if the cold is not so severe and the leaves can maintain heat, they do not fall off. But this is rare. The leaves still do not survive. And he adds that, on the other hand, closer to the south, there are heat-loving insects that can feed on leaves all year round, but measures must be taken against them. The Yuri confirm this. He thinks that Sham is very inquisitive, and he thinks that maybe he could have had such a daughter in the past. But now, he acts like an old grandfather. The hero looks at the trees and wishes that these days would last forever. At dinner, Yuri asks his father worriedly if he is tired. and the woman suggests that he gives some of the work to someone else. The boy asks his mother if she has gotten used to her new life. Yuri's mother says that at first it was a bit strange, but then she got along with everyone, and they even gave her a place to garden. So everything is fine. The boy thinks that they are lucky that his mother's such a person, since she is a farmer. It would be bad to force her to learn military duties, and he thinks that Suzuya-san goes to social gatherings, so there is no problem. He was a little worried about it. The father admits that he didn't expect it to be easy, but he didn't think it would be so exhausting. The boy says that tomorrow he can rest a little. The man says that a disease is spreading in the south. Yuri asks again, surprised. He changes his plans for tomorrow. It is about a disease called smallpox. Yuri has heard of this disease. He knows the people call this disease a curse, and many Shans have died because of it. He cannot let his father go alone to such a dangerous place without scientific research. The hero tells his father that he shouldn't do this. The man says that he can't do otherwise. He notes that the people are confused, and he replies that as the owner, he simply has to go, adding that if they just wait for a miracle, they will achieve nothing. The father says that the son, as always, is worried. Yuri asks what will happen if the father gets infected. He does not think that it is possible to get infected so easily. Yuri declares with determination that he will go too, if it is not so easy to get infected, and he asks his father if this is true. Yuri's mother tells him that he can't go with his father because he's still a child. He asks to be allowed to go with his father because he wants to know and see everything with his own eyes. The father agrees, but warns him that he will have to obey him. The boy agrees. Yuri hands his father the fabric, and he asks why. The boy explains that the cloth should be used to cover the nose and mouth to reduce the risk of infection. The father says that in this case, the manager's image will suffer. But the son counters, asking if the father wants to get sick and then have everyone die. The man notes that everything is happening too quickly, and they have no medicine, nothing. He asks how this is possible. They lived peacefully, and how could such a misfortune befall them? The protagonist understands that people consider it a curse. The guy explains that the name pox comes from the Kura people from ancient times. People of this world do not know about the existence of viruses, so they can only pray to God. The men say that they have gathered all the sick people here and that healthy people are looking after them. Yuri's father says that they will go inside and asks that the door be closed behind them when they enter. Yuri looks at the sick man with horror. He realizes that everything is even worse than he thought. The boy asks him not to touch the sick or things or walls under any circumstances. Dad confirms that he understands. He sees the patient moaning and asking for water. The hero suggests that he wait and says that he will bring water now. The son grabs his hand and pulls him towards the exit. The man asks him to stop and explains that the sick need water. Yuri demands to open the door immediately. They look at him with surprise. The father asks in surprise what's going on, since they just came in. Yuri insists that they can't be there, otherwise he'll get infected too. The man doesn't believe that everything is so bad and thinks that his son is exaggerating. He thinks that he just knows what it is. He believes that smallpox is a virus with a very high mortality rate, and once it occurs, it spreads to internal organs. The hero thinks that the source is the patient's pus, and when scratching, the blisters open up, and clothes and other items become dirty. So it is forbidden to touch the sick and his things. The father insists that he is obliged to save them, and he will help him. The man says that first, we need to gather people, prepare food, water, and a change of clothes. Yuri explains that if they start saving these 100 here, they will only make the situation worse and infect another 1,000. People ask what he means by here, and if he wants to give them up. They are outraged and ask if he is asking them to simply watch in silence as their families get sick. The father apologizes and asks them to calm down, saying that he is not going to abandon them. One of the people asks to show them something. They see the dead, so many of them that they can't even bury them properly. Yuri's father thought it was a smoke signal, but it turned out to be fires. The people are outraged that he brought a useless child here in the first place. The man asks for help, saying that this ancient world has reached its limit. Yuri understands that his words have deeply affected them, but they do not understand the global nature of what is happening. He knows that his words mean nothing because he is a child. However, he thinks that if they do as his father says, the virus will spread to the entire country. The main character mentally imagines a scale, on one side of which is a village, a territory, a country, a family, and thinks what he will choose from this. Yuri apologizes for his harsh words and asks his father to listen to him. The father says he understands and that this will be the last time. He allows his son to speak. The guy confidently declares that he knows a way to save the residents. The man asks in surprise about going to the farm and looking at the cows. The man explains that the farmers are alive and well, and that there are cows being bred nearby. The boy says he thought so. He asks if it was a coincidence. The protagonist replies that no, they have developed immunity because they milk cows. He points to the cow's udder and says it's chickenpox. The guy explains that it is a disease similar to smallpox, but cows do not die from it. He adds that even if people get infected from them, smallpox is not dangerous for them. And he believes that they have already had it, so to speak, and it should be quite mild for them. The father asks why this is happening. Yuri says that they have developed immunity. That is why they are alive. He explains that in Japan there was cowpox, which was used to create a vaccine against smallpox, and now the plan is to do the same. He explains his plan. They will transfer cowpox to a person's hand with a needle. They will make a small scratch with blood. If everything works out, the person will be able to get over smallpox. Dad says he has never heard of such a method of treatment and does not know what books Yuri has read. His son understands his mistrust. The man, after thinking, says that if he insists, then they will try, and says that he believes in him. The main character thanks his father. It is reported that 4 days have passed. Yuri says that he and his father got vaccinated, so even if they get infected, it's not a big deal. He says that in the village they vaccinated everyone who was not infected yet. It was decided to isolate the village until the virus was completely gone. As a result, his plan worked successfully. The main character and the father are said to have doused themselves with distilled liquor. He says they immediately insulated their clothes. Of course, the father did the same. Yuri says that he cannot help but be grateful to his father, who could trust his son even in the most difficult situations. This is very important to him. The guy wonders if he can protect the people dear to him, even with knowledge from a past life, and even thinks about what will happen when he finds himself in a hopeless situation. It is reported that several months later in the capital Shibuya, the boy says he doesn't think the two of them should go with him, and asks if it's true that they should be there. Dad says it's an introductory ceremony, and Mom adds that they want to be there on this special day. The man tells him not to worry. Everyone will come with their parents. She says that they will support him. Yuri says he will try. Father says that perhaps among these guys there are even those who will become his friends in the future. He understands that a new stage in life is beginning. The guy thinks that this new one will start in this Academy of Knighthood. Yuri repeats that this is the Academy of Knighthood then. He wonders about the two objects. Father explains that in addition to the Academy of Knighthood, there is also a humanitarian school. Altogether, it is simply called a school. He adds that the Academy of Knighthood is for boys, and the Humanities School is for girls. The boy says that in the Academy of Knighthood, boys become knights, and in the Humanities School, he doesn't finish the story. Dad says that the liberal arts school trains people to become civil servants, so it's mostly witches who enroll there. Yuri asks again in surprise about the witches and asks what he is talking about. Father explains that the term is used to describe civil servants who serve the royal family. The liberal arts school is needed to educate them. Most of the people who study there are from witch families, but there are also those like Satsuki-san. And he goes on to say that the Academy of Knighthood teaches military skills, and the title of knight is considered their diploma. Without it, they are not considered knights and cannot go out onto the battlefield. He goes on to say that it is mostly the children of knights who go there, but there are also girls who prefer this activity. They have a chance to become knights of royal families. Father tells Yuri that he will decide for himself where to go, and if he does not want to, he can refuse right now, and promises that he and his mother will always support him, no matter what path he chooses. Yuri thinks he would like to choose a path so as not to go anywhere, but his father thinks he can handle it anyway. He watches everyone stare at his father, the new head of the Ho family, and asks what is going on. He realizes that without the title of knight, he will surely become the subject of rumors. The protagonist feels that it will be very troublesome when he thinks about what will happen next. Yuri's father and mother wish him luck and say that he can do it. They are told that his parents will have to wait in another room and that he will be escorted out. Yuri enters the hall and his parents support him, saying that they are worried about him. They ask him to pass, and he thanks them. He enters a classroom and realizes with horror that the test has already begun. The protagonist notices that some are already handing in their work, and that the answers are visible. And he is surprised. Don't the tests start at the same time? And there seems to be no time limit either. The teacher asks him to sit down and says that everything will be prepared now. Yuri agrees. The guy is surprised that he needs to write on wood and sees some tasks where he needs to name the country, a neighboring country, solve a problem, distribute the cardinal directions, name the queen, why Shiro wanted money, make a phrase with the words Kuro, Shiro, owl. Yuri wonders what these tasks are. He thinks they are too easy, and asks why he studied with Satsuki-san for 3 years. He declares that he is finished. The teacher examines his work. The teacher asks to take Yuri to the maximum room. He asks if there will be another interview, and what maximum is. The teacher explains that the exam will be in another room. Yuri is surprised. The main character understood what it was and believes that it was necessary to superficially assess the abilities, and then there will be a real exam. The guy now understood everything. He believes that there is no concept of primary school, so the number of applicants is huge. There are those who study the ancient language, and those who do not have simple knowledge. This was necessary to understand the level of knowledge. And understands why his father did not talk about it. Yuri notices that there are fewer of them, meaning that many of them did not get the maximum score. He thinks that perhaps the Knighthood Academy does not emphasize such knowledge that much. The boy wonders when it will all start. The teacher enters the office and apologizes for the wait. She says that now the real test begins. The girl asks to sit next to her. Yuri agrees. He thinks she's blonde, and that's unusual. And he thinks that Carol from the royal castle had blonde hair too. The guy wonders if it's her. The teacher says that she will hand out the sheets of paper now, and time will end as soon as the last grain of sand falls. Yuri looks at the hourglass and wonders what it is. He sees tasks that are confusing even to him, some of them requiring explanations of terms from military records, description of the chosen movement for knights, mathematical and geometric problems, history. The boy understands that these tasks are not for 10-year-old children, and he decides that he has figured it out. The hero thinks that there is not a single task here on the ancient Shang language. Yuri mumbles something out loud in an ancient language, and the teacher asks him to speak louder and more clearly. He wonders if this isn't asked in this test. Then maybe it wasn't worth learning. The boy understood Satsuki-san's true intention when she taught him the language. But unfortunately, he definitely didn't need it now. All he could do was quickly complete the tasks. The protagonist announces that he is finished, although there is still time. He asks if it is forbidden to hand in early. The teacher says no, but he won't be able to come back. The guy confirms that he did everything without any problems, and he says that he will go. The girl looks at him in surprise. Father asks if this is all Gaara can do. The man replies that he also calls himself a spearmaster. Yuri asks his father what he's doing. The opponent laughs and says he got distracted. He says it's been a while since we've seen each other. The guy replies that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and he is also pleased to see him. And he remembers that the last meeting was in the castle. He asks if Yuri has done well on the exam, and says there is still an hour. He says he wrote it well, although he is not sure if it was his best. Gaara-san says that he will meet his son soon, and asks to be friends with him. He adds that he is a hooligan unlike him, and asks to look after him. Yuri asks his name. The man says his name is Dora Godwin. The protagonist understands and hopes that he has not inherited his physique, otherwise he is finished. The son tells his father that it's time to go home. Rook asks if he really has to go already. The boy replies that, yes, it's all over, and the mother is angry. The woman thinks that she was left alone and went to drink. The man tells Yuri that he is right and it is time for them to leave. The action is reported to take place the following day. Yuri says that the road is different from yesterday. The father asks if he said the ceremony was taking place in the royal castle. The boy asks if that means the queen will be there. He replies that, of course, it's such a special day. The man asks why he is sighing and says that he didn't think he would dislike it. Yuri says he doesn't want to leave his family and doesn't expect to have any friends. Father says that he will easily make friends because he became friends with Sham. The protagonist replies that she is an exception. Mom cries, saying that she won't see him for a long time. Yuri is surprised. Rook wonders what she means because they are not parting forever. The son says that he is right, and as soon as the opportunity arises, he will come home immediately. Mom asks if it is true. Yuri confirms. The hero thinks that he has calmed his mother down for the first time in his life, and he cannot let them down, and he thinks that now he must try harder. But he couldn't expect to get a slap from a girl. The entrance ceremony is reported to be beginning. The action takes place in the royal castle. Yuri and his family came to the entrance ceremony of the Knighthood Academy. He is a little nervous. He is asked if he is Hao's family, and he confirms. The woman asks to speak with Yuri's father for a minute. He agrees. Yuri's mother is surprised that they are talking about her son. The man confirms. His father tells him to go with this woman so that he can be taken somewhere. Yuri asks what, and his father replies that everything is fine, but he needs to hurry. The guy understood. The girl says that she brought him. Yuri thinks about where they are taking him and has a bad feeling. He is asked to come in, and the boy asks if he is Yuri Ho. He confirms. The woman asks him to sit down. The protagonist sees Carol and thinks about what will happen now and why he is needed here. People introduce themselves and say that she is the director of the humanitarian school, Isabeau Marmoset, and he is the director of the Academy of Knighthood, and his name is Libero Rube. Yuri thinks that Marmoset and Rube are flashy family names. The Marmoset family is the head of the 7 witch families. The Rube family is one of the 5 knight families, like his family, and their territory is on the border with another country and is considered the territory for the first military affairs. He remembers that Satsuki-san told him that the families were close. He notices that Carol is silent. Isabeau Marmoset announces that Carol Fulcharter and Yuri Hao will be the head students and will present the students to the queen. The main character, in shock, asks again that he is the boss. She says that there will be a small rehearsal before the start, and there will be a lot to remember. The guy asks if he won't be the second student after Carol. The principal of the Knighthood Academy replies that Yuri will be the head student from the Knighthood Academy, and Miss Carol will represent the Humanities School. He adds that in the future, questions should be asked with permission. The boy is surprised at what is happening, and didn't she take the exam for the Academy of Knighthood? The woman says that that's all and they can go to rehearse. The teacher says that first they need to remember the phrases she gave them. After that, they will try to practice them. He understands that this is a lot. He is told the order of actions, that he needs to stand up, bow, go to the podium at the same time as Carol, bow to the audience, go up to the podium, say the oath, kiss the queen's hand, kneeling, and return to his seats, bowing to the audience. Yuri is surprised that Carol remembered everything so quickly. He wonders why she's smiling. The boy is indignant that it is impossible to learn this in such a short time. He says that he's ready to start rehearsing, and he feels bad. He thinks he's already tired, even though the ceremony hasn't even started yet. Carol tells him that he turns out to be nothing special. Yuri is surprised that she starts with insults. He asks what he did to her. She asks what kind of manners he has, and that he makes her look like a fool just because he got a better grade than her. The protagonist realizes that they were in the same room and asks why she chose the Academy of Knighthood. Carol announces that she will graduate from 2 schools at once. Yuri understood. She regrets that she passed 2 exams, but she can't represent the Knight Academy either. He says he didn't know that was possible. He wishes her luck. The hero says that he didn't want to go anywhere in general. If he had the opportunity, he would have refused to take the oath. Carol is outraged and asks if he has no sense of honor. She calls him a fool, an idiot. He is shocked and does not understand her reaction. Yuri thinks that getting slapped by a girl on the day of the entrance ceremony is bad. If his father finds out, he will laugh. The boy asks if he is Yuri. The guy says his name is Miaro Gudanville, and it's nice to meet you. He asks what's wrong with his cheek. Yuri says he's Yuri Ho, and wonders how he knows his name. The man says he has an interesting life. The hero replies that no, he is an ordinary person. Miro says that an ordinary person cannot become a representative. He remembered the incident with the slap and realized that he had hurt her pride. The protagonist thinks that he is no different from his past self. He is cunning with the help of knowledge from his past life, and he is probably not worth half of her efforts. And naturally, she got angry when she saw his attitude. He should have put himself in her place. Yuri thinks that smart people are not always successful, and people who are mature beyond their years are not called great. Miaro Gurdonville agrees, and says that they don't know anything yet. The guy agrees. He says that they still have everything ahead of them. The man says that the entrance ceremony is starting, and asks everyone to be quiet. He announces that they are beginning and the representatives can begin taking the oath. Yuri's parents look at him, and his mother says that he has grown up so magnificently. The father says that this is their son. The queen sits on the throne during the oath. Yuri, taking an oath, saying that they have been waiting for this day. He tells himself not to worry. The main thing is to finish without problems. Even if he forgets something, he can improvise. And he goes on to say that they vow to study hard. He falls silent, and then it's Carol's turn to speak. She says that she is there and supports him, but she doesn't finish the sentence. The guy notices with surprise that, but she remains silent. He is shocked and thinks that Carol has forgotten the lyrics. She continues to talk about supporting, but falls silent. Yuri realizes that she has forgotten the speech. He wonders why she made such a face then, and she continues to remember how she tried to hurt him. Carol cries, and Yuri looks at her in surprise. He remembers that he read her text too and prompts her. The girl agrees that she swears that she will study conscientiously. Yuri thinks that he has somehow fixed it. All that remains is that he does not finish the sentence. Myro asks him if he wants to have lunch with him afterwards, if that's okay. He says he spoke quite calmly. About Yuri, he replies that he wouldn't have said and apologizes, saying that he promised the family. The guy says it's a pity, and the heroes hear someone's name being called. The girl calls Yuri and asks him to go. He asks to wait and at least let her say goodbye. Carol agrees. The protagonist apologizes and says that he needs to step away and says that it was nice to meet him. Miaro replies that it is mutual and wishes him all the best. Carol hurries him and pulls him by the hand. He replies that he understands and asks her not to pull. Yuri doesn't understand anything and asks what it is and what happened. The girl starts crying. She says that she is offended and that, having competed with him, she lost and says that she lost because of the phrase that he reminded her of. The main character is shocked and understands that she means it's a shame. The boy speculates that she was trying to compete with him because she got a lower score in the test than he did. Although, personally, he thinks that she has more ability than he does. Carol says she wanted to thank him. He asks if she brought him here to say that. She says she was able to finish her speech and thanks him. The girl says that's all she wanted to say. Yuri asks her to wait. He says he didn't mean to hurt her feelings and thinks he behaved in an unkind manner too. She says she was angry because he didn't have the pride of a knight, and she thinks he was unworthy of the ruler she plans to become, to lose to someone like him. The guy thinks that if she is the ruler, then the vassals should swear allegiance to her, and does not understand why she competes with those who are lower in status. She thinks that the ruler should be stronger and smarter. Yuri does not understand her. The girl says that she does not want to lose. She calls him a scoundrel and says that she will be worse than a scoundrel. The boy agrees and says that he doesn't care about the exams, so he asks her to try. Carol asks what he's saying, that she'll never win against him. He says not to worry, he won't try. It will be a problem for him if she resists, and he adds that he will bypass it. The girl yells at him and calls him stupid and a fool, and says that she already regrets thanking him. She says she won't lose to him, and he adds that he will never lose. He thinks how much trouble the ceremony turned out to be. The next morning at the Howe family home, Sham asks Yuri if it's true that he's leaving. She says she will miss him. He says they will see each other soon, and says that if you look from the Earth to the Moon, they are very close. The guy says that starting next year, she will also study. The boy says he will give her a task. The main character says that while she is deciding, she will not be so lonely. The girl says she promises. Sham agrees that he will wait. The guy says he's packed his things and needs to do something with them. He can't carry them all at once, and he thinks about hiding them for a while. The young man says that no one will steal it. Mayuro comes up to him and calls him by name. The man says that Yuri is deep in thought. The hero greets Mayuro and says that he simply did not understand where to register and did not know where to leave his things. The guy says that the things should have been sent in advance. He offers to see him off. Yuri is surprised. The boy offers to help carry the things. The young man thinks that something is definitely wrong with his father. He didn't send the things. Mayuro says that the hostel is nearby. Yuri thanks him and says, "Let's go." The hero asks if everything is okay. The guy says it's hard. The girl calls the next ones. The man introduces himself as Yuri Howe. He is informed that his first room is on the second floor and is asked to use the safe in the room to store his personal belongings. Myro says he has a second room. The protagonist says he's lucky they are neighbors. He thanks him for his help and adds that he helped him a lot. The guy says that there are only newbies in this dorm and adds that it will be a pleasure to deal with him for the next 15 years. Yuri replies that it will be the same for him. The protagonist thinks that Myarl Gudanvil, the heir of one of the 7 great witch families, is a good boy, and he thinks that he can become friends with him. Yuri thinks it's his roommate, greets him, and introduces himself. He doesn't understand why there's so much hostility. They tell him it's nice to meet you. He replies that he didn't hear. A heavy silence hung in the room, filled with excitement and uncertainty. The neighbor snapped his fingers sharply, abruptly breaking the protracted pause and focusing the newcomer's gaze on himself. Yuri frowned thoughtfully, looking at his neighbor's face and wondering who this young man who was showing bad manners really was. But, gathering his will, he resolutely took his things and confidently moved towards the locker, on the door of which his name was elegantly engraved, symbolically denoting the beginning of a new chapter in his life. The guy had no desire to start a conversation with his new neighbor, deliberately maintaining a cold detachment and keeping his distance in order to maintain personal space and independence. He gradually began to get irritated by the young man's obsessive attention, and he wondered internally how much longer this silent observation would last, violating his personal comfort zone and peace. The situation with Mario was fundamentally different. Yuri had already managed to convince himself that everything was going smoothly and developing in the best possible way, as if fate was favoring him and guiding him along the right path. And he firmly decided to leave the room and begin exploring the new space of the dormitory in order to quickly adapt and get used to the unfamiliar environment. He already had 3 diaries in his bag. The guy wrote in Japanese, so he decided that if someone took one of them, they would immediately suspect something was wrong. So he thought it necessary to lock the 2 previously written diaries with a key. The young man carefully closed the cabinet doors and carefully inserted the key into the keyhole, with a slight turn securely fixing the contents inside, ensuring the safety of his things. Then he calmly walked over to his bed, clearly feeling the curious gaze of his neighbor, who continued to watch his every action warily, as if assessing the hidden motives of his actions. Stopping near a free table, the guy carefully placed his treasured diary and inkwell on the surface, preparing to capture fresh impressions and valuable observations that had accumulated over the past few days. Suddenly, the silence of the room was broken by the sharp sound of a neighbor's voice, addressing the young man with insistence, noticeably emphasizing each word and expressing genuine interest in what had happened. He asked sternly and imperiously who exactly had allowed this table to be occupied, making it clear that such an initiative irritated him and he did not want to tolerate the violation of the established order. Yuri cast a disdainful glance at his neighbor, trying to penetrate the secret of the hidden aggression that led to such a sharp attack and open display of discontent. But then he reminded me that there were only 2 tables in the room and that the other one had personal belongings. Then he asked if he could use the free table, and received an affirmative answer. In this case, it was necessary to take into account an important condition. The use of furniture was carried out only with the consent of the neighbor, which imposed additional obligations and the need to coordinate each step in advance. Yuri froze in amazement, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and distrust of the words he had heard, realizing that the demands of his interlocutor turned the simple procedure of placing personal belongings into eternal permissions from the main person in this room. The guy politely asked the name of his new acquaintance, but this simple request irritated the latter, noticeably spoiling the mood of the conversation. Yuri quickly justified himself, saying that he had mistakenly taken him for a representative of noble birth, and delicately asked him to maintain a moderate tone of conversation in order to avoid unnecessary conflicts and excessive noise. The neighbor seriously emphasized that he should not be mistaken about the degree of power granted to him, since even the main post does not give the right to act without control and ignore the rules of the dormitory. Yuri again tried to choose his words carefully, trying to avoid further escalation of the situation and maintain peaceful relations with the irritable young man. Having suggested involving a 3rd participant in the discussion, the guy insisted on a frank discussion, the purpose of which was to reach a compromise that would satisfy the interests of both parties and ensure comfortable cohabitation. But the neighbor sharply rejected the initiative for dialogue, causing Yuri's sincere indignation. Outraged by his cohabitant's unwillingness to acknowledge the problem and strive for a peaceful resolution of the conflict situation, the interlocutor officially gave his name, Dora Godwin, clearly demonstrating a desire to establish a clear boundary between them and emphasize his own importance. Yuri suddenly realized that the person standing in front of him was Gara Godwin's son. he suddenly felt a sense of excitement and anxiety. Although he had long known that he was a bad guy, it was difficult to imagine living side by side with him for 15 years. The young man hesitantly shared information about his acquaintance with his father and cautiously asked whether Dora himself knew about the existing connection in order to find out the extent of his awareness and the possible consequences of revealing the secret. The neighbor was puzzled as to why this should change anything, suggesting that his father had simply praised the boy, which had made him proud. Yuri replied that everything was different and that he had no idea what he was getting himself into. Dora suddenly threw the ink off the table and irritably threw the offensive nickname nerd at his interlocutor, claiming that he had too high an opinion of his own abilities and achievements. The young man loudly declared that this place was intended exclusively for those who wanted to become true knights, ready to sacrifice themselves to protect their country. And this is exactly what he intended to learn here. The guy confidently claimed that to defeat an enemy you don't need a pen and paper at all. You only need a trusty spear, a sharp sword, a strong shield, and unbending physical strength. Dora believed that Yuri had no right to be there just because of his high test scores, considering such merits to be empty and refusing to recognize him as his equal. The offended guy insistently asked his opponent to finally speak out or directly suggest that he was simply scared of the upcoming confrontation and was afraid to openly state his position. Giving in to anger, the guy suddenly stretched out his hand and energetically grabbed the book lying on the table, not having time to realize that he was holding in his hands a new thing, not intended for prying eyes. Yuri was literally dumbfounded by the surprise and the overwhelming emotions, observing such impudent behavior, and surprised at how quickly the situation got out of control and took a completely different turn. Dora smirked contemptuously, suggesting out loud that the book had been brought specifically for study, but he immediately received a sharp rebuff, hearing a categorical demand to leave it alone immediately. The indignant neighbor exclaimed loudly, sincerely amazed by the guest's behavior, demanding an immediate explanation of who, exactly, the guest imagined himself to be, allowing himself such familiarity and unceremoniousness. Yuri spoke in a tense, pleading voice, asking the offender to return the priceless book, emphasizing the special significance and value of this item for him personally. However, Dora looked at him in bewilderment, sincerely amazed by such behavior, emphasizing rhetorically, like, what is the point of commanding when he himself is clearly incapable of taking a worthy position and showing strength of character? The enraged boy rudely threw the precious book right onto the dirty wooden floor of the room, demonstrating complete disregard for Yuri's feelings and experiences. He then began to brutally trample the unfortunate book with his heavy boots, trying to turn the once valuable manuscript into a pitiful pile of torn pages and broken binding. Yuri could barely contain the angry storm of indignation boiling inside him, feeling the strongest pain and despair from the impotence to stop the ongoing destruction of the artifact dear to his heart. He was overcome with panic rage, because all the information accumulated over 10 long years of life was at risk of disappearing forever, along with the destruction of the only book that had become a part of his soul. Yuri turned to Dora and sarcastically asked if he was a dog who couldn't understand human words, hinting that he would then begin to communicate in the same way, suggesting that he attack if he was just a dog who could only bark. Dora immediately rushed to attack. The guy's reaction was instantaneous. With one swift movement, he blocked his neighbor's attack, instantly disarming his opponent and confirming his own readiness to defend his personal space and dignity. With one swift and precise move, he laid his opponent down on his back on the cool wooden floor, adding extra tension and drama to the scene, reflecting the inner mood of the participants in the confrontation. Consumed by blind rage, Yuri unleashed a flurry of kicks, mercilessly driving Dora's body into the rough walls of the room as if trying to physically drive the offender back into stone. Meanwhile, a shocked Dora stood frozen in complete shock, realizing the absurdity of the situation and the impossibility of predicting such a course of events, when a quiet student turned into a formidable fighter. Filled with uncontrollable anger, Yuri continued to deliver powerful kicks, releasing pent-up aggression and unsatisfied emotions, increasing the intensity of the conflict and worsening the consequences of the skirmish. By inflicting excruciating pain and deep humiliation on Dora, he carried out a cruelly just judgment, completely subordinating the will of the enemy, immersed in a whirlpool of physical suffering and moral defeat. Suddenly, feeling an internal impulse, Yuri froze, stopping the hail of destructive blows, regaining the ability to think rationally and control his own emotions. He looked coldly at his defeated opponent and calmly asked whether he had really deliberately provoked the conflict, fully understanding the possible consequences and risks of such behavior. However, feeling threatened, Dora abruptly cut off the flow of criticism, calling the newcomer a complete fool and ordering him to immediately stop the verbal attack that was putting him in an unfavorable light. Obsessed with a sense of injustice, Yuri lost control of himself and, ignoring the warnings, unleashed another powerful blow, increasing the tension and provoking further complications. Looking coldly down, he demanded that he stop making senseless objections and clearly state the answer to the simple question of whether he himself had initiated the conflict or not. Dora gritted his teeth and admitted that the winner was right, gloomily confirming that he was the one who initiated the clash, giving in to the pressure of circumstances and his own weakness. Yuri hit him hard in the face again and asked what he meant by being ready for this, reminding him that he had previously warned him about the value of the book for himself and insisting on a specific answer within the framework of polite communication. Dora again confirmed his admission of guilt, after which Yuri looked furiously at his defeated opponent and asked if he objected if the winner wanted to end the duel with the death of the defeated one. Eventually, exhausted by the physical blows and mental trials, the defeated Dora lost consciousness, falling senseless on the floor of the room. Suddenly, the door began to knock quietly, and Yuri, forgetting about the recent incident, quickly approached the door, opened it, and came face to face with the wise mentor, who appeared at the most opportune moment. A sad picture appeared before the woman's eyes. The boy was lying pale and dirty. His clothes were covered in bloodstains, and his facial expression spoke of the physical and moral exhaustion he had suffered. The teacher, overcome with anxiety, quickly approached the child, urging him to concentrate and try to recover. Frightened by the situation, the woman asked a nearby schoolboy to immediately go to the medical office and bring a doctor to help the victim. Yuri tried to calm her down, assuring her that the situation was not catastrophic, that Dora had simply lost consciousness for a short time, and unnecessary movements could worsen the victim's condition, so they should wait for the doctor. The teacher looked at the teenagers sternly and asked in a demanding tone, what event led to this collision and why the fight broke out. Yuri explained that there was no aggression on his part. On the contrary, the first blow was dealt by Dora himself, forcing him to defend himself and take forced countermeasures. The woman was not satisfied with this version of events, and she seriously demanded details of the incident. But the young man curtly replied that what he had said exhaustively described what had happened, and that he had no other explanation. The teacher looked at him carefully, noting that the teenager's face did not reflect a shadow of regret or a sign of remorse that would indicate internal conflict or suffering. Yuri guessed that soon it would be the mentor who would have to experience discomfort and guilt, taking responsibility for what had happened and correcting her own omissions that had led to the conflict. He explained that because she was assigning students to rooms, sending him to a room where there was an aggressive dog that posed a real safety threat. The young man added that this same dog attacked him with his fists, and if he had not been able to defend himself adequately, the ending could have been much sadder and more tragic. The guy confidently stated that such circumstances absolutely excluded the possibility of the emergence of a feeling of guilt, which the mentor tried to artificially impose on him, trying to shift responsibility for what happened. The teacher announced that further proceedings were postponed until later and strongly recommended that he notify his parents of everything that had happened and go home immediately. Yuri quickly packed his personal items, placing them in a bag and, resolutely turning away from the contradictory environment, walked away from the stuffy room, quickening the pace of his steps. As he was heading towards the exit, he heard the quiet call of his friend Miyaro, who stopped him and invited him to stay for a while, to discuss important issues and listen to the advice of a close comrade. A friend noticed a small trickle of blood on his face and suggested that he immediately erase the traces of the struggle, rightly noting that such a state was inappropriate to demonstrate to others. Yuri sincerely apologized for the trouble caused, emphasizing that what happened does not require unnecessary public attention and will not affect the further development of events. The students walked briskly to a nearby water source, intending to refresh themselves and remove the physical signs of the incident, while maintaining their dignity and mental balance. Miyaro, full of goodwill, carefully scooped up water from a wooden bucket and gently splashed it on his friend's hands, helping to wash away the remaining dirt and traces of the struggle. Yuri sadly said that they had only managed to spend a couple of days together, and now circumstances were forcing them to part, leaving a bitter feeling of incompleteness and anxiety. He honestly admitted that he could not even imagine that he would be expelled from school for such an absurd reason, especially considering the obvious injustice of the incident. Myro categorically rejected the version of exclusion, assuring his friend that an ordinary boyish quarrel should in no way lead to such severe consequences, expressing complete confidence in a successful resolution of the issue. Yuri expressed himself approvingly, mentally admitting to himself that his friend's optimism and support had unexpectedly brought long-awaited relief and helped him relax a little after a difficult day. The young man was convinced that Myro really was a noble and sympathetic person, sincerely caring about his comrade's condition and urging him to remain calm even in difficult situations. Meanwhile, in the spacious Hao family home, Yuri instinctively hid his injured hand behind his back, struggling with internal tension and concern about the reaction of his loved ones watching his actions. The mother met her son with a heavy look, full of parental disappointment and grief, acutely perceiving the child's failure and causing painful feelings in himself. The mother commandingly and firmly demanded that he show her his hands to make sure that there were no injuries or signs of violence that had caused the mother to worry. The father tried to ease the tension by diplomatically explaining to his wife that the incident was a normal school fight and not worth undue concern. However, the imperious Sujui impatiently interrupted her husband, harshly urging him to remain silent and wait until she could sort out the situation on her own. The mother looked at her son intently and asked him dryly and directly whether he wanted to confirm the rumors about a physical confrontation with a classmate named Dora. Yuri nodded uncertainly, acknowledging the truth of the accusation and meekly waiting for the trial to continue, preparing himself for long questions and the subsequent consequences of what he had done. The suddenly enraged mother suddenly raised her hand and hit her son hard on the top of the head with her fist, thereby expressing the extreme degree of discontent and annoyance. The mother's rigid logic boiled down to the simple principle that if two people entered into an open fight, then both bear an equal share of responsibility and guilt for what they did. Suzu believed that having common personality traits, such as a tendency to fight, would allow the boys to bond and perhaps bring them closer together despite their initial differences. She demanded that her son, upon returning to school, first go and make peace with his rival, ignoring the reasons for the conflict and the personal opinion of the offended party. Yuri could not understand the meaning of such educational methods. Realizing the futility of any objections, he obediently accepted his parents' conditions, hoping to quickly end the unpleasant conversation and avoid new conflicts at home. A few hours passed, the next day arrived, and Yuri returned to the dorm. The driver kindly said goodbye to the young passenger and wished the guy success in his endeavors and prosperity in his future life. Yuri clearly realized, based on his parents' stories, that Gara treated his son with indifference, rarely paying attention to the child's upbringing and development, which created a certain psychological distance between family members. Dora's figure stood motionless at the entrance to the building, closely watching her classmate approaching, assessing the changes in his behavior and well-being after the incident. Seeing the guy standing near the door, Yuri was perplexed as to why he was waiting for him, and what could have made his sworn rival appear here earlier than usual. Outraged by the sight of his former adversary, Dora straightened up proudly and decisively declared that he had not suffered defeat in defending his own honor and dignity. He then confidently stated that the confrontation between them was only just beginning, implying a continuation of the open conflict and a desire to regain lost positions and authority. Yuri calmly asked him if he didn't feel like a loser. Then how did he define his own defeat, and decided to accept that he was the one who lost in this fight. Dora warned that the history of the relationship between them was just beginning, advised them to prepare well and wait for the next round of the battle. Despite Yuri's lack of desire to continue the confrontation, the annoying opponent did not give up trying to prove his superiority, being confident that the future duel would end in complete victory. Dora mockingly asked if he intended to flee the scene of the battle, supposedly defending his honor and dignity by fleeing rather than by direct confrontation. Yuri honestly admitted that in a real battle, the enemy would have left the arena long ago, forever leaving the boundaries of the battlefield, having suffered a crushing defeat and lost all possibility of resistance. For him, fighting was a matter of survival, and a frivolous attitude towards competition made it much more difficult to achieve victory, making the goal of achieving primacy an elusive ideal. Yuri confidently concluded that such an approach made the probability of defeating him practically zero, emphasizing the weakness and vulnerability of the chosen strategy. A determined Dora said he intended to try again, having prepared himself properly, and his opponent reminded him that running away was not the best solution to the problem. Yuri kindly asked him not to waste his energy on hatred and curses towards another person, suggesting that he direct his efforts towards self-improvement and the development of useful qualities. Dora loudly declared that he would never allow such baseness, while warning Yuri not to underestimate the abilities and ambitions of his opponent. Meanwhile, he entered his room, tightly closing the door, which protected his personal space from the outside noise and bustle of university life. Looking around, Yuri noticed that the old floor in the room had been replaced with a new covering. The broken inkwell remained in the same place, and the things too, therefore the room was not yet fully inhabited. Suddenly, a large bronze bell rang loudly, announcing lunchtime, and the students rushed into the common dining room, hurrying to enjoy the delicious food. Suddenly, the teacher announced that in order to successfully complete the academy, it was necessary to earn 300 points, strongly recommending that the information on the bulletin board be checked for accuracy. Yuri immediately realized that half of the required 300 points were made up of compulsory subjects for future nights, and the technique that tested physical fitness took up about a third of the required number of points. The choice of subjects was of great importance. Some disciplines, such as the art of managing the royal eagles, were accessible only to a few who possessed special talents and natural inclinations. The remaining 150 points were earned in the usual subjects such as mathematics, history, and languages. Among them, a special course in the ancient Shang language stood out, which Yuri studied additionally. However, there was another subject that attracted his special attention. It was the language of Kura, and the young man did not expect to encounter such a discipline in the curriculum because knowledge of the language of a potential enemy became a major advantage in wartime, making the owner of valuable information a real treasure for the state. The teacher made it clear that today they would conduct a test for exemption from the required courses. That is, whoever felt that they did not need them could take this test and receive ones. She asked to follow the teacher's instructions, and that was all. Yuri considered it a blessing, and 3 years with Satsuki-san were not in vain. While sincerely expressing his gratitude to his mentor, he nevertheless complained about one drawback. Learning the complex Shang language turned out to be a real test, requiring incredible effort and concentration. The young man began to methodically complete all the urgent tasks of the current day, effectively distributing his efforts and wisely managing his personal time. Deep darkness had fallen outside the window long ago. Yuri's stomach made a loud growling sound, like a demanding cry, persistently reminding his owner of the need to eat and be satisfied. He was clearly aware that the whole day had been spent in intensive examination tests, rejoicing at the progress achieved and the reduction of the workload to exactly 40% of the original volume of assignments. Suddenly the guy noticed the presence of Mayaro, who was modestly positioned to the side, and turned his gaze on him, expressing interest and a desire to renew contact. He delicately asked if he was allowed to sit down next to her, observing etiquette and trying not to invade his friend's personal space. Mayaro hospitably pointed to a free seat, inviting his comrade to join him, and Yuri sincerely expressed his gratitude for the kindness and concern shown. He started to tell me that at first, when he heard about 300 units, he was scared, but then he realized what a good idea this system was. Then he asked his friend that he was probably released too. He answered that he was released for as many as 93. Yuri sincerely admired his friend's success, believing that it was truly remarkable. He admitted that he had no idea how well his friend had mastered the course material. Mayaro asked Yuri about his test results, expecting to hear numbers that would reflect the young man's success. The young man announced that he had scored 120 points. The friend was literally stunned, staring with wide-open eyes at the results he had received, realizing that the figures had exceeded his wildest predictions, causing shock and admiration at the same time. Mayaro admitted that he'd also studied before, and if this way he could graduate faster, then that was only a plus. Yuri agreed, because it usually took a long time to graduate from the Night Academy. It is precisely because they study not only theory but also combat skills that the training takes about 7 years, which means that if everything goes well, you can graduate at the age of 17. Mayaro strongly objected, arguing that the graduation process was delayed even longer, since the final task that determined the knight's qualifications was only given at the age of 20. Among other things, young specialists were traditionally immediately sent to the front, where they underwent a real test in real battles, tempering their character and strengthening their professional skills. In a liberal art school, you can graduate very quickly, and there is a system there. The sooner you graduate, the better. It is very different from the Knights Academy. Yuri was amazed by his friend's extensive knowledge. Curious about where he had gotten so much interesting information, he asked him with interest where he had managed to find out about all this. Mayaro hesitated, unable to find the words to convey how naturally such knowledge is absorbed by those surrounded by it from childhood. Because they live in a family of real magicians, or it comes naturally. His family is one of the 7 great families of mages. Since ancient times, mages existed to serve as the king's support, being his hands and feet. However, in reality, they used their power to do whatever they wanted, including committing crimes. Myro continued, giving an example. Let's say if they trust someone to work with ships, then they hire stevedores to rob ships of other countries. There is no way to prevent this, because the people who keep order themselves allow thefts to occur, and even force people to take bribes. Thus, wallets are constantly filled with money, and work becomes as easy as pie. Just follow the unspoken rules of the system. Yuri realized that stevedores are workers who unload ships, and for them it is a normal, everyday job. But the fact that they are involved in such dirty business has an extremely negative impact on the reputation of the entire profession. Every country has corruption. This does not mean that the country is bad. If the 7 great families of magicians have had such power for a long time, it means that throughout history, there has never been a cleansing of corruption, and they are completely mired in it. Myro said that his family specializes in real estate, owns large plots of land and builds luxurious buildings, but focuses exclusively on aristocrats, neglecting the needs of the majority of the population, benefiting from inequality and privileged position. Yuri noticed that Myro had a negative attitude towards this, perhaps because he was a guy. His friend thought that his family was much cooler, because his comrade would become the head of the family in the future. The comrade himself was burdened by his position as the heir to a wealthy family, dreaming of dedicating his life to other matters. Yura asked if his friend was okay, and Myaro was surprised by this decision, because the house surname is associated with wealth and power, and in the end they were unable to influence the child's decision. He knew that his friend was getting involved in family projects, and he asked with surprise whether his studies were not preparing him to become the head of a dynasty, develop a dynastic business, and inherit the power and influence of his parents. Yuri firmly declared that he would voluntarily give up the role of head of the family to his cousins. For him, his favorite occupation remained a priority, caring for plants and animals on the family farm, which gives harmony and inner satisfaction. Myaro believed that his friend possessed the necessary qualities of a leader: responsibility, confidence, and foresight, which would make him an ideal candidate for the position of head of the family, capable of protecting and increasing the wealth and glory of the family. Yuri liked his previous calm and peaceful life. He added that if he meets a worthy bride, the situation will change dramatically, and that it is already unknown what will happen in the future. Perhaps he will become the head. The young man advised his friend to review the class schedule, including common activities that would allow them to spend more time together, strengthen their friendship, and gain additional benefits from studying together and sharing experiences and knowledge. Having decided to take advantage of the day off, Yuri was about to take a walk along the streets of the capital when he suddenly noticed a mass movement of students hurrying in the direction of the nearest university cafeteria, attracted by the smell of delicious food. Yuri walked forward, lost in his thoughts, when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Carol, radiating confidence and charm, attracting the attention of everyone around him. He felt genuine curiosity when he saw her in a man's outfit, wondering what made this girl disguise herself as a young man and appear in such an unusual guise among the students of the institution. Carol's gaze suddenly changed. A stern seriousness appeared in her eyes, a reflection of internal anxiety and tension, knocking her out of her usual rhythm and setting her up for a businesslike, official tone of communication. Yuri became wary and thought it would be better to leave the girl alone. He felt that it was inappropriate and risky to interfere now. Deciding not to disturb Carol, the young man went on to walk around the city. Then Yuri decided to go to the market. The bright shop windows, the aroma of fresh products, and the noise of the crowd attracted him like a magnet. He noted with delight that the capital was full of life and energy. People were going about their business everywhere. There was activity everywhere. Conversation and laughter could be heard. The young man reasoned that in uniform he would stand out and attract unnecessary attention. Therefore, the decision to change clothes turned out to be the right choice. Then the guy decided to walk along the dark alleys of the city. The streets became less busy. The sounds died down, leaving room for silence and mystery. He looked around, realizing that he was in an unfamiliar area. In addition, Yuri was struck by the observation that local residents, starting from lunch, actively consumed alcoholic beverages. Then the men started fighting. The young man was amazed by such an aggressive atmosphere. He could not get used to such scenes of violence and thought that he should avoid such places. Soon Yuri heard a loud female scream coming from nearby. The men roughly ordered the girl to stand still, holding her by force. The young man recognized a familiar figure in the captive. It was Carol. All this continued under the leadership of the bandit leader. Carol begged to be saved and let go, called anyone. But people watched indifferently from the windows, not daring to intervene, only whispering to each other. One of the men hit her sharply in the face. He sternly asked Carol to shut up immediately. He was irritated by the amount of noise the little girl was making, and finally losing his patience, he rudely ordered his men to tie the child up tightly, silencing her. Suddenly, the man looked at her intently, as if he saw something important. His attention was immediately drawn to her luxurious golden hair. He asked sharply and incredulously if she was a member of the royal family, looking closely at her facial features, looking for signs of kinship. The other kidnappers could not believe that such noble persons were walking around here, and they wondered in bewilderment what punishment would follow for the kidnapping of such an important person. Yuri sincerely thought Carol was stupid and did not understand at all why she needed to come out here alone, exposing herself to unnecessary risk and creating problems for others. He noticed that the kidnappers seemed hesitant and wondered what exactly they wanted. Just someone to kidnap or specifically the girl. The young man thought it would be great if they ran away on their own after learning her origin, but he had a bad feeling about one of them. As soon as the bandits noticed him, they ordered him to go away. But the young man said that the girl was his servant and asked if they really wanted to kidnap her. The men were surprised to hear that Carol was supposedly his servant, and they inquired with interest when to expect money for a possible ransom. Yuri said that her parents would pay the ransom, but added that the parents would be very worried, while realizing that three simple robbers could not resist anything. But the leader of the group turned out to be a different person, with a special look. From this look, the young man concluded that this man was a former soldier, because he had already encountered a similar look in the Howe family. Cold, lifeless, terrifying to the point of horror. The man resolutely and confidently approached him, coming close, almost touching him with his chest, casting a direct and hard look from under his brows. He abruptly put the sharp knife to the very neck of the young man, almost scratching the skin with the blade, holding the weapon with a firm hand, ready to deliver a fatal blow. He was interested in the main question: who is this mysterious girl? Yuri carefully clarified that if he answered the question honestly, the kidnappers would guarantee that they would not kill him. However, the man added gloomily that they would still take the girl with them, since the fate of the young captive depended entirely on the veracity of his story. But the leader himself would decide the girl's fate, no matter what. Yuri then quickly offered to take him along with her, claiming that this way the criminals would receive twice the reward, significantly increasing the chances of a rich ransom. The leader visibly chuckled, showing full understanding of the game the boy was playing, but not revealing his true intentions. The man said thoughtfully that we'll see if we can actually get the promised riches, and added that for now, they are acting according to their plan. One of the bandits suddenly began to beat the prisoner, raining down a hail of painful blows on him. Carol tried to say something, to express her anxiety and indignation at what was happening, but immediately received a sharp shout and a stern order to silently watch the unfolding events. The kidnapper angrily shouted that he would ask the question again about who she really was, insistently asking Yuri to finally answer honestly. Otherwise, the situation would become really bad. The guy quickly lied, saying that he didn't know and had forgotten, playing with words, hoping to confuse his opponent. However, the other kidnappers angrily demanded that they stop torturing them. The leader decisively ordered that each of the two detainees be checked separately, finding out the truth about all the circumstances of their acquaintance and the role of each in the upcoming development of events. The kidnappers carefully laid out the boy's personal belongings on the table, methodically examining each item, checking for the presence of valuables or documents that could shed light on their status and position. The leader suddenly noticed one of the keys lying on the table, noticing a strange engraving on it, suspiciously similar to the emblem of an influential noble family. He quickly assumed that the key belonged to the famous Howe family, which meant that the girl was probably related to them, possibly being an important member of the aristocracy. Yuri said that surprisingly quickly he understood everything, and said that the girl was the daughter of the head, Sham Ho, mentally apologizing to Sham because he had no other choice. The leader had previously heard that the Howe family had a daughter, but he knew well that blonde hair was traditionally a sign of belonging exclusively to the royal house. Yuri explained that her ancestors had inherited noble blood, so she too had royal blood in her veins. Knowing full well that any mistake now would lead to the immediate death of both of them, the offender decided to temporarily agree with this statement. But a moment later, he grabbed Carol by her long blonde hair, harshly warning the young man not to try to deceive him, demanding that she immediately tell him the whole truth without embellishment. And he additionally demanded confirmation of whether it was true that the girl had inherited only blood from her ancestors. Yuri shouted, assuring that he was telling the pure truth, and fervently urged the leader to personally verify the veracity of his words by checking the insignia or documents confirming the origin of the captive. But the bandit barked threateningly, categorically forbidding Yuri to lie, adding that he was going to send her directly to the castle to find out the whole truth from the representatives of the authorities themselves. The young man continued to insist that he was telling the absolute truth, emphasizing that the girl was the daughter of the former head of the Ho House. The leader suddenly froze, then laughed loudly. He never expected that fate would bring him together with the daughter of the head of the powerful Hu clan. Yuri wondered in surprise if this man was really acquainted with the head of the Hall family. The man apologized and asked not to be offended, but his life was no longer what it used to be, and he added that no matter how bravely he fought, he still remained in the shadows, and he thought he was very hungry. The leader strictly ordered the boys to sit quietly. As he left, he threatened that he would personally check every word and instructed the remaining bandits to vigilantly monitor the captives, preventing any attempts at escape or resistance. Carol sat on the cold wooden floor sobbing bitterly, her face buried in the floor, overcome with fear and a sense of helplessness. As soon as the heavy wooden door slammed behind the last guard, Yuri immediately turned to the girl, quickly speaking in a whisper, trying to get her attention and ask an important question. He whispered, hastily begging her to get up on all fours immediately, acting extremely carefully to avoid suspicion. The young man noted with relief that the leader of the bandits had gone off into the distance, and most importantly, the menacing man was no longer nearby, and there was hope of getting out of here alive. Yuri sincerely apologized to her for using her to get up, explaining that he would now free her as well, and he quietly asked her to stretch her hands closer to carefully free her from the ropes. He added that he always carries a small knife with him especially for such situations, and now it has finally found its use. Carol wondered why the guy had helped her, because if he had left calmly earlier, he would now be far away from here, avoiding danger and the risk of being taken hostage. Yuri explained that they had known each other for a long time, and that it was his own fault that he had not noticed the surveillance, having missed the chance to warn her in advance, and was now forced to correct the mistake at the cost of his own freedom. Besides, the girl had been kidnapped, and the guy hoped that the guards would soon notice her absence and begin searching, finding and rescuing the captives in time. The young man also added that he himself came from a family of warriors and understood that information about the ransom attempt would negatively affect Carol's reputation. The girl said with disappointment that she now felt guilty for ruining the honor of the whole family. Feeling deep regret and offering a sincere apology, she squeezed her hand tightly. Carol thought she could handle them thanks to her long training, but the loud screams made her body feel like it was petrified, and for the first time she felt so scared. That beautiful view from the castle window always reminded her of a painting. She never tried to see his other side, preferring to see only the external beauty, ignoring the hidden threats and dangers lurking behind the apparent well-being. Carol couldn't understand how Yuri could remain so calm and composed in such a tense situation, maintaining a clear mind and the ability to assess the situation soberly. She carefully asked if he was not afraid at all and did not feel any fear, being in such a risky position, practically becoming a victim of his own actions. The girl remembered the icy gaze of the bandit leader, full of cold calculation and cruelty, which forever remained etched in my memory, filling my soul with genuine horror. Yuri realized that Carol was still a child who did not understand the complexity of the situation, and he hesitated, choosing the right words of support and advice. He tried to think of the right words of comfort, but he realized that he had never helped anyone cope with stress or fear before, and he had no experience in this kind of situation. Remembering his father's wise words, the boy softly said that training is very different from real life, and everyone is afraid to face difficulties for the first time. In his first fight, he also experienced intense fear. His heart was pounding, his legs were shaking. It seemed like the world was collapsing, leaving him feeling completely confused. Yuri guessed that the leader of the bandits was probably a former soldier, But since the state did not take proper care of him, he might be from the Kiruhena kingdom. He said that a lot of guys like that gather in places like this and they were too naive when they came here. And the guy realized that if the girl did not gather her strength and pull herself together, the darkness of complete despair would engulf her mind, destroying the remnants of hope and faith in the future. The young man added that, moreover, she is a real princess. Yuri knew her abilities and realized that the blows of the bandits did not cause him as much pain as the force of the girl's slap. He suggested going back. Carol wondered how they could get out of here. She carefully asked him if he was ready to try to break the window. Yuri doubted whether they would be able to remain unharmed after the jump because they were on the second floor and the fall could have serious consequences. Suddenly, he began to stare at the girl, and she was perplexed, wondering what exactly had caught his attention or if she was wearing something. Yuri asked decisively if he could check one thing. He was glad that her legs were well trained, which meant that if she had to run, she would be able to easily keep up the pace and would not become a weak link. Suddenly, one of the bandits called out loudly to the others, causing everyone to become alert. He suddenly opened the door and called the boys in an imperious manner. In front of him sat only one girl, tightly tied with ropes. She looked at him silently with a heavy gaze, eyes full of fear, as if trying to guess what fate was in store for her now. The man asked the girl, wanting to find out where the young guy, whose sudden absence had caused concern, had mysteriously disappeared. Yuri suddenly delivered a swift kick to the bandit, taking advantage of the moment to distract his attention and create a chance to escape. The guard, taken by surprise, fell heavily to the floor, clutching the bruised area with his hand and writhing in pain. But the young man reacted instantly, quickly pulling out a knife and making a deep cut on the man's leg. Then, without giving the enemy time to recover, he thrust the knife blade in again, increasing the pressure and finally putting the enemy out of action. The guy resolutely rushed towards the second attacker, ready to repeat the decisive actions to ensure a path to salvation. The second bandit, in a panic, frantically reached for his belt, hastily taking out the knife hidden there, hoping to defend himself from the rapidly approaching enemy. However, Yuri was faster, instantly delivering a powerful blow. As a result of a masterful blow, the weapon slipped from the bandit's weakened fingers. The young man took advantage of his opponent's confusion, swinging his hand sharply and hitting him hard right in the jaw. The blow was so powerful that the man lost consciousness and fell to the floor motionless. Suddenly, the boy noticed another pursuer, catching movement behind him out of the corner of his eye, realizing that danger was still close. The bandit was happy, believing that he had successfully completed his mission. He felt a deep sense of relief, and suddenly the man became acutely aware of Yuri's presence right in front of him, shocked by the speed of the enemy's appearance and the danger of the situation. The guy went on the attack with lightning speed. With a sharp movement, he delivered a crushing kick straight to the kidnapper's head, causing him to fall to the floor unconscious. Carol carefully poked her head out from behind the doorframe, scanning the room for any new threats nearby. One of the bandits lay motionless on the floor, writhing in intense pain from the blows Yuri had dealt him earlier. The second one was in a deep unconscious state, lying nearby without any signs of life. In front of the third man, immersed in silence, stood Yuri, standing firm in his position. Carol stood there, mesmerized by the events that were taking place, sincerely admiring the courage and resourcefulness of the young man who had managed to cope with the danger. Suddenly, the fourth bandit's strong arm wrapped around her waist, causing her to cry out in surprise and fear. The girl instinctively tensed, preparing to repel the attack. The muscles of her body contracted, and her gaze became cold and calculating. She reacted instantly, aiming a precise blow at the kidnapper's leg, causing him to double over in sharp pain. While the man was trying to come to his senses, Carol was about to deliver a new, even stronger blow, aiming to end the fight once and for all. Quickly assessing the situation, the girl accurately struck the most sensitive spot, forcing the offender to fall to his knees, clutching the sore spot with his hands. The kidnapper tried in vain to regain his breath, writhing in unbearable pain, feeling completely powerless. Carol asked Yuri with concern what he thought of her actions, and whether he was surprised that she was able to stand up for herself in such a confrontation. The young man carefully handed the family blade to the girl. He then sincerely admired her courage and resourcefulness, expressing respect and pride for the qualities she displayed at a critical moment. Yuri noted that all the things were in place, and the bandits didn't take any money either. Of course, this isn't the best place, but if they go out onto a more crowded street, everything will be fine. The young man resolutely suggested that she run away immediately, using the opportunity while no one else was preventing them from breaking out. The girl immediately agreed to follow the proposal, realizing that delay was dangerous and that she had to act without hesitation. The boys began to carefully open the door, listening to the sounds outside. As soon as they were sure of safety, they immediately rushed away, hurrying to leave the ill-fated place. The gang leader stood frozen in complete shock, staring at what was happening, unable to believe his own eyes. Yuri stared at the chief with cold fury in his eyes, filled with hatred and a readiness to defend himself and his companion to the last. At the same time, he firmly grabbed the girl's hand, not allowing her to slow down even for a moment. The young man confidently led the actions, clearly indicating the direction of the path, choosing the safest and fastest route to freedom. The leader of the group, without wasting a second, rushed after the fleeing ones. He growled menacingly, shouting threats that he would not let them leave, intending to get what was stolen back by any means necessary. The boys rushed quickly through the dark alleys, desperately hiding from pursuit, weaving between narrow streets and the shadows of houses. Carol caught glimpses of the dire poverty around her. Dirty streets, ragged figures of the homeless, wretched dwellings that underscored the brutal reality of the city. She was completely disoriented, having no idea what this place was. She was tormented by doubts. Were they really in the capital, or had circumstances thrown them into a completely different, unfamiliar place? Yuri asked her to take a closer look at the world around her, adding that such a landscape could not be seen from the castle window. Yuri explained that they found themselves on the dark side of the capital, hidden from prying eyes, where need and despair reign. Carol admitted that she could not even imagine the existence of such a side of the city, full of dirt and suffering of ordinary people. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard from the leader, announcing that the fugitives had finally been discovered and were trapped again. He proudly declared that this yard belonged to him. The man sarcastically remarked that the game of tag was over. He persisted, claiming that he would not let the boys go until he got the promised money by any means necessary. Yuri shouted demonstratively, offering to take the money, throwing the bag of coins right into the bandit's face. However, the man instantly cut the bag with a sharp blade, scattering the coins on the ground. All the passers-by immediately rushed to collect the scattered coins, instantly forgetting about everything else, creating chaos and fuss. They quickly rush at the leader of the kidnapping group, trying to take the money. Yuri explained to Carol that they needed to spread the bait even more to distract the pursuer, and she immediately agreed with his well-thought-out plan of action. The leader sternly demanded that the man immediately get out of the way, emphasizing that he was creating an unnecessary obstacle. The enraged man suddenly noticed something strange and stopped abruptly, peering into the distance. He suddenly realized that those guys were missing from this dark street. The leader then let out an angry cry, indignantly expressing his displeasure at the fact that they had disappeared without a trace. The two were finally able to get out onto the noisy, crowded street. Carol was breathing heavily, trying to catch her breath after a long, tense run from her captor, her heart pounding in her chest. Yuri sincerely believed that now, finding themselves among the crowd, they were in relative safety, but anxiety had not yet completely left his soul. The girl began to look around carefully. She noticed a familiar cityscape. Before my eyes appeared joyful, smiling people walking around a cozy city, generously illuminated by the sun, exuding only positivity and harmony. Here it is, the familiar capital, which has preserved its unique atmosphere, warm memories and favorite places that have become part of her soul and heart. Carol could not understand how such a deep, insidious, and destructive darkness could lurk behind the apparent idyll and peacefulness of the capital. The girl could not contain the overwhelming emotions and quietly burst into tears, releasing the accumulated pain and fear. Yuri instantly caught the change in his friend's mood and turned to her with concern. But after a moment, he took a deep breath, letting it out slowly, deciding to leave his emotions behind and focus on what was next. The young man felt a strong sense of excitement, realizing that as soon as the fear had left, his body immediately reminded him of itself, with a sharp feeling of hunger that was impossible to ignore. He suggested stopping by for a bite to eat, as his stomach was making a loud noise, rumbling and hinting at the need for reinforcement. Carol, hearing such a suggestion in such stressful circumstances, was completely perplexed and even shocked by her partner's frivolous reaction. Carol couldn't understand at all how Yuri remained so unperturbed in such a dangerous situation, finding it absolutely ridiculous and absurd that in the midst of a chase, the guy was able to think only about filling his empty stomach. However, the young man explained that this situation was the first time in his life that he had to face such a challenge, and therefore the desire to eat seemed like a completely natural way to calm down and distract himself. The girl nervously clenched her hands into a tight fist, trying to suppress the growing feeling of anxiety and uncertainty. She considered herself very immature, who did nothing but cry. But Yuri immediately refuted this, saying that she also hit the kidnapper. Carol thought she had done a pretty good job that time, but the guy asked her to limit herself to just a slap, thinking he wouldn't survive another blow like that. To which he received the answer that she had no intention of hitting him at all. The girl could not understand why to continue this endless conversation, when suddenly someone's voice called her by name, interrupting her thoughts. The guards ran towards her, worried and concerned about the sudden disappearance of the princess, trying to quickly make sure of her safety. One of them asked in surprise where she got so dirty and what had happened to her recently. Carol tried to explain it all more simply, claiming that she had gotten a little carried away while walking and had gotten lost her balance, and accidentally fallen. Another guard expressed grave concern, believing that the lady's presence alone outside the home or dormitory was an extremely risky undertaking. The second guard firmly stated that they would return immediately, promising to listen carefully to the girl's explanations on the way back. The guy persistently begged them to stay a little longer. Yuri timidly asked to allow him to try to say goodbye to her, but the girl resolutely refused, explaining that any conversations were unacceptable. Then the young man began to carefully extract the antique item, confirming his noble origin and belonging to a noble family. He announced that he was the heir to the influential Hu family, introducing himself as Yuri Ho. The guards froze in amazement upon hearing such an unexpected statement, looking at the guy with distrust, doubting the veracity of his words. One of them thought hard, desperately trying to find the best solution to the complex problem that had arisen, weighing the possible consequences of each option. She respectfully informed the lady that she would arrange for a carriage to be prepared for the trip, and in the meantime she could calmly say goodbye to the person dear to her. Carol sheepishly admitted that they had to resort to lying for their own benefit, and Yuri confidently advised her not to worry about it. The girl boldly extended her hand to the young man. She thought she had caused him a lot of trouble and sincerely apologized. And the guy himself thought that the main thing was that they were both alive and wished to see him soon at the academy. Then Carol hurried to get settled into the spacious carriage. And suddenly, turning back, she unexpectedly called out to Yuri. The girl sincerely thanked the young man for the support and help he gave her during today's difficult day. Meanwhile, in the hostel, Yuri was surprised that he had only just entered, and had already found himself a whole bunch of adventures that were really exhausting him. Door hasn't returned yet, and the second neighbor hasn't moved in yet, even though classes start tomorrow. He remembered Carol's words and wondered if anyone had ever thanked him so sincerely and touchingly before. It brought back memories for him. It all started when Yuri was a graduate student. He learned that he had been beaten to the punch in implementing his plan. He really wanted to get a job in a good company with this permit, and then it turned out that someone had gotten ahead of him. After a few days of rest, he came to the lab, where he did not find his computer. His colleagues said that someone had spilled water on it and it had broken. But Yuri knew that it had been stolen. The rest of the staff received special permission under a ridiculous pretext, and then everything fell into place. Of course, it was not possible to completely restore the memory, but fortunately, some things were saved in the USB flash drive. Yuri even hired a lawyer, collected evidence, and filed a lawsuit. As a result, he was paid compensation but lost his job. His girlfriend called him a bad word. She thought that he had a terrible character and was a bore who saw nothing but his laboratory, neither work normally nor study properly. The girl resolutely demanded that absolutely all of her personal belongings be thrown away. Yuri said that he just had money to start a new happy life. But since she said so, he decided to keep them for himself. The girl asked what it meant, but was told that it was of no concern to her, and it was time to say goodbye. Yuri jumped up abruptly and breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the troubles he had experienced were just a nightmare. However, a sudden strange voice broke the silence with a question, asking if everything was okay. Carol noticed that he was constantly tossing and turning in his sleep, as if he was trying to escape from something scary and incomprehensible. The young man suddenly jumped out of bed, his heart pounding wildly, his breathing ragged, his eyes wide open in fear. He wondered why exactly she was here. Carol claimed this was her bed. Yuri began to shout indignantly that no one had warned them that they would become neighbors, since this room was intended exclusively for boys. The girl thought that he was behaving exactly like the others. She asked him to answer better if he had a nightmare. The guy confirmed that yes, he had dreamed that his girlfriend had dumped him, and he had been fired from his job. Carol thought it was a shame to lose his job, but when the girl left, she thought he had breathed a sigh of relief. She considered this girl a real scoundrel. Yuri himself did not understand anything at all, feeling lost and disoriented in the midst of the chaos of circumstances that had fallen upon him at once. Carol asked to listen to her carefully, that it doesn't matter what gender you are. But if the material component of a person is important to you, then you are a real scoundrel. She believed that such people always betray others. But a good person, even if she loses her title, will never betray her. Until she herself becomes a scoundrel, of course. That's what her mother told her. It was very difficult for her to believe this because men often say that they love you. But in reality, they only evaluate your appearance. Carol advised him to forget this unpleasant dream as soon as possible. Yuri found her opinion strange, believing that at such a young age, such dark dreams should not even come to mind. The young man was worried about her and suggested asking to move her away from them. However, the girl thought that everything was fine, and there was no point in entering the academy if you did not make friends with future knights. Of course, she could improve her relationship with him, but this was secondary to her. In the meantime, she wanted to ask him to play an interesting game with her tonight, considering him strong. Carol began training with a teacher to test her abilities and see how far she had come. The girl fought desperately with her mentor, demonstrating all her strength and determination, despite the obvious superiority of the enemy. However, he prevailed, sending her to the second group of students, after which he invited the next contender to demonstrate his skills. The next test was for Yuri, who was intensely preparing to show the best of his abilities in front of his stern mentor. He politely told the teacher that he was glad to meet him, but the teacher immediately got down to business, starting a duel to assess the level of preparation of the new student. The young man immediately entered the fight, demonstrating agility and quick reaction, trying to adequately resist an experienced opponent. He skillfully maneuvered, dodging powerful attacks and skillfully blocking blows. However, in the end, the teacher easily surpassed his abilities. With a deft movement, he threw the young man to the floor, clearly demonstrating defeat. The mentor noted approvingly that the student had undergone excellent training, deserving respect. He then directed the young man to the first group of strong students and called upon the next applicant to demonstrate his skills. Yuri took a deep breath, feeling both pride at the recognition of his talent and anxiety about the upcoming tests. He began to assess the student's abilities, that Carol moved well, and the second one significantly improved his level. Two of them intend to rely solely on brute physical strength in an effort to overcome obstacles and prove their worth. And Mayaro, to his disappointment, found himself enrolled in the fourth squad, consisting of newcomers and the least prepared students. Yuri thought he should have acted more calmly and joined his friend. Suddenly, Dora loomed over him and asked the young man not to think that he had won, reminding him that his team was indeed strong and deserved respect. Yuri thought to himself that he was talking nonsense again, and that he had deliberately ambushed him to show off. He couldn't understand at all what this meant and why it was necessary to interfere. The boy had practical classes in the morning and a math lecture in the afternoon. He had many exceptions, so his schedule was different from everyone else's, and he felt very lonely. Suddenly, a guy came up and asked permission to sit next to him, and he got it. The guy introduced himself as Harold Harrell, and the other guy called himself Yuri Howe. Harold was noticeably surprised to hear this name. Harold thought he had met a representative of the famous Howe family, as if he had accidentally bumped into a famous person. And Yuri could not believe that he had found himself in such a situation, because he had never heard the name Harold before and found it very exotic. The interlocutor explained that he had been attending classes for a year, preparing to take over the family business, and asked if the new acquaintance had missed classes. In response, he heard a counter question about whether he was also a student. After all, he had never been seen here before. The boy asked to be called simply Harold and admitted that he was a student auditor. Yuri assumed that Harold was an ordinary citizen and not an academy student, to which he was surprised to note that he was not aware of the existence of audit courses. Harold explained that the academy allowed citizens of any age to attend lectures as students. The other man understood why there were so many adults in civilian clothes and wondered why the boy had chosen this particular path of study, to which he received the answer that the tuition here was lower and the teachers were much more competent. He himself was the son of a merchant, so if he could not master mathematics, reading and writing, his peers would consider him unintelligent, and he would not be able to communicate on equal terms with the nobility if he did not receive an education. And if he gets a bad tutor, it doesn't mean that the teacher's knowledge is unreliable. Yuri readily agreed with this. After all, having received a diploma, they will acquire the same knowledge as aristocrats, and will be able to freely discuss business with reliable partners without fear of misunderstanding. Yuri was interested in what his new acquaintance was doing, and he received the answer that he was a sailor and was engaged in trade, traveling between cities and countries. Previously, Harold traded mainly with the Kirchner kingdom, but it was devastated by war. The place from which he supplied goods was also damaged by the war. Now he cannot freely enter the territory of a competitor, which negatively affects business. Yuri supported the comparison, arguing that it was like taking over a company teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, where the benefits were uncertain and the risks were high. He knew that in this world there was no limited liability system, and if the company went bankrupt, the creditors would be paid with the owner's assets, literally and figuratively. However, this was a family business that had been operating successfully for many decades. They weren't going to give up that easily, and the young man thought it would be great if they could come up with a new product. But there was no point in telling the salespeople to come up with something new. Suddenly, he realized something. The boy suddenly suggested that Harold study the language of the Kura people and engage in trade directly with them, opening up new horizons for the family business and the opportunity to strengthen its position in the market. He understood perfectly well that the ban on trade with them only concerned the country of Kura, but nothing prevented the representatives of their country themselves from selling their goods to foreigners located on their territory. Usually, countries prohibit their citizens from leaving or entering while they are at war. If citizens cross the border, they risk entering a war zone, which creates problems. However, there are people who are willing to make a deal with Harold any way they can. Harold himself had not even thought about this option and considered the offer worthy of attention, deciding that it was worth trying his luck and trying a new direction in trading. Harold warmly expressed his gratitude for the valuable advice and was determined to see what prospects the new idea opened up. He hoped that the difficulties with pirate attacks could be avoided. Yuri, seeing the enthusiasm of his interlocutor, sincerely wished him luck and success in his bold commercial venture. A few days later, Myro finally realized the reason for Mr. Harold's appearance at the lecture on the Karai language. He wanted to expand trade relations and enrich his business with a new direction by studying the language of potential business partners. He strongly recommended that he should openly express any opinions and comments, without being shy about sharing his thoughts. The young man took this favorably, realizing that Mr. Harold. Yuri was surprised at how much fear one name could cause. The guy carefully asked if Harold's trading house was well known enough, and received an affirmative answer, confirming the reputation of an influential and respected commercial structure. Miro explained that Harold's trading house was a medium-sized enterprise, but rumors had recently spread that it would soon cease to exist due to the intervention of the powerful House Marmase, one of the 7 great witch houses. The Marmasets are engaged in mercilessly persecuting merchants who refuse to take bribes. Yuri admitted that representatives of this family are real criminals, sucking out the resources of honest entrepreneurs. It is therefore not surprising that Harold may exercise some caution and restraint in the presence of representatives of such influential and dangerous families. Harold himself listened to the conversation with interest, trying to grasp the essence of what was happening. Miyaro explained that he was telling a story about how his store became a victim of extortion by a criminal group. Yuri clarified that trade with the Kura people remained just an idea, and asked his friend if he believed in the success of such an enterprise. Miyaro confirmed this assumption, adding that there may be difficulties with behavior. After all, the job would be to personally go into the territory of Kura in search of trading partners. However, if they killed a significant number of locals, even in self-defense, that would be piracy. If that happened, the punishment would be death. Yuri thoughtfully considered whether such actions were really considered illegal, since in fact they were almost no different from waging a miniature private war when one side violates the borders of the other for its own benefit. Miyara mused that if Harold was so skilled that he could obtain scarce goods that were not available in their country, the reward would certainly be considerable. He then carefully ascertained whether the young merchant had sufficient courage and audacity to undertake a difficult and risky business that promised considerable profits. In addition, a teacher of the Kura language was located right within the walls of the academy, providing a unique opportunity for in-depth study of the culture and traditions of the Kura people. It turned out that she was a representative of the Kura people, who fled her country and became a teacher at the academy to share knowledge about the culture and traditions of her people. The woman addressed the audience, wished them a good day, explained that she taught at the academy by special grace of Her Highness, introduced herself as Savino, and decided to tell about the shape of her ears. It was by this characteristic that the students could determine whether the woman belonged to the Kura people, who had unique physical features. She was pleased to meet him, and Yuri realized that she was the special person who was the stuff of legends among the academy students. Miyaro noticed that she was a very religious person who had deserted as a heretic 3 years ago. He wondered what had prompted her to leave her native land and come here. The friend thought the whole story was extremely strange, especially the shape of her ears. He had heard that it was impossible for the Kur and Shan people to have children together, and he wondered if their physiology was really that different. Even during the time of the Great Shan Empire, when the Shan actively traded with all corners of the world, no one could clearly classify the race. Savino solemnly announced that she was about to begin the first introductory lecture, dedicated to the study of the Terran language, to be precise, which is the official language of the Kur people. According to the teacher, Terran is a language that is not always used in the Kur people's territory, but Terran is the official language of most of Europe. Therefore, according to the teacher, learning Terran is the most appropriate. The complexity of the language also attracted Yuri's attention. The course lasted only a year, and the young man believed that this was not enough to fully master a foreign language from scratch. Therefore, the courses were not very popular among students, and there were few people willing to enroll in them. The teacher spoke in detail about the peculiarities of the Terran language. The young man, noticing that the difference between himself and the Shan language was about the same as between himself and the Jan language, felt that there was a significant language barrier between them. It seemed to the boy that Myro had initially misjudged the advisability of choosing this particular language to study, underestimating the scale of the linguistic barrier and the specificity of the cultural aspects associated with mastering Terran speech. Harold, on the other hand, seemed carefree and optimistic, and Yuri thought that perhaps he already had some experience in this kind of activity, which allowed him to feel confident. Savino concluded her lecture by expressing hope that she would spend the entire school year working fruitfully with her students. Myro, however, doubted whether he would have the strength and patience to cope with such difficult academic assignments, because to him it sounded like something in the language of an octopus, hardly accessible to the ordinary mind, like other abstract sciences. Yuri gently reminded his friend that there was a long learning curve ahead and suggested that he simply relax and be patient, enjoying the process of learning new basics. And then he turned to his friend, inquiring how things were going with Mr. Harold, intending to maintain a friendly conversation and express a sincere interest in the well-being of his comrade. Harold frankly admitted that he thought he had figured out how to organize trade with the people of Kura, but it would require a very serious approach and considerable effort. Since the task turned out to be more difficult than originally expected, he decided to discuss this with the teacher at the next meeting to get professional advice and support. Yuri was also eager to join the conversation, wanting to delve deeper into the topic and learn as much as possible. Several days passed. Savino became interested in the issues of trade with the Kura people raised by the students, approaching the guys with a proposal to discuss possible aspects of interaction and prospects for cooperation. Two young men sit on chairs in a narrow library-like room watching a young girl in a poncho put a steaming kettle on the stove. She says it is very dangerous, but does not think it is impossible. If they want to start, she recommends the Republic of Albio, although she has never been there herself. The two young men look at her somewhat absent-mindedly and even warily. A tall young man sitting on a chair explains that it is an island state off the coast of the continent and why they would go there. A landscape flashes behind him, and the flag of this state appears. The girl hands them tea on a tray, saying that she has heard rumors about the people there and that they are not hostile to the Shan. The second young man, who has been silent until now, holds out his hand ready to take a cup of tea. The girl straightens up and says that their religion is called Itujian, while the religion of that people is called Karlugi, and their teachings do not discriminate against Shans. Idus is a monotheistic religion and one of the main ones in Terran culture. The girl continues to say that, unfortunately, the majority of the population still discriminates against Shans. The young man thinks. His doctrines despise the Shans, calling them demons who were directly responsible for the destruction of the great kingdom of Shantila. However, he had never heard of so many different teachings and faiths. Yuri asks if the two sects use different scriptures, to which she replies that, firstly, the scriptures from the very beginning did not contain any bad phrases about the Shans. They simply say that the Shans are northern pagans with hair in their ears. She adds that at that time, they did not distinguish between the Kur and the Shan as separate races. The young lady's last phrase shocks the boys. The young man does not understand what this means, because they view the Shans as outsiders who must be destroyed. The people of Idis created a confederation called Crusaders to defeat the Shans. It was these Crusaders who began to attack the kingdom of Kirchner, the shield of this country, during the war 3 years ago. The declaration of war stated that they were an army of sons of God created to mercilessly attack the demons that continued to defile their sacred land, and in order to cleanse themselves of the filth, they must sacrifice their head. God in His mercy will give them a portion of His favor, and they need to repent and repent. The Crusaders wage war on a doctrine that justifies plunder and cruelty to the weak, and the boy's uncle died fighting against just such people. The young man asks the girl if this is not the exact opposite of what the masses think, to which the girl replies that it is. And, unfortunately, this happens from time to time. Sadly bowing her head and looking down at the floor, the girl says that this is nothing other than blasphemy. Ida's texts were created 2,000 years ago and still exist today, but were written in an older language. Their current version is a translation of the scriptures into the Terran language. Immeasurable mistakes were made in translation, and the Shans turned from original pagans into demons. That language is very complex, and only clergymen are its speakers. The official scripture of the Catholics is called the King James Version, and is the basis for the discrimination against the Shans. Apparently not one person in 10,000 can read the original. That is why, even if they are translated incorrectly, the believers are unable to verify them by referring to the original scriptures. This is how the masses distort their doctrine for their own convenience. Familiar girls with medieval Europeans considered themselves people of God's world, and people of the outside world, infidels. Racial prejudice and discrimination arise in all worlds. One young man whispers quietly into the ear of another that he does not want to interrupt this conversation. But where's the Republic of Albio? Then he turns to the teacher and asks to borrow the board for a minute. He draws a map on the board using chalk, and the young girl and the second young man bend over the boy. The girl, seeing what the boy has drawn, praises him, saying that it is a very well-drawn map. The southern half of the large Albion Islands is occupied by a country called the Euphos Confederation, and they have been waging a war for some time now, trying to get their lands back. She points to 2 small islands and says that they are called Albion. The Karlugi sect, who split off from them before their teachings were corrupted, do not consider the Shans to be demons. They have a reputation for being pirates, so it is dangerous to approach them. But at least it is better than dealing with the Kuma, who are Catholic. Catholics follow their own interests in their interpretation of the scriptures, and a more accurate name for them is a faction, not a sect. The distorted interpretation is something that was not part of the early Catholic doctrine. The young man asks what sect the teacher and Savino belong to. The girl, smiling and putting her hand on her heart, answers that she belongs to the Votashi school. She explains that it is a denomination that follows the early Catholics and develops them through research. The girl adds that she almost died trying to convert others to her faith, so perhaps all she has left is her religion. The boy stands up and, closing his eyes, expresses his condolences that this happened to her. The teacher takes his hands in a lock, crosses them on his chest, and says something about a state, when you can't stand still. And weeks go by with your faith. With many others, this is just an unnecessary obsession. She is very sorry that faith is something that comes from within. She says that it is enough to believe in the faith that is the type of face inside a person. The young men look at her in surprise and somewhat absent-mindedly, clearly unable to grasp the meaning of her words. Mr. Harrell asks her to tell him about the school, if she doesn't mind, of course. To which the boy asks in surprise, since when he has been interested in religion. The dark corridor of the mansion absorbs what lies within it with darkness and silence. And fingers carefully move pawns on the chessboard. 2 people are playing chess in a large, rather dark and gloomy room. One sits thoughtfully, looking at the chessboard, and the other suddenly has a good idea. His thoughts are clearly not directed to the game. He is thinking about the faith that once arose in him. Once in a past life, he was a simple explorer who believed in water and pursued and dreamed only about them. but they were stolen by someone else, and his dreams faded. He didn't believe in others and didn't expect others to believe in him. He didn't care. And after that, he lived in himself. But now he became different. He believed in love and wanted to believe in people. If he acts now, he could change the course of events in the world, even if only a little. Perhaps he would have the strength to protect those dear to him. The second player keeps calling out to him, but Yuri doesn't react to his words, being deep in thought. He suddenly returns to reality, asking if it is his turn to move. The girl, having clearly already carried out her cunning plan, nods and Yuri moves as king. The girl says that the guy is very strong, to which he replies that the chances of winning are about 50-50. The young lady asks what is on his mind since he is clearly not participating in the game. And the young man says that everything is fine and he was just thinking about what he should do at the academy. The girl perked up, clearly interested in his last phrase. And the guy explains that he has practically no credits and a lot of free time, which he tries to fill with something. It's good to live off of internships and studies, but it's even better to start something new, Harold says. He has a business idea he's been thinking about for a while, but it's not something he can do right now. He is currently unable to start a business and create a new product. The young man sits on a bench with his hands clasped together and looks at his interlocutor somewhat distantly. The girl suggests talking about it tomorrow because it's very similar to it, and Yuri replies that he'll do it with pleasure. Meanwhile, the girl who cheated wins, and the young man is left furious. Another young lady approaches them and says that she wants to play too, but the guy replies that he is going to bed. A young girl in a tie jacket walks down a fairly crowded corridor. She greets everyone with a smile, and they greet her back. She sees two laughing young people and freezes in some kind of surprised and excited stupor. She approaches a young girl with a short haircut and greets her, saying, "Welcome to Night Academy." The new girl introduces herself as Shamu. Carol says that at her brother's request, she will walk her to the dorm and she can rely on her. Shamu, as if enchanted, repeats her name and thanks her. She stands with a bag in her hand, dressed in ridiculous striped leggings, and her ears stick out to the sides. The day is sunny and the gates are open for new guests and visitors. In one of the halls, yesterday's game on the chessboard continues. Carol approaches Yuri, who is engrossed in the game, and asks why he didn't host it himself. He replies that he would be happy to, but guys aren't allowed in the girls' dorm, and asks Carol how it went. The girl says that unlike her cousin Shamu, she is quite cute. These words hit Yuri's ego hard and he becomes embarrassed and displeased. There is a moment where Carol introduces Shama to her roommate. Her name is Lily, and she's a very caring person. Meanwhile, the second player who played with Yuri tells him that he lost. He also wonders if he is dating the princess and says that he would rather go so that they can spend time together. The young man is confused, and the second player asks if they are not on a date, and Yuri answers that of course not. His interlocutor does not understand, because it all looks like a date, to which Carol and Yuri loudly answer that they are not dating. Meanwhile, they arrive at a sunlit clearing. Yuri takes the reins of a huge eagle, and Carol sits on its back in a specially equipped saddle holding onto the reins. The young man strokes the eagle's beak and says that it is a great honor to carry the princess on his back. He instructs the eagle, whose name is Star, to be an obedient boy, and the bird trustingly closes its eyes. The girl says that the seatbelt is fastened, and the guy warns her that she needs to be friendly with the eagle, because he has a bad character. She pulls on the reins, and the bird straightens its back. It looks around. It flaps its wings, and it takes off, leaving Yuri far on the ground. The huge bird flies, and Carol leans into the saddle, pulling on the reins even harder to keep from falling off its back. And the young man, watching from the ground the huge eagle flying across the sky, says that everything is fine and they are flying steadily. It is even better that the little star does not show Carol's aggression. He sees that they have risen quite high, and hopes that this will continue in the future. While Carol and the eagle are flying, Yuri decides to lie down, because winter in this world is completely different, and the weather is so nice and there is nothing wrong with taking a little nap. Suddenly, from somewhere far away, there is a sound as if someone is running and a young girl appears, running at full speed towards the guy. She calls out to the sleeping Yuri, saying that he needs to wake up urgently. The young man opens one eye, looking questioningly at the stranger. The girl stops and leans on her knees, trying to catch her breath. Meanwhile, the young man rises on his elbows, still not understanding anything. And finally, having regained the ability to speak, the girl points her finger at him, asking if he had seen her older sister. and the guy looks at her skeptically, realizing that he is seeing her for the first time. She is probably a new student and a blonde at that. He says that he doesn't even know who she is, and just now, so it's unlikely that he saw her sister. To which the girl, putting her hands on her hips, replies that one could understand everything from her hair. Her name is Kiria Fools Shartor, and she is looking for her older sister Carol. The guy smirks smugly that this is Carol's sister. He also thinks that it is very unusual to meet sisters who look alike, because it is a great rarity. He introduces himself by saying that he is Yuri Ho, the eldest son of the Ho family. Carol is his roommate, and they have been friends for a long time. He explains that now her sister flies on an eagle, and that's all. And the young girl looks at him with curiosity and some discontent, once again pronouncing the name of his family. Suddenly, Kira squats down, and Yuri, on the contrary, jumps up, and in his eyes, you can read a lot of questions. The girl suddenly and abruptly suggests that they become best friends. Her gaze becomes somewhat crazy, and her body movements leave Yuri perplexed. The girl, not giving him a chance to answer, interrupts saying that if not, then she wants to date him. Yuri, in shock and bewilderment, asks why she needs this. Korea says that it is a great honor to be friends with someone like her. The guy is a little confused about why exactly with him, and tells her that he will abstain, and Carol is quite enough for him. The girl asks if he is dating her sister, to which Yuri, having clearly lost his composure, sharply replies that he is not going to date or marry any of them. He is not interested. Or she jumps to her feet, snorting dismissively and asking to tell her sister that she was looking for her and that she needs to tell her something. The girl gives the guy a strange, somewhat crazy look and says goodbye to him, giving his full first and last name. She leaves, and the young man remains sitting in an incomprehensible pose, perplexed as to why she was behaving so strangely. He looks up and sees an eagle flying across the sky, and the thought crosses his mind that perhaps this is just a whim of the mood. Late in the evening, Carol appears in the same room to play chess. Her arms are crossed on her chest, and she addresses Yulia with some kind of complaint, asking if he knows her sister. The young man remembers that he forgot to tell her that she was looking for him, and Carol is simply furious at his forgetfulness. The girl puts her hand to his ear and quietly asks if it is by chance that he is in love with her sister. Yuri says that all this is nonsense. He only spoke to her once on the day when she flew on the eagle, and adds that her sister tells everyone around her that they love each other. Holding a glass in his hand, the guy replies that she is probably telling him what she dreamed. Carl once again clarifies that he is not in love with her and, having received a negative answer, he breathes a sigh of relief and says that now she is calm. The young man, finishing his bowl of soup, says that he didn't think that Kiria would start spreading such rumors, because she's not that stupid, and why would I do that? So Carol listens to him attentively, sitting down in a chair. She says tiredly that in truth, even though Kiria loves her very much, he tries to be better than her in everything, and now it seems she is unhappy that her sister helped Sham. Kiria asks why exactly she accompanied her, and what is this anyway? The girl screams at the top of her lungs that the dorm manager usually gives a tour, and she can't believe that her older sister helped that girl. Carol asks her to calm down, because that girl is just her friend's cousin. The girl shamed her sister by saying that she is a member of the royal family, and people should not talk badly about her when she is not around. Carol grabbed her head. It was hard for her to talk about the situation that had happened, and she hoped that her sister wouldn't do anything to Shamu. Yuri thought that he was still a fool for asking her for help. Suddenly, a huge thug with a terrible face appears behind them and orders the young man to remain silent when they tell Carol. The guy adds that while running, this young man's stomach twisted so much that he ran into the women's toilet. This young man got so angry that he started screaming and waving his arms in all directions, telling him to shut up. Yuri himself, taking the tray, says that he better go, and if he hasn't eaten, then let him keep his girlfriend company. The girl offers him to eat right now, and the guy asks if she is against it, and Carol looks at him enthusiastically and says that she is all for it. Yuri leaves, watching them as he expected. They had fun together. They laughed and chatted carefree. 4 years later, in a huge house, Yuri sits at a table and carefully writes something in calligraphic handwriting on a piece of paper. Suddenly, Carol runs into the room, calls out to the guy and shows him a beautiful sealed envelope with a wax seal, saying that this is a letter from his mother. The young man looks at the girl questioningly, and she, placing her hand on her hips, hands him a letter saying that they have turned 15 years old. The carriage with horses stands in front of huge, beautiful columns, behind which a dense forest can be seen. The coachman sits, clutching the reins, patiently waiting for the command to go. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door, and Carol appears in the doorway. She tells Yuri that she has come for him and asks if he has finished his preparations yet. The young man answers, straightening his tie, and says that he is finished. The girl comes up to him, pats him on the shoulder, and tells him not to worry, because this is an informal meeting. Her mother just wants to see him and thank him, so all he needs is to relax and talk to her calmly. The guy looks confused and worried. He would never have thought that he would be invited for such an old matter, and talking to him seems not such an easy task. He fidgets with his tie and says that they are going to meet Her Highness. And wouldn't it be rude if he showed up in an academy uniform? The letter from Her Majesty stated that Yuri House should come to the palace for an audience with Her Majesty, and that when he met with Her Majesty, he would be rewarded for his services in developing a cure for smallpox. Thanks to his memories from the past, he was able to suppress the spread of an infectious disease in their territory. He also heard his father tell him how to fight it, and the damage was minimal. Already sitting in the carriage, the girl says that it is still incredible that he cares about the rules of etiquette, and Yuri replies that, of course, because he is meeting with Her Majesty, and it is understandable that he cares about it. Carol still can't believe he thought of that. Yuri doesn't know what the queen will ask him, so he has to try and do his best to make sure everything goes well. They arrive on Ojo Island and find themselves in a magnificent castle with majestic marble columns and huge floor-to-ceiling windows. The young man, seeing the queen, falls on one knee, thanks her for the opportunity to meet, and is very happy to see her. Carl stands behind him with a somewhat sad and thoughtful look. The queen sits with a perfect straight back in a beautiful dress, her hands folded on her knees, and looks at the young man warmly but somewhat thoughtfully. She smiles and replies that she is also glad to meet him and asks him to sit down. The queen is remarkably similar to Carol, and this can be seen even in her eyes. The woman says that, as rumors had it, Yuri is a very polite man, and the young man, bowing, sits down at the table. Carol sits down too. The guy says, with a meaningful look, that all the rumors are true, and Carol, somewhat displeased, says that he is telling who. Meanwhile, the maid brings drinks. The young man addresses Carol with great respect, calling her Your Royal Majesty, and the girl is already furious, saying that such an address gives her goosebumps. The queen looks at them with affection, saying what good friends they are. Carol thanks the maid, who puts the kettle on the table and says that she will do everything herself from now on. The maid, having bowed, obediently leaves. The girl takes the kettle and pours boiling water into the cups. The queen tries the tea and praises her daughter, saying that the taste is amazing and that she has become much better at brewing tea. The queen also says that she has calmed down a little and can now continue their conversation. She turns to Yuri. She says that thanks to him coming up with an effective way to fight smallpox, many lives were saved, and warmly thanks him for it. The guy starts to tell that he'd been thinking about this for a long time, and then heard about this method from the shepherd, because among them it is a common phenomenon, and, in other words, it is a rediscovery for them. The queen says that she would like to thank him and asks what he wants. The guy specifies that it should be some kind of thing or money. The queen says that Yuri thinks about anything important within the bounds of common sense, and still comes to a brilliant idea. He says he would like them to give him a patent. He would like that if in the future he invents something, his profits and property rights would be protected from theft. For example, if he invents a watch, he can make a lot of profit from selling it, and if someone else steals his designs and imitates them, the invention will become meaningless. Then no one would try to invent anything new. So he wants a system in which those who use inventions pay the original creator a certain amount of sales. It would probably be unfair to always have property rights. So it would be better to set a period of 20 to 30 years after which the invention becomes available to the public, and it would be beneficial for the country if everyone could use it. The queen becomes thoughtful and says that this is different from an ordinary patent. She needs to discuss this decision with other people, and she believes that not only he, but also other residents of the country can use such a system. Yuri says that as long as his opinion is taken into account, he has no complaints. Suddenly, Carol starts to get indignant, waving her arms furiously. She says that Yuri is just a schoolboy, and what money are we talking about? What about his duty as a knight? She tries to appeal to his conscience, saying that, for knights, training and science should be of primary importance. And Yuri, phlegmatically sipping tea from a cup, replies that money is money, and for knights, there is never enough of it. The queen suddenly interrupts Carol and tells her to listen to Yuri. Maybe she doesn't need to earn money, but not everyone can afford luxury, and people in this world need to work to earn a living. The queen does not say that she should abandon her studies. Moreover, the boy is a smart student, first in school, and bickering on the part of Carol is inappropriate. Moreover, if people start earning money, then their country will become richer. The girl became completely despondent. Her eyes filled with tears and she became embarrassed. Yuri looks at her with regret but says nothing, because he understands that the queen's words are true. He tries to console her by telling her to just let it go, and Carol snaps back angrily because he's making fun of her. The queen puts her daughter in her place again, and she starts crying. In the night storm, Yuri ponders the situation that has happened, rubbing the back of his head. He talks to his friend, says that as soon as he got involved in all this, so many problems came up that he doesn't want to bother with it anymore. His friend supports him, saying that this is expected, and that in order to trade, you will have to get involved with witches. And in the very center of economic life in the capital of Shibuya, the economy is run by witches. If a person offers a truly legendary product, after selling it, they will produce thousands of similar ones. In addition, they poison anyone who dares to interfere with their dominance, destroy their markets, and even steal the goods themselves. Because of this, no one is eager to put a new product on sale, knowing that this is an initially hopeless undertaking. The guy says that if they start selling, they will simply be crushed, like bugs, and everything with the patent would be somehow calmer. Suddenly, a girl appears at the door and calls out to him. She shows the letter with some kind of unkind smile, saying that it is from her mother. And inside the letter is a royal paper, which states that Yuri's invention is the first patented in the country. The young man is incredibly happy about this announcement, and the girl hands him a bag saying that it is a reward. The guy unfolds the bag and sees inside a lot of shining gold coins. There are about 30,000 inside. While the guy admires the coins, he is told that the 7 great witches have already started filing complaints because they do not understand this whole system where he needs to pay for using patents. Meanwhile, the girl, pointing her finger, says that the bag contains, of course, a relatively small amount, but she should use it wisely. She leaves, and Yuri's friend, looking at the bag with bewilderment, says that there really isn't enough money. They go back to working on their trading plan. Yuri says they now need to find workers, and the other guy specifies what kind of people they are looking for. Since they are not just reselling things they found somewhere, they need to hire people who are not only good at sales, but also someone who can easily adapt to new tasks. A friend says that in such cases they usually turn to the trading guild, but all the guilds in the capital are controlled by the 7 great witches, who are unlikely to support the idea of Yuri trading in the capital. The guy, sighing tiredly, complains that these 7 witches are bothering them again, and that means they won't be able to extract workers from the capital. But the second young man says that in that case, he has one person on his mind whose name is Calf on it. He was once a member of a guild, from which his family often purchased. However, he incurred the wrath of the witches, which forced him to leave the guild. At that moment, they managed to exchange a few words. Calf had just mentioned how much he didn't like the whole rotten system of relations between the witches and the merchant guilds. The friend thought they could trust him. Yuri thought about it. Suddenly, the second young man asks what product the guy received a patent for, and he starts telling. He shakes the letter in the other's face and says that he has received a patent for a product that has translated the idea of parchment, still on the same island. A young man walks along some poor, abandoned street with houses with boarded-up windows. He greets the beggars, walks past houses, walks along empty, abandoned streets, enters a house and stops in front of the door, then knocks with a heavy sigh. A faint opening is heard from behind the door, and the young man carefully enters inside, looking around carefully. And on the sofa, with moth-eaten pillows sprawled in all directions and with his hand over his eyes, lies a man. The room is dark, and on his chest lies an empty bottle. There is chaos all around. Empty bottles are lying around, books are on the floor, various things are scattered on all surfaces. Yuri says that he came to the man on a tip from a friend and introduces himself. The man opens his eye, repeats his name, and then starts moaning that someone slipped him some underage girl. In a drunken stupor, he says he has no time to play games with them. It's only midday, and the man is already drunk. Yuri doubts that Mayaro has deceived him. He says that he wrote that he was going to sell a new product in the capital. The man says that it is useless, and no matter what he does, the witches will steal everything. Calf says that's how things work in the country, and the young man tells him not to worry and reaches into his bag. The drunk opens his eye, watching Yuri, who says that the queen created the decree and hands him an envelope as proof. Calf takes the letter, reads it carefully, getting up from the bed, then grins, and still does not believe his eyes that this is possible. The young man stands in front of him, waiting for his further reaction. He looks at the guy with glassy eyes, frowning, and asks rather rudely what kind of new product he has there. Yuri puts his hand in his pants pocket and takes out a small box, from which he takes out a piece of paper and hands it to Kafo. He explains that it is a sample of waste paper. It is rough, but better than parchment. And through trial and error, he is confident that they will be able to create a complete product. The man looks at the scrap of paper and asks what is required of it. The guy says he's supposed to be managing the production and sales of products, so in a sense he'll be doing the work he's supposed to be doing. Calf asks if he really made room in his schedule for him. The young man says that he is still just beginning to figure out the necessary technology for paper production, and the man asks about payment for his work. Yuri promises a smaller but stable salary, and if sales go well, they can negotiate a raise. The man considers his offer with a sigh. He looks up at the guy with a heavy, bored look and asks if he really thinks he can do it. If the development and production of the product can be stabilized, then in 10 years, parchment will completely leave the current market. Calf explains that the Parchment Guild belongs to one of the 7 witches and will be put in its wheels. And not just to put a spoke in the wheel. They will threaten him and even destroy his factories, all because new products inevitably threaten the current state of the market. Production will cut down trees in which grows in huge quantities. If it is possible to organize a production system, then the price of paper will be twice cheaper than the price of parchment. No matter how powerful the witches are, they will not avoid expulsion from the economic arena. The man just snorts, opens another bottle, brings it to his lips, and says that this is some kind of stupid self-confidence, and he needs proof that he will succeed. And since Yuri had no evidence, he decided that it was a failure, and Mayaro was wrong. He went to the exit saying that he would find another merchant. Even peasants have to rely on luck, and he asked to find him proof that it is possible to make a fortune by driving witches out of the land. He has a great goal before him. And for her and the fulfillment, he needs a partner in the person of a capable merchant. And a merchant like Calf. Let him continue to be afraid of risks and work at dirty work for pennies under the guise of a wing. Well, how can you call a person unwilling to take risks with such a state that you can never tell? Yuri was told that Calf left the guild only because he hated this rotten system, but it seems he got the wrong address. The boy said goodbye and headed out, and the man lowered his hand with the flask and shot glass. His head hung tiredly. The young man was walking down the corridor when he suddenly heard some sounds behind him. The man called out to him when he had almost turned the corner and asked whose tip he had come on. Who was that man? The boy explained that it was his classmate, Mayaro Gudanviel. His words caused the man to be stupefied and surprised. He couldn't believe his ears. Suddenly, he apologized and said that he was wrong. He asked to let him help, adding that probably he had become completely stupid with age. Further action takes place in the same broken and time-worn village. Yuri, with a huge bag on his back, climbs the stairs, walks down the corridor, and knocks on the door. He introduces himself, and Calf says that the door is open. There are no more bottles and books scattered around. The female Calf is sitting on the sofa, surrounded by buckets. The sleeves of his sweater are rolled up, and he is holding some things in his hands. He says that he has prepared the necessary raw materials for making paper. He tore the collected scraps of fabric into small pieces and divided them according to the original material. Yuri approached the huge basin and asked if it was normal that it was so big, and received an affirmative answer. Chief got up from the sofa and caught up with Yuri, who, pulling off a huge bag and looking at a huge basin of water, said that it was time for experiments. He took out an interesting tool from his backpack, which attracted Calf's attention. He asked what it was, and Yuri explained that it was made by a very good craftswoman. Since they are experimenting today, they will try working with waste, although he initially planned to boil the crushed wood in alkaline water and make fiber. But the plan changed. The guy deftly manipulates the prepared materials, adding crushed pieces of fabric to the water and feeling the resulting mixture. He rolls up his sleeves, hangs his jacket on a chair, takes an interesting instrument and lowers it into the water. The man and the boy watch as he splashes and dives deeper and deeper. The guy explains how it works. With the help of this tool, a long fiber floating in the water collects at the bottom, weaves together and becomes thicker. He pulls her out of the water and transfers her to the blanket, in which he doesn't really want to figure it out. Asks if everything is okay, and the guy says that he is right-handed, and therefore the right side turned out thicker. But something is already emerging. All that was left was to survive the water, with the paper dry, and all of this was just a test, and they would definitely try again. Calf, hearing that they were trying again, asked to let him try, and Yuri happily agreed, wiping his hands with a towel and watching the man try. The young man thinks that he was worried in vain, and apparently without alcohol, he is much more energetic to get up. He decides that he can rely on him. Suddenly Calf calls Yuri and asks him not to address him as you anymore, because it is strange when a boss addresses his subordinate as you. The guy smiles, still wiping his hands and watching his subordinate work hard, and then says that he won't do that anymore. A month later, at the night academy, Yuri is calmly walking down the hallway, not bothering anyone, when suddenly he feels someone shouting at him and tugging at his shoulder. It turns out to be his old friend, whom they haven't seen for a long time. The young man looks at his comrade's annoyed face, somewhat surprised by his reaction. How long had it been since his trading voyage with the people of Kura? Teacher Aisa was very worried about them. The guy says that he will wait for souvenirs, and the second one asks what's new with him. Yuri shares that he is going to sell a new product in the capital and is currently developing it. Harold is surprised and asks what kind of product it is. Then the young man hands him a piece of paper, and Harold looks at him in surprise. The guy says that he called it paper, and it is made from waste. It is just a sample, and he is sure that he will soon be able to provide a full-fledged product. His friend is interested in how to make such a thing, and Yuri tells him that he was just about to visit a new workshop and that he can join him. He also winks and adds that she is a little far away, but he is very proud of her. And the two friends sit on a huge eagle and fly through mountains and forests to their destination. They stop near a small house hidden in the deep forest. Harold shares that this was his first flight on a bird, and Yuri says that there used to be a barn here, so people can see the water wheel that collects water from the river for the cattle. To produce paper, they will need a lot of water. Because the river is in the upper reaches of Shibuya, the water here is clean, and it is simply an ideal place. He invites his friend to come in, welcomingly opening the door, who sticks his head in and exclaims in surprise. Inside the bar is very spacious and clean. There is a table in the center, and on the sides there are many barrels of water and buckets of ingredients. In the distance, there is a man who is busy with something unusual. Harold looks around in surprise, and Yuri thanks him, because his reaction shows that he likes it. The guy himself is suddenly called out. Koff comes closer with a paper sample and says that this is their best sample, and Harold suddenly recognizes the man and falls into shock and stupor, not believing his eyes. Koff winced at the boy. He said his name and asked what he was doing there. The other one said his name and thought about it. Suddenly they spoke louder, almost shouting. Yuri came between them, explained that Koff was his business partner, and asked if they knew each other. There was tension between the two men. Harold explained that he was a business rival and had gotten in his way many times. The man said that he was just doing his job, and Harold was still the same clingy, womanizing woman he always was. A scuffle broke out between them. They began throwing accusations, and their quarrel was about to escalate into a real fight. Harold was about to rush at Calf with his fists, but Yuri managed to grab him by the scruff of the neck, stopping his impulse. He let go of him abruptly, tripping him up, and he flew to the floor with a scream, and he grabbed him again by the scruff of the neck, pulled him towards himself and shouted at his friend, trying to bring him to his senses. Yuria put on her sternest expression and said menacingly that she would not allow them to cause trouble here. And her friend, trying to escape, began to shout for him to let him go, blaming Kaffa for everything. The young man, continuing to hold him menacingly, said that no matter what had happened between them before, this was now his workshop. He worked hard for years to save money to provide himself with workers in a barn, and he even asked Lily to create a tool that had never been seen before. And all the materials cost an incredible amount. If they want to destroy all this because of some stupid quarrel, then Yuri told them to get out of there by all means. Finally humbled and accepting his sad situation, Harold apologized. The guy also turned to Calf and said that this also concerns him. If he wants to fight, then he needs to go outside. The men looked at each other and Calf also apologized. They decided to get back to work, and Yuri asked to change the subject and look at the sample. The worker laid out the first, as he said, the best sample of a sheet of paper on the huge table. Yuri thoughtfully felt it, and Calf at that time looked at him expectantly with notes of excitement. He kept asking how he liked the sheet of paper, and in the end Yuri nodded with satisfaction. He said that it was a wonderful job and that he was no longer ashamed to sell it, which brought a happy smile to the worker. Yuri continued to say that the surface was absolutely smooth and there were almost no pieces of fabric visible. He also asked Calf how he managed to improve the paper. He explained that he had redesigned the process of squeezing the paper. Since the pressing process uses a rough wooden panel that drives the lint onto the paper, he polished the top panel and coated it with waterproof wax. Yuri said that when they make a profit, he will ask Lily to improve the tools with cast development in mind. Then they will look for suppliers of raw materials, but for now they will use the current ingredients to the maximum. Errol, watching their conversation, understands how serious Yuri is. He tells him about it with admiration. The young man replies that this is self-evident, and that they plan to seize power and destroy the Parchment Guild. Surprised, spreading his arms out to the sides, Errol asks if the witches will tolerate this, to which Yuri, putting the paper back on the table, says not to worry about it because he has a patent. He meets the surprised looks of his friend and his employee, who do not understand what he is talking about, and explains that as soon as they put paper into mass production, they will immediately start producing another product. Since he has not yet received a patent for his next invention, he cannot talk about it. But he assured everyone that he has 2 more great ideas in mind. His friend was surprised. He turns to his worker, saying that if he has enough paper production, then he is not against it in principle. But suddenly Calf interrupts him with a clear no. He hands him a towel with a wide smile and says that if his boss is ready to go further, then he is ready to offer him his talent. They bumped fists. Yuri said that he relied on him. A few months later, a whole line forms in the stationery store to buy that very same Zo paper. The girls, pressing the sheets to themselves, talk about something. The action takes place in the northern part of the capital, not far from the witch's forest, in a huge, majestic, beautiful mansion that is hidden in the clouds, surrounded by a dense forest. A girl walks leisurely down an empty corridor, holding a box of sheets of paper in her hands. She enters a dark hall lit only by the light of the fire in the fireplace. Silence reigns everywhere. On the coffee table next to the chair there are sheets of parchment, pens, money, scrolls, and in the chair itself there is someone sitting, making strange sounds. The girl knocks on the door and asks permission to enter, saying that she brought her the very same product. An outstretched hand appears from the chair. The girl approaches and puts a sheet of paper into the open hand. Fingers with long black claws, still under the paper, quietly, even, perhaps, somehow ominously, pronounce its name. The girl says that this paper is quite popular in the stationery stores of the capital because of its cheapness compared to parchment. It is rapidly developing on the market, and it is sold by the heir of the whole family, Yuri. The witch continues to feel the paper when the girl says that the boy is the son of the current head of the Ho family and Miyaro's classmate. The woman suddenly throws the paper sharply, which lands right in the fire. She brings her fingers to her face and quietly says that the head of the Ho family must also be invited to the upcoming events at the royal palace. The witch decides to teach him a little lesson. The action takes place on the island of the royal castle. There is a feast going on. People are eating delicious dishes like turkey and pies. They are talking to each other, dancing. Suddenly, the hand of another man appears on the shoulder of one man. He is called out. He turns around and sees a man in a black coat standing in front of him. He greets him, saying how long it has been since they last saw each other. And Luke suddenly remembers the man standing in front of him. It turns out to be his old friend Gala. Luke apologizes to the girl he was talking to turn his attention to his friend, who reproaches him for always being busy and not even having time to go out for a drink with him. Suddenly, there's the sound of a cane. It's the witch. She is dressed in a beautiful long fur coat. In one hand she holds a cane, and in the other she clutches a fan. Behind her stands her assistant, who brought her ore from paper. The witch addresses Luke How. The men bow low before the witch, and say that they are glad to see her in good health. The witch's name is Lady Luida, one of the 7 great witches, the head of the Gudanvira house. Gala turns to her old friend, asking for forgiveness and saying that he will have to leave them. Luke replies that he was glad to see him in good health, and Gala leaves, and Luke comes closer to the witch and bows his head. The witch says that she understands that his son and her grandson Miela live in the same dormitory. Luke agrees and adds that his son is rarely home, so he hasn't had a chance to talk to him. The witch opens her fan and holds it to her face, saying that then he probably doesn't know about the business his son opened. The father looks at her in confusion and warily asks what business. The witch says that he produces an alternative to parchment, paper, which he sells at a low price and makes a lot of money from. However, the father does not see any problem with this. The witches then add that this threatens the stability of the parchment market. She says that it's too much for a child's pocket money, and it will continue like this, and they, as witches, won't be able to ignore it any longer. Luke stands there, confused, trying to process what he's heard. The witch turns away and asks to talk to her son about this. She tilts her head slightly to the right and looks at Luke from under her brows, adding that it is entirely possible that he is playing with fire. The father understands the situation his son is in and sighs heavily, his gaze becoming glassy. The events then unfold in the Ho family's villa. Yuri, who came from the Night Academy, hugs a short woman in a headscarf. She tells him with tears in her eyes, "Welcome home." Mom looks at him and says that he has grown a lot lately, and the boy replies that his classmates at the academy are ridiculously big, so he doesn't notice it. Dad is waiting in the living room, wanting to talk to him. The living room looks great. There is a large table in the center, and next to it there are many shelves with numerous books. In the center there is a man with his back to the entrance. He hears someone approaching from behind. Yuri comes in and says he's back, and Luke turns to greet him, saying it's like he hasn't seen him in 100 years. The son replies that he was a little busy, and the father sits at the table and says he needs to talk to him about it. The father reports that they heard that he spent a lot of money and asks why he didn't tell his parents about it. Yuri apologizes, saying that he didn't want to bother him, but this is a business that he started with his own money and which he would like to run separately from his family. The father says with a heavy sigh that he is just a student, but Yuri replies that he has already scored 90% of the points, and he only has classes in the mornings, and he still has 5 years of study ahead of him. The father agrees that his son is right, but there is still one but. Before Luke could voice it, Yuri says that he has nothing to do in his free time anyway, and asks if it is prohibited by law. He sees that his father has a strange, rather embarrassed and mysterious look, and asks if everything is okay. But his father remains silent and says that everything is fine. But then they still say that no, and everything is not okay. Yuri immediately understands that his father received a warning from the witches, and he asks what they told him about the bad reputation in trade, or then the father tells that the other day he was invited to the royal castle for a reception, and the witches could not keep silent about it. Yuri said that he tries not to mention his name when it comes to business, but his father added that it would be easy for a family of witches to find out what was going on. The guy said he was serious about his business, but if it became a problem for his family, his father should tell him about it right away. Luke said that it's okay, he believes in him, and he doesn't care what he does as long as it's not bad. But if he's going to make enemies for himself, then he should be prepared for that, and also keep in mind that knights don't always guard the capital. The father also heard that the son was quite close to Her Highness Carol, and the witch family had said in a roundabout way that he would not be too friendly. Yuri was puzzled that the witches complained about this too. Luke continued to say that he was for friendship with Her Highness since she was the future queen, but he should be more careful. The guy asked again if she was going to become a queen. He added that there was also Princess Caria, but father had heard that she was not a contender for the throne, to which Yuri replied that he did not really want his friend to become queen, and father wondered what was wrong with that. Then Yuri replied that she had asked him to go on a date with her. Father jumped up from his chair in horror. The guy heard that she was walking around the dorm and telling everyone that they were dating, that she was his fiancée, and that they were starting to irritate him. The young man politely refused, and Luke asked again if he was really okay. The next action takes place in the Devil's Cave at the Shirakawa Festival. 2 young men are exchanging gossip. One heard about someone when he went to talk to a senior from the dorm about a new project, and also found that they were selling a ridiculous book about him. The second one asks what kind of books these are and whether he has read its contents. It was a story about a love triangle between him, Mialo, and Dora, and he can't tell his father about it. The Liberal Arts Academy has a traditional magazine style of writing. He went to ask a famous author for a publication that would work for a newspaper, but he didn't think the content was a BL novel, and his father once became the subject of a BL novel, and it was a tragedy. In that Jigenshi, there was a taboo on describing romantic novels in which the author himself appeared, and started a relationship with a popular boy. The author broke this wallpaper by writing a novel in which the main character was his father, and the author was subjected to bullying and harassment from those around him. As a result, she began to stalk his father, and when he rejected her, she could not bear it. Her brother challenged him to a duel, and that's where it all started. He was expelled from school for the murder. The second son of a prominent family. He was a bright student with a promising future. But after the murder, he felt he was not cut out for the knightly path. So he married his commoner mother to become the owner of a farm breeding living creatures. Yuri said that perhaps it is better for your father not to know what is written in your books simply by remembering his past problems. The father calmly said that it was good that he heard about it. He should be more careful with girls, because a woman's heart is sometimes beyond understanding. Suddenly, a small, thin girl with a headscarf on her head and pigtails, with her hands clasped together, appears in the doorway and says that their dish is ready. Yuri turned around and thought that he hadn't seen her here before, and assumed that she might be the newly hired maid. Father came closer to her and put her hand on her shoulder and imagined that it was Bura. That it was Bura. Manon, Suzuya's younger sister, in other words, his cousin. He exclaimed in confusion why she had decided to work as a maid, and her father explained that it was her initiative. Bura bowed in greeting, said that she was pleased to meet him, and Yuri, surprised, said that the feeling was mutual. The father smiled kindly and suggested that they talk later and asked the girl to leave them for a while. The maid bowed again and said that there was no problem and she would leave now. Left alone, the father's expression changed and he grabbed his son by the shoulder somewhat roughly. His eyes narrowed, and he said in a crazy voice that it was not very pleasant when a close relative worked as a servant in this house. The son agreed with his father. He continued to say that he heard that his business was profitable. Yuri began to justify himself, saying that he was in the red, but they were going to increase production. Luke said that meant they needed help. The boy glanced sideways at his father and narrowed his eyes in disbelief. He reluctantly agreed that he needed help with this business. Luke shouted loudly that everything was decided, and Buria would now be his new employee. Yuri was left perplexed and shocked by such a statement, which caused nothing but continuous questions. In a calmer tone, because his son did not resist his decision, the father said that it was all for the sake of the family, and that everyone was counting on the boy. After some time, the young man and the girl show up at Cap's house, who greets them, as is his custom, lazily lounging on the sofa. He says that his proposal is very unusual. He adds that, among other things, the presence of a girl next to Yuri cannot help but raise questions. The guy still feels awkward in front of his employee, but he continues to explain the situation. He calls her name and asks where she can be placed with them. The girl humbly bows her head, saying that she can't wait to work with them. Calf asks again, perplexed, what exactly his boss wants from him. He strongly advises him not to mix business with his women, as this will only lead to trouble. Yuri is dissatisfied with the wording and abruptly interrupts him on the unfinished thought. He explains that Bura is his cousin on his mother's side. She worked as a maid for a while, but there were some problems, and he took her in. Then Calf, exhaling tiredly, asks about housing. Yuri frankly replies that he was thinking about the spare room here, but the area is not safe for a girl. Calf immediately replies that in that case they will change their place of residence, which surprises the guy very much. The man admits that they want rumors that they have earned a good amount of money, and he has long been thinking about moving to a safer area. He adds that if Yuri is going to hire her, Calf will consider it his job to take care of her and train her. The young man puts his hand on his sister's shoulder and says that it would be a wonderful coincidence. He himself plops down on a chair and dejectedly declares that his father found out about this business. But perhaps this is not such a bad opportunity. He says that from now on, they will officially be called Ho Company. He, just as suddenly, appoints Kafa president, and the girl who had previously stood aside in silence heartily congratulated him on his new position. Kaf himself bowed his head submissively, expressing his deepest respect. Yuri appointed himself chairman of the board with control functions. He suggests discussing salary issues later. The man says that he's very happy to serve him, and the young man thanks him for it. Yuri also says the calf is overreacting to all this, to which he receives the answer that it's all about the mood. The girl quietly giggles on the sidelines. Meanwhile, the same depressing silence and oppressive atmosphere reigns in the witch's mansion. The boy stands in front of the witch's chair. He holds his hands behind his back, and his whole appearance expresses anxiety and worry. He asks his grandmother what she wants him to do. She reminds him that she helped him go to the night academy, and that no matter what, she is not obligated to pay for his education. On the coffee table in front of the fireplace lies a letter that the witch asks to be given to the boy from the Ho family. She also tells him to come to her for an audience. The witch looks at him intently, and her gaze is like a sharp razor blade. She says that this is not a request, but an order, and if her grandson is not satisfied with something, then she will easily deprive him of all support, and he will not be able to stay at the academy. At one of the lectures, when all the students are already behind the ports, and Yuri is sitting next to them, the boy is tormented by doubts. He understands that there is nothing good in the letter, and that his friend will most likely get into trouble. Eventually, he makes up his mind. He says that he has a letter addressed to Yuri. He is surprised and wants to take it. However, at the last moment, when the second one is almost touching the paper, the guy changes his mind and, saying that there is nothing important in it, hides it somewhere far away. He says he doesn't think he needs it, which makes Yuri even more suspicious of his interest in the letter. Suddenly, he shouts to the whole audience that Arnold is running inappropriately, which distracts the guy. And when he turns away with interest, Yuri snatches the letter from his hands. After carefully reading the contents, the guy nods, realizing that this is a very bad letter and that he is in for big trouble. Yuri reads the beginning of the letter, where it says who it is from. From Luida, the head of the Gudanvir family, one of the great witch families, who is also Milo's grandmother. The guy is invited to their house, and if he refuses, then financial support for Milo will be stopped. The young man suggests that this is nothing more than an offer to take a bite out of his business. The witch has set conditions that he cannot refuse, and that is why his friend brought him this letter. Although he doesn't understand how Milo, who hates his family so much, could so calmly give him this letter. However, with such circumstances and threats regarding his education, it is difficult to resist in any way. The witch threatens the child with expulsion from the academy, manipulates and controls him. Yuri decides that since his friend is in a similar situation, he will definitely take care of him. Milo, who had been sitting there white as a sheet and lost as a mouse, heard his comrades say that he had nothing to worry about and that he should leave it to Yuri. The guy, feeling immense gratitude and appreciation, covers his palm with his own. A nightly combat training session is underway. Young men dressed in armor and holding spears are practicing under the commands of a tall, muscular man. Yuri quietly approaches from behind and asks if Soim trains guards. He answers in the affirmative and adds that he is returning to the main house tomorrow, as he was asked to take charge of their training. Yuri asked Soim to accompany him. He added that he wanted him to be dressed as a butler, not as an ordinary warrior. This unexpected request of his caused surprise and bewilderment in the night. The young man also added with a serious look that he was going to fight in the Gudanvir mansion, and he needed help. Soim thought for a moment, and then suddenly swung his sword, as if in a sign of complete readiness, to protect the boy even at the cost of his own life. The cart rolled slowly through the forest, and then she stopped at the gates of the residence. At that very moment, a guard ran up to her with a sword at the ready. He said that this was Gudanvir's residence, and asked what the travelers needed. The curtain in the carriage moved aside, and Yuri loudly declared that he had been invited to the residence by the head of the family. In a commanding tone, he ordered that the information be confirmed, and the gates opened. A few moments later, almost shouting, he ordered them to hurry up and not keep the guests waiting. The gate opened, and a girl, the chief witch's assistant, appeared, dressed in a black suit. She bowed her head in a respectful bow and said, "Welcome to the guests." She made an inviting gesture with her hand and showed the guests where to go. Yuri and the knight, dressed in a butler's costume, walked past her in the indicated direction. The witch, as was her custom, sat alone in the empty hall, staring at the empty chairs. She held her fingers thoughtfully to her lips. Yuri and Soim confidently entered the hall and looked around with a meaningful expression. The young man met the old witch's gaze. He silently repeated her name once more. Not only the conversation, but the meeting as a whole did not promise to be pleasant. Luida made an inviting gesture with her hand and said to sit down, and Yuri, giving his cloak to the maid, expressing that he did not have the slightest respect or reverence for her, said that even if she had not said this, he would have sat down anyway. The witch ignored his barb and turned to the butler, who stood behind Yuri and, judging by his appearance, was not even going to sit down. The guy, showing all his impatience, said that the witch should quickly get to the real reason for the visit. He also added that he would like to be home by dinner, to which the witch only grinned, suggesting that they dine here. Yuri said it was unwise to dine at the home of someone who used her grandchildren for blackmail. The Ouija said that poisoning the son and heir of the Hoyo family was a much more unwise act. In any case, the food served in such a place cannot be considered good. The witch mockingly asked if eating with grandchildren was the best solution, to which Yuri replied that everything tastes better when you eat next to your best friend. The witch, as if not believing her ears, began to draw out a phrase about her best friend. And the guy, who was clearly bored with this conversation, suggested getting straight to the point. A smile touched her lips for the first time. She realized that he had already guessed everything. It's all about what he does. The witch offers him protection if he joins her in Gudanvir. She understands that this may offend the Great Knight, but the capital has its own customs and traditions. Yuri thought that they called customs, which were not actually laws, just for convenience, so as not to reveal their selfish ways to society, and he has no intention of paying protection money to bandits. He refuses to deal with such customs. He asked how much she wanted him to pay. The witch says that since the fate of his grandson has fallen on his shoulders, she offers 20%. This amount will protect his business and allow his friend to finish the academy. She thinks it's a good deal. However, Yuri came here to protect Milo, but this witch has no humanity left. The guy abruptly pulled her back, saying that he had enough empty talk and that he had a better offer. He settled himself more comfortably in the chair and leisurely crossed his legs. The young man offered her 30 sheets of his paper a month, adding that she should consider this his generosity. The witch sharply dug her claws into the sofa cushion. Her face twisted, and she said that the guy must be completely out of his mind. Louita growled that in this house, relying on unfounded confidence could get you into big trouble. The young man propped his chin up and said that his confidence was equal to his strength, and he was sure of it. The witch leaned forward a little and said that they would lecture her to others. Her lips twisted into a malicious grin, and she leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes in satisfaction, and clapped her hands twice. She said that at his age, they didn't speak so rudely, and that there were only 2 of them. Yuri and the knight exchanged glances. There were too few of them to talk to the witch in such a tone. 2 bouncers appeared in the doorway, and Soim, still holding his hands behind his back, only turned around. They were too reckless, and the bandits' fists were too itchy. They were flexing their wrists, ready to pounce on them. One of the biggest, most terrible ones, at the moment with a wild cry, rushed towards Soim, who in turn made only one light movement of his hand. The thug's fist passed by. Meanwhile, the knight's hand collided with the first one's nose. Soim easily bent him over, twisting his arm, and the next moment the first one was already lying on the ground. The knight turned his head slightly towards the second one, who put his hand into his bosom and grabbed a dagger, but Soim knocked him out with one light movement of his hand. In this silly children's fight, any objects were used, for example, a vase of flowers. The witch looked at this spectacle with some surprise, as she clearly did not expect such resistance. A few minutes later, all the thugs were lying unconscious on the floor, bleeding out of their own blood. The witch looked down on them, perhaps even with contempt, and Yuri, putting his hands on his knees, told her not to think that she could deal with them with the help of street thugs, because they were on a completely different level. The Hu are one of the 5 great military families, and war is a profession for them. This is what makes them better than witches. Myra sat boredly over the chessboard, her hands clasped together. He thought. Suddenly, Princess Carol approached him with a chess set in her hands and asked why he was sitting all alone. She said that she wanted to play chess with Yuri, but she hadn't seen him for a long time and asked if Milo knew where he might be. The guy said Yuri's name again and became completely sad. Meanwhile, in the witch's living room, in the midst of complete chaos and discord, Yuri continued to sit calmly opposite the equally unperturbed witch. The witch, leaning back in her chair, said that it looked like the guy had courage. He said that he was impressed by her composure in the situation, and that he found it interesting. The witch said that it seemed like the negotiations were over, and Yuri added that he wasn't going to negotiate with a bunch of thugs who were threatening to cancel his grandson's tuition. Milo was a good man, and he does his job well. He doesn't deserve this. The witch admired the boy's persistence, but said that she didn't care how good he was and that they weren't obliged to pay for his education. The young man exclaimed that it was they who got him into the academy, and wasn't it selfish to act like that? If a person does not graduate from the academy in this country, he will not be treated as a noble. In the witch family, women are given preference, so men have no chance to climb the career ladder. That's why they didn't send him to the Knight Academy, so that he could become an officer in the Royal Guard. You can't ruin the life of a noble man just because no one needs him. The witch furiously pulled her eyebrows down over her nose and said that she had not given him there, and all this was solely his initiative. Meanwhile, Milo sat next to Carol and told her about the events that were happening. She sat there lost in thought. She was preoccupied with the fact that Yuri had gone to the witches. She also wondered why Milo's grandmother was paying for his education. Suddenly, she remembered that it was none of her business and apologized, to which the guy said that everything was fine. He said that he still couldn't forgive his grandmother for what she did and said that he shouldn't have studied there. He tricked his grandmother into sending him here. Carol, clearly interested in the story, said that if he didn't mind, she would like to hear the whole thing from beginning to end. She asked why he decided to go to such lengths to enter the academy. To explain it, he had to tell the story of his life. When his mother was a student, she was in a relationship with his father. His mother was from a line of witches and his father was a knight. After the end of their relationship, she became pregnant with their first child. It was only then that Milo learned that his mother had lied to him. His mother's small figure could not deceive the eyes of those around her, and his father took responsibility and married her after finishing school. But, unfortunately, the first child was not born. This event was a disgrace for both families. The heiress of one of the 7 great witch families became pregnant while still at the academy. It was outrageous. After this, the father was abandoned by his family and had to leave the knightly life. There was no work for him in the witch family, so he simply wandered, and gradually, their marriage cooled. 15 years have passed since then. And why did his mother suddenly give birth to him? His mother didn't seem to care much about him, so his father stayed close by and taught him to read and write. His grandmother and other relatives did not expect that the couple, who were a couple of losers, would have a child, so they abandoned him to his fate. His father was very happy that he had his first child, and he loved him very much. But when the grandmother found out that Milo had a gift, she kept his father away from him and began to prepare him to become the heir. But that day, Milo continued his story, saying that on the way to a dinner party, the carriage in which his parents were riding was suddenly attacked by robbers. It happened late at night, when the moon barely illuminated the narrow path through the dense forest. There were many robbers. Armed with spears, they surrounded the carriage. His father fought with all his might to protect his mother. Despite the numerical superiority of the attackers, he steadfastly held the defense, trying to repel every blow and block the path of the attackers. He defended himself bravely, despite his fatigue and injuries, until finally the guards arrived and rushed to help the family. He was seriously wounded, and his son was the only one who could take care of him during those difficult days. One evening, looking straight into his son's eyes, the weakened father quietly uttered cherished words full of wisdom that the boy kept in his heart for the rest of his life. The man had always been proud of his title as a knight, considering honor and dignity to be the most important qualities of a true warrior. If he died without trying to protect it, it would be a shameful and unworthy end for a noble knight. With the words, "It's a shame, but I don't regret anything," the father breathed his last. His gaze dimmed, and the hand that held his son's hand slowly dropped. The last minutes next to him were the hardest in his life. But they taught him to understand the value of life and duty. Milo believed that his father, who had entered into a deadly battle with the bandits, was defending not his mother, but his own knightly honor. For a true knight, duty is above all else, and to refuse to defend it meant losing respect for oneself. After losing his father, he became so upset and fell into such deep despair that he locked himself in his room, refusing to communicate with anyone. Then one evening, his mother, who was heavily intoxicated, entered his room and said something that deeply affected the teenager. She screamed hysterically and bitterly, claiming that the boy had never been her husband's biological child. Admitting that she had had relationships with different men, the woman admitted that the child had appeared by accident, and that her husband was generally sterile and incapable of becoming a father. Carol, who was present at the conversation, watched the proceedings with wide eyes, tense with the intensity of fear caused by his mother's revelation. Thus the man whom Milo sincerely considered his father and dearly loved was not his real parent at all. His mother's revelation turned the boy's ideas about his own origin upside down, casting doubt on his previous family history. But he was always there for him, and he still considers him his father. The young man will never be able to forgive his mother for betraying his father and his son. Then his angry heart turned against her. He decided to report her actions to his grandmother. The grandmother believed that it did not matter how her grandson came into the world. She reminded the young man that instead of worrying about people long gone, he should focus on the future, improve himself, and strive to become a worthy successor to the glorious family line. Milo could not come to terms with the idea that his mother hid the truth about his birth and easily abandoned his father, the man he loved. However, his grandmother remained indifferent to her grandson's experiences, considering such family secrets insignificant trifles that distracted from the main goals. He then developed a deep dislike for his family's distorted worldview, which placed personal ambition and prestige above genuine feelings and family values. Later, as he delved deeper into the true nature of magic, the young man became increasingly skeptical. Gradually discovering the secrets of the ancient art, he began to doubt the traditional teachings and beliefs passed down through the ages. By the age of 10, the boy had completely lost interest in his family heritage. Feeling an internal alienation from his relatives, he focused on his own hobbies and aspirations, striving to gain independence and freedom of choice. The young man had always dreamed of living a life like his beloved father. In an effort to fulfill his late father's wishes, the boy forged official papers and convinced his family to send him to a knightly academy, despite his original choice of an art school. And so, on the memorable day of the exams, the young man met Yuri, one of his future classmates. The chance meeting soon turned into an important event. It turned out that the new acquaintance belonged to the famous Ho family, known for its great exploits. Milo had hoped to use Yuri's powerful family reputation to protect himself from the pressure of the witches who were pursuing him. However, Yuri had shown him exceptional kindness and consideration, not using his position for his own gain. On the contrary, the young man enjoyed being in an academic environment, enjoying the company of his classmates. The thought of leaving his place caused regret and anxiety. Outside the walls of the academy, he found friends, mentors, and goals that were important for his future. He couldn't even burn the unpleasant letter from his grandmother and let Yuri go to meet her. Carol expressed her deep gratitude to the young man for sharing important information with her. She understood the courage it took for him to tell the truth and appreciated his honesty and openness. She suggested that they keep this important secret between the two of them, not telling anyone, and keeping it deep in their hearts. She was worried about the devastating consequences of spreading the truth, which could cause discord and disagreement among family members. The girl asked Milo to calm down, explaining that Yuri perceived him as an ordinary classmate and did not even suspect the possibility of some insidious plan. She tried to dispel the young man's fears, emphasizing that true friendship is built on mutual trust and the absence of self-interest. However, Carol decided to seriously consider the situation. She wanted to make sure that the decisions made were in the interests of all participants in the story. Meanwhile, Yuri was at a meeting with the lady shortly after the fight took place. Yuri believed that even if Milo made an independent decision to enroll in a certain educational institution, no one had the right to interfere and dictate conditions. After all, freedom of choice should be a priority for any person, especially when it comes to choosing a profession and life paths. He also noticed that if his friend really had such outstanding abilities, he would certainly make a great guard for the kingdom. Showing a cool attitude towards him just because he belonged to the stronger sex seemed like a petty decision. But suddenly, the lady burst out laughing. Yuri himself did not understand at all what could seem so comical here, and the waiter frankly admitted that she understood the reason for the strangeness of their conversation. She honestly admitted that Milo had actually always been a girl. Yuri was shocked. Now he understood why his friend looked slender and physically weak. If his friend, the heiress, entered the academy against her grandmother's will, it would explain the prejudice against her. However, he considered it unimportant, because he came as the mistress asked, and decided that it was time for him to go home. Luida saw Yuri's return home as a positive sign, demonstrating the young man's responsibility. However, she made it clear that she did not intend to continue his friend's education at the academy. However, Yuri himself said that he was absolutely indifferent to these words, and if the lady refused to allow the continuation of her studies, he promised to ask his father to officially adopt Milo. By this action, he wanted to provide the girl with complete financial and legal independence from her domineering grandmother, effectively cutting her off from the family's control. The young man believed that if this happened, Milo would certainly be happy and grateful. Having finished the conversation, he sincerely wished the lady health and well-being, and then left the office, leaving Luida to reflect on the arguments she had heard. Returning to the Night Academy dormitory, he saw his girlfriend standing motionless in the middle of the room. The girl nervously tried to explain something, visibly hesitating, but the guy quickly interrupted her flow of words, saying that he was back. His calm and soft tone instantly diffused the situation, giving a feeling of safety and confidence. Yuri asked her not to worry, and said that the meeting had gone well. He then confidently added that they would definitely stay together, as they always had before. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the following days would pass side by side, because nothing would stop the friends from completing their studies at the academy together. Milo timidly asked her friend for forgiveness, admitting that she felt guilty for creating inconvenience and anxiety related to her situation and problems. Seeing Yuri back, Carol happily told him that she had been waiting all day to meet him so she could play a game of chess with her friend. However, the guy was a little embarrassed and admitted that it was hard to talk about chess when your stomach was persistently growling from hunger. Deciding to take care of the boys, Milo headed to the dining room to find out if there were any dishes left. Entering a spacious room, she saw a half-empty table. In the center lay fresh rolls of bread. She apologized guiltily to her friends, explaining that the dining room had only a modest meal left, bread with butter and salt. However, Carol took this message quite positively, noting that such simple food was quite acceptable and tasty. She gently reminded them of the old folk wisdom, that the simplest food becomes tastier if you eat it in the company of your loved ones. A meal becomes a real pleasure when you can share it with those who are dear to your heart. Yuri carefully bit off a piece of bread and said approvingly that the dish turned out surprisingly tasty. Carol announced that once everyone had had their fill, they could spend a pleasant evening playing chess. Yuri didn't like the idea, as the game would interfere with his ability to relax and enjoy his rest after meeting his mistress. While working in production, Cass suddenly called out to Yuri and solemnly announced that the experiment had been successful. They had created an innovative raw material for the production of paper from a natural material, specially treated animal skin. The new technology significantly improved the quality of the products. Yuri was happy with the completion of the project, realizing that the team had turned his idea into reality. Moreover, the technology they had invented allowed them to get rid of the procedure of collecting lint from the fabric. The problem of the lack of quality raw materials was solved, which significantly increased the efficiency of the factory. Koff caught an incredibly unpleasant smell and, frowning, asked what exactly he was doing in production. Yuri apologized and explained that he simply wanted to try refining some crude oil. He admitted that he had not thought about the consequences and had not taken the necessary safety precautions. Kaff asked if crude oil meant the strange black liquid he had never seen before and what it was good for. The interlocutor added that if the substance could be successfully processed, it would become a universal material applicable to many purposes. The employee asked again, asking whether the substance in question was on the list of materials intended to launch a new business. His curiosity was piqued by the novelty of the product and the potential benefit that could be derived from a successful technological breakthrough. Yuri confirmed that the substance would be needed to produce new books from borax and asked an academy senior known as Lily to help make special tools to process the unusual mixture. In this world, every book was written by hand, and copies were created by professional copyists. Yuri decided to use the mimeography technique, borrowed from another dimension, to set up mass reproduction of books. The paper is made of a special wax that does not absorb ink. An iron brush is used to cut the paper into the shape of letters, and a roller is used to distribute the ink. The young man understood that such a tool was absurd in this world, but Lily managed to realize her plan. Cap supported the assertion that all the tools created by her are of the highest quality, and it was the girl's skill that made the work possible. In his opinion, the interlocutor is obliged to express his gratitude to the specialist in the best way, corresponding to the significance of the help. Yuri countered that if it was a question of compensation, he had already paid the master enough money, so there should be no financial questions. Kaff, however, pointed out that he did not mean monetary compensation. He reminded her that Lily was still a student and was busy with her studies, and Yuri was constantly approaching her with various tasks, taking up the girl's precious time. Calf suggested that his interlocutor periodically help her in other ways, compensating for the hours and energy spent. Yuri thanked him for his kind advice, realizing that he had to consider the interests and responsibilities of others, being considerate of their employment and opportunities. This lesson taught valuable lessons about mutual respect and cooperation, strengthening the foundations of successful teamwork. In the cafe, he warmly thanked the girl for agreeing to come to the meeting. They sat opposite each other at a small wooden table. The young man tried to find the right words. At this time, Lily-san was calmly sipping hot coffee, sitting on a comfortable chair, immersed in her thoughts. Yuri thanked her warmly for the work she had done and invited her not to be shy and to try the treats offered. The young man happily informed her that he had booked a private room in the cafe, wishing to create a comfortable atmosphere for their conversation. Lily replied that she would be happy to offer him a cup of hot tea and traditional sweets, but complained that there was one difficulty: stopping to look at her partner, who was sitting nearby. The girl looked at him thoughtfully, as if seeking confirmation that the path she had chosen was correct. She imagined that in such a situation they should be left alone, and she carefully asked the young man if he agreed with this. Yuri, catching her gaze, felt awkward and apologetically confirmed that such a proposal seemed reasonable. Lily, smiling slyly, admitted that she was joking. Since Shalom and I shared a room, it didn't matter. She went on to note that they had spent the entire day in pleasant conversation, discussing mathematical theories and stargazing. The girl was genuinely interested in the purpose of her being here. She guessed that Yuri had come up with another unusual tool, and the young man confirmed her assumption, adding that she was smart and quick-witted. And in general, he dreamed that she would do something special for him and Shamu. But Lily politely asked him to wait a few moments. The girl firmly stated that she could not neglect her schoolwork, as she had just recently completed 4 Sujigetsu. The workload at the school was great, and additional assignments could negatively affect her grades and overall performance. Lily also added that she had built a printing press that would speed up the process of creating books and documents. Yuri admitted that the girl was right about being indispensable, but stressed that he could count on her to complete difficult tasks. The room fell silent. The singer abruptly stated that she could do nothing if the most popular guy in the academy was offended, and she was forced to agree to his demands. The young man wondered if he was really as popular as the rumors claimed. Yuri formulated his request clearly, voicing his desire to create a special device for celestial navigation. The two, looking at each other, said that they had no idea what such a device for celestial navigation was. The young man explained that an accurate method of orientation was needed in the vast expanses of the sea, where the horizon merges with the sky and it is impossible to determine the direction. The new method of navigation involves using the positions of the stars as a reference point to help calculate the location. After all, sailing ships use the wind to move, so they cannot always keep a straight course. In the open sea, there are no landmarks, which is why it is easy to lose course. Celestial bodies are always in certain positions, and this can be calculated using astronomy. And if you make a nautical almanac with the results of these calculations, then sailors will not have to do complex calculations again. They will just need to observe and compare their location. They will be able to compare the position of celestial bodies and compare them with their location. Yuri tasked Sham with compiling a detailed catalog of solar phenomena related to the passage of time and the phases of Shijigai, moments of conjunction of the sun, Earth, and Moon. His partner agreed, recognizing the importance of the task and the need for precision measurements. Lily thought that there would be difficulties, since the metal body of the telescope was made well, but the production of glass lenses and mirrors would require a special workshop equipped with the necessary tools and materials. The girl asked, puzzled, what Yuri had handed her. The young man sheepishly admitted that he had learned about his girlfriend's vision problems and noticed that she had difficulty reading small inscriptions and examining objects from afar. He explained that he had prepared a surprise for her. These were unique glasses acquired by a merchant in another country. The guy admitted that the glasses suited the girl perfectly, emphasizing the beauty of her eyes, but admitted that everyone's vision is different, so individual lens correction is necessary. To achieve the best result, the lenses will have to be made individually, taking into account personal vision characteristics. Yuri added that the girl could approach the glass factory to ask for lenses to be fitted for her when the workers began producing the devices. He suggested that the factory's craftsmen would assist, given the importance of individual fitting of optics. Sham asked if there was anything for him, but his partner promised to give him something next time. Lily was touched by the attention and the sense of special care expressed by a gift intended exclusively for her. The girl decided that the young man was unlikely to pay attention to the small details of what was happening. Sham worriedly asked why Lily was still awake. She apologized to her neighbor, explaining that she had finished her last job and would soon go to bed. A student from the dorm asked her to repair a pocket watch, and the craftsman had a constant demand for service on the mechanisms. The watches were popular among students, so customers regularly came for repairs and preventative maintenance. Sham concluded that she enjoys creating things with her own hands. Lily admitted that she initially did handicrafts solely to earn money to pay for her studies and housing. Her family, the Amiens, are knights and pay a lot of taxes to the lords in exchange for not fighting in wars. They barely make ends meet by making watches for the lords because they can't afford to do it under normal circumstances. She was forced to tinker with watches since she was a child, so she learned a lot about the mechanisms. Even if her relatives sent her to study, the family is not able to finance her education, so Lily pays for it herself. The girl cannot meet with rich ladies who wear expensive watches, emphasizing their high social status. Thanks to her cooperation with Yuri, the girl temporarily stopped worrying about finances. But that's not the point. The main happiness is that people are happy with the work she has done. She likes to hear positive feedback and enjoys the knowledge that her work is useful. Sham thought that if the girl was offered a job at Ho's house, it would be worth trying her luck. However, the neighbor admitted that she had already been rejected, and she was afraid that her mother would be very angry when she learned about her attempt to get a job at such a large organization. The young man decided to remind him that the girl had once asked Yuri why he worked so much, without taking time to rest and recuperate. Lily recalled that conversation and wanted to know what her friend's motives were. Sham admitted that his partner had said that the country would soon be destroyed. Yuri did not know exactly whether it would happen in 5 years or earlier, but he was sure that sooner or later the event would inevitably happen in the near future. The young man understood that success is achieved through systematic efforts and continuous movement forward. Lily believed that due to the Kirchner Kingdom's role as a protector, everything should be fine at the moment. However, the boy disputed this, explaining that 6 of the 9 Shan states had already been destroyed, so the situation was far from favorable. The young man continued, claiming that the Kirchner Kingdom was in decline. The country was hosting thousands of wounded soldiers and refugees fleeing war and destruction. They were forced to choose between fighting and passively accepting their circumstances, knowing that the outcome of the battle would decide the fate of the entire continent. The young man added that if someone were to initiate revolutionary changes, there would still be hope. But the conservatives are too strong in this country. Revolutionaries face enormous difficulties in trying to break the established structures and introduce progressive reforms. Yuri believed that the country's greatest weakness was that the royal family had virtually no real power. Even if Carol became queen and tried to reform the state, conservative forces would resist change and the effort would be futile. Except for Ho. All the generals are cowards and do not have the courage to stage a coup d'etat. Ho's family, despite being his family, is also in the process of rebuilding the core, which was overworked and defeated by the expedition, and is not strong enough. The young man stressed that, not to mention the witches, who can be described as conservative supporters of the old regime, the country risks falling into a deep crisis if it remains under the control of the corrupt elite. Lily was interested in what specific actions her partner planned to take. She wanted to hear his strategy and vision for the future, knowing that passively waiting for change was unacceptable. Yuri emphasized that they are moving towards a new stage of development, and the created tool will become a necessary element of progress. Changes in science and technology change society, requiring innovative approaches and technologies. The only option left was to become a slave to the Krani after the destruction of their own country, and the possibility of escaping to a new land seemed like a completely different prospect. The choice between voluntary submission to the enemy and escape into the unknown gave rise to an internal conflict. Lily was convinced that Yuri was making every effort for the well-being of his family, because even if this country is destroyed, with the amount of knowledge he has, he can escape to a country where there is no discrimination. But he works so hard to get tools and boats and go to a new place of residence to protect his family and loved ones. However, Lily knew that if the Cranes attacked, the future Queen Carol would not abandon her country and run away. Not to mention his father Luke Howe and school friend Dora would also want to join the fight. In her opinion, Yuri would never abandon his loved ones and flee to a new land. Most likely, if he had to choose, he would prefer to stay in his homeland and fight shoulder to shoulder with those who decided to stay. Lily wondered what choice she should make: stay and confront the threat, or try to escape. Staying meant facing the enemy, putting her own life and health at risk. Running meant enduring the internal torment of leaving her homeland and loved ones. Meanwhile, in the 7th-year dormitory of the Night Academy, the teacher announced that the winner among the students would represent the dormitory in the prestigious University Duki tournament, and suggested that the students roll the dice to determine the first opponent. Milo confidently told her friend Yuri that she was not going to give up a single point in the upcoming game. Yuri supported her with enthusiasm, adding that now was the time to show the entire faculty a truly outstanding round of the game. The judge solemnly declared that the honor of making the first move was given to Milo. Hudonville. The teacher loudly announced that a new, exciting round of the tournament would begin with a special duel, a battle between two bosom friends, whose talents and friendly relations would become a shining example of sportsmanship and mutual respect for the entire faculty. Time was running forward inexorably, and finally, the momentous day arrived. Yuri had reached his 16th birthday. Now he was to take part in the Night Academy's demonstration performances and the university-wide pair tournament, which had become traditional events of the educational institution. The traditional demonstration of the Night Academy annually holds a large-scale tournament, the purpose of which is to identify the most skilled fighter among all the students of the academy. This event becomes a source of pride for the winners, securing their status as the best knights of the academy. The annual tournament brings together representatives of two different universities, the legendary Night Academy and the Creative Academy of Arts. Here, opponents compete in the art of Duki, creating an atmosphere of intense competition and allowing spectators to enjoy the spectacle of the tournament. Yuri gave up his place as the representative in the Night Academy to Dora, but he couldn't resist participating in the Duki, where he was voted the best in the dorms of the year. He ended up playing against Milo, who was also highly skilled. The dual game Duki is a unique strategy board game inspired by the ancient Chinese chess Shanqi. Shanqi. The main goal of the battle is to destroy the enemy army by overcoming the obstacle in the form of a river dividing the playing field in half. Both sides are represented by a king and a leading bird, the royal eagle. The royal eagle is capable of jumping over friendly and enemy pieces, aiming directly at the enemy king. Unlike shogi, there is no strategy for building traps around the king. Yuri pondered a difficult task: how to properly organize a defeat while maintaining the appearance of a fair fight. And he realized that even if he had made a deliberately ridiculous move, trying to lose the game, it would have looked extremely suspicious and false, causing bewilderment and mistrust among those around him, destroying the illusion of a fair competition. The young man decided that he had to make extremely deliberate moves, gradually weakening his position as naturally as possible. If he were to lose, then only in such a way that the spectators would see only the pure luck of his opponent, without suspecting the intentional outcome. However, such a task turned out to be incredibly difficult for him, because any wrong move could arouse suspicion. Nevertheless, gathering all his will into a fist, he made a cautious move, hoping to implement his plan. Maintaining the external dispassion and confidence of a true master, but unexpectedly for everyone, including Yuri himself, Milo announced that she was admitting defeat. Despite a confident start and an obvious advantage, the girl suddenly officially informed the judges and the public that she was forced to admit failure. The judge solemnly announced the winner of the tournament, Yuri Ho, who himself was in complete confusion and could not comprehend his own unexpected triumphant end to the battle. Carol approached him and sincerely praised him for an interesting and exciting game, admitting that she herself could not understand anything. The friend doubted the sincerity of these words and assumed that Milo had calculated the situation one step further in advance. Milo agreed that everything had gone exactly as expected. Yuri had won. The boy admitted to her that he felt some confusion and discomfort, as if he had lost control of the situation. The girl gently squeezed his hand. She quietly added that she was looking forward to the final in the majestic castle. She asked her friend to make sure to reach the decisive match and achieve a brilliant victory there, before Her Majesty the Queen. Yuri sighed heavily, realizing that Milo had understood his indifference to the title of winner and had voluntarily given up the victory despite his complete lack of interest. But the girl's action once again reminded him of the complexity of friendship and responsibility. The young man realized that by entering into a fight with the Academy of Arts, they would inevitably encounter witches. It seemed that his friend was trying her best to avoid participating in such an event, probably because of her problematic relationship with her family. The students were informed that the 2316th Academic Doki Tournament would be starting in the Wang Castle Auditorium the next day. The organizer asked the entire student audience to support with applause the selected players, exactly 16 lucky ones who were honored to represent the Academy at the tournament. At that very moment, Yuri, slightly nervous, began to carefully examine the faces of those present, assessing their reaction and mood. He noted that the tournament participants lined up according to certain rules. Men alternated with women. Traditionally, the first round was held between representatives of the glorious Knightly Academy and creative masters from the Academy of Arts and Sciences. And then the young man realized that a serious test lay ahead. The tournament was built on the Olympic system, which meant that one single defeat would immediately knock the player out of the competition forever. His turn would come in the second round, and Yuri was clearly aware of his role. He was acting as a representative of the entire dormitory. Therefore, he had to show maximum diligence and concentration. The guy himself was looking forward to meeting new opponents with impatience, dreaming of testing his own strength. He successfully passed the first 2 rounds. When the judge solemnly announced that Yuri Ho had reached the semifinals of the tournament, the young man experienced mixed feelings of satisfaction and slight boredom. So far, he had not encountered any real worthy opponents who could provide real competition. The judge addressed the participants, informing them that an important stage of the tournament had arrived, the transition to the semi-final round of the second game block. The tension increased. The air seemed to become heavy with anticipation. Soon the finalists would be identified, who would continue the fight for the main prize. Yuri Hao found himself against Lilika Kurisan. The referee immediately started the game. Lilika was pleasantly surprised by the speed of her opponent's reaction, who managed to quickly assess the situation and make decisions. The guy replied that his father raised him as a gentleman, teaching him to respect ladies and not make them wait for long. Yuri had almost resigned himself to the idea that the outcome of the duel was predetermined, when suddenly the girl made an unexpected daring move, radically changing the balance of power on the board. Her piece quickly crossed the front line, threatening the key member of the young man's army. The young man felt an inner anger, realizing that this girl was far superior to his previous rivals, who were used to passively reacting to even the most aggressive attacks. He involuntarily recalled his recent fight with Milo, feeling that she remained the strongest rival. Lilika, gracefully raising her head, looked Yuri straight in the eyes and said in a quiet voice that she admitted her defeat. Her confession sounded calm and noble, without the slightest hint of annoyance or disappointment. She warmly wished the winner success in the final, wishing him a successful end to the main prize of the tournament. Then the judge loudly announced that the winner of the semi-final was Yuri Ho. From somewhere, an unfamiliar voice was heard congratulating the guy on his victory. The young man turned to Milo and asked with concern if she had been watching the tournament the entire time, implying that perhaps she had been the one mysteriously expressing support that had gone unnoticed by most of the spectators. Milo confirmed her presence throughout the tournament, explaining that she was there specifically to see him perform in the final. Her support gave him confidence, increasing his desire to perform well and live up to the expectations placed on him. Carol, coming closer, heartily congratulated Yuri on reaching the final, noting his tenacity and willpower. The young man was surprised to find that she was there too, watching the tournament. Such support from his friends significantly strengthened his fighting spirit. Finally, the moment came. Yuri appeared before the eyes of the princess. The future queen invited him to come closer. Having gathered all his composure, the young man respectfully knelt down, addressing the highest dignity of the person, and pronounced throne gratitude for the trust shown. The young man carefully took the princess's small hand in his large palm and gently touched her soft skin with his lips, expressing the deepest respect and gratitude. Carol stood frozen in slight bewilderment, watching what was happening and experiencing conflicting emotions. She suddenly felt a strong attack of embarrassment. The color flooded her cheeks, her heart began to beat faster than usual. She stood silently, looking at Yuri with wide-open eyes, completely speechless. She wanted to hide, to run away from here, but her feet seemed to have grown to the marble floor of the hall. Despite her confusion, the girl managed to gather her strength and briefly wished him luck before hurriedly leaving the room. The young man watched his friend's retreating figure, The young man turned to Milo with a question that was troubling his mind. Had he made any mistakes or errors that could have negatively affected the impression made on the princess? His friend laughed cheerfully, reassuring him with the words that Carol had intended to discreetly place her hand on Yuri's shoulder, to express support and solidarity. But the boy's sudden impulsive gesture had confused her, making her feel awkward and doubtful. The young man froze in bewilderment, realizing the consequences of his thoughtless behavior towards the highborn person. Trying to regain his composure, he feverishly went through possible courses of action, tormented by uncertainty and a sense of guilt. Hiding behind the massive wooden door, Carol chuckled softly, thinking that Yuri could sometimes be overly sensitive and meticulous in matters of etiquette. In the carriage, the friends were chatting animatedly, recalling past events and enjoying each other's company. Milo noted that Yuri's opponent in the semifinals today was a rare talent and one of the greatest masters of the game of his generation. His abilities were astounding. His strategies were astounding in their depth and originality. Yuri agreed that success against such an outstanding opponent was not surprising. His strength and experience made him invincible. However, after thinking about it, he added that even such a great player was far from his friend's level of skill. The young man was pleased to hear praise from Milo. The girl was interested in the sincere tone of the conversation, and she carefully asked if he really believed these words, or if this was another trick to maintain a good mood. Deciding to set the record straight, Milo changed the subject, suggesting they discuss tomorrow's final and Yuri's possible competitor. The girl explained in detail that her friend's future rival belongs to one of the 7 famous witch families, the Lacrimanus house, Shura Lacrimanus. The young man was deep in thought, carefully weighing the information he had heard. He imagined possible scenarios for the development of events, taking into account the characteristics of the enemy and his own strengths. Yuri recalled that Shura Lacrimanus is the granddaughter of the current head of the famous family, and her mother is entrusted with the leadership of the influential Parchment Guild. In addition, there were rumors that the young sorceress had a very eccentric character, once throwing rotten fish to the streets of the city of Bor right next to the doors of numerous bookstores. Shura is also known for hiring special agents who deliberately damage the products of small shopkeepers, interfering with their business through the most primitive methods of persecution and provocation. Milo reminded Yuri that the final was at stake, and therefore her opponent was capable of using any tricks to win. It was necessary to be extremely attentive and prepared for any surprises, since a girl from a noble family was unlikely to back down easily. Despite her fears, the friend believed in the young man's strength and believed that he would be able to overcome all the obstacles that stood in the way of victory. The friend's confidence warmed the young man's soul, filled him with confidence and a desire to prove the girl right. Yuri seriously promised that he would do his best and give it his all to finish the tournament with dignity and make his friends happy. His eyes lit up with the fire of determination, reflecting his inner desire to win the championship and restore justice, violated by the intrigues and machination of enemies. However, before heading to the dorm, the guy definitely wanted to visit a place called Ho. There he was going to discuss work with his colleagues. The young man promised that the visit would take only a short time. Milo said that she was prepared to spend as much time as necessary waiting for him in the carriage. Yuri walked up to the table where Kaf was sitting, and next to the table was a flask of strong alcohol. The young man was worried about his friend's condition. He remembered how he had promised to give up alcohol. Kaf admitted that he had only poured and had not yet drunk. Yuri worriedly asked if something had happened that had made his friend touch alcohol. Kaf cried out sharply, blaming the witches for the latest troubles. He remembered how he had previously received bloody inscriptions on the front door of the workshop. But this latest act was a particularly painful blow. The witches had poisoned the water in the river used in the manufacture of the products with an inky substance. He saw a liquid resembling crude oil, similar to what Yuri was processing. The comrade explained that there were several employees working in the workshop, which helped maintain production safety, but warned that there was a danger. The danger was that a group of hostile witches was trying to take over their workshop, cutting off their income. Kaf looked helplessly at Yuri, asking a direct question. What should they do to protect the enterprise and prevent the catastrophic consequences of the conflict? The final day of the grand tournament had arrived. The academy's staff, students, and teachers were hurriedly preparing for the important event. They were setting up chairs and decorating the room. Everything had to meet the highest standards for organizing tournaments of this scale. The servants carefully decorated the chairs for the royal family with flowers. Special seats were prepared for the members of the jury, decorated with symbolic hourglasses, emphasizing the importance of time and the wisdom needed to make fair decisions. Yuri looked thoughtfully at his casual attire, wondering if it was appropriate for the formal nature of the upcoming event. He wondered if the academy uniform was appropriate for the award ceremony. The stylist advised him to wear the dress version, but noted that the uniform he had was rather worn and dirty. He also heard that the young man came from a very aristocratic family. The man resolutely demanded permission to tidy up the young man's appearance, stating that appearance plays an important role in the public's perception. Without further ado, he sat the young man down on a chair. Nervously, Yuri inquired what exactly the stylist was planning to apply to his hair. He smiled good-naturedly, asking not to worry and promising to be careful. With slow movements of his fingers, the specialist opened a jar of styling oil, confident in the result of his work. The young man tried to explain to the man that he was completely satisfied with the state of his hair and asked to leave it unchanged. The student, having given in, allowed him to work only on the ends of his hair. The master was persistent and, contrary to the client's wishes, radically transformed Yuri's hair. Using professional tools and care products, he turned an ordinary hairstyle into an elegant head of hair that attracts the attention of others. Annoyed and irritated by the changes in appearance that had occurred, the young man was eager to end this and quickly return to his usual fares. He headed towards the entrance to the hall, accompanied by helpful servants who ceremoniously opened the heavy oak doors. As he passed the crowd of excited students, Yuri realized that what was happening was just a regular competition organized by the school. However, the joy and enthusiasm of those around him was transmitted to him, gradually displacing his irritation. The judge sternly asked him to take his rightful place on the podium, reserved for the finalists. But as soon as the young man noticed the figure of the queen, towering on the throne, he instinctively knelt down, demonstrating deep respect and deference to the monarch. In front of Yuri sat the representatives of the monarchical power, Her Majesty the Queen and Her Royal Highness, Princess Karya. His friend, Princess Carol, was sitting next to him, laughing at him. The young man wondered what she was laughing at, and most importantly, why her hair had become so strange. Disappointed by his own situation, Yuri returned to his assigned place, but at that moment the silence was broken by the ringing voice of another high-ranking person, attracting everyone's attention. The girl gracefully stepped forward, addressing the members of the royal family directly. Her demeanor, refined speech, and impeccable appearance betrayed her high birth and upbringing. Only now did Yuri realize that Shura was standing in front of him. Lacrimanus, the daughter of a powerful noble family, dressed in a lavish outfit. He half-jokingly wondered if she intended to immediately ascend to the throne with such a flamboyant display of status. Milo gently wished her friend luck, giving him an encouraging look. Lily was nearby, timidly asking if Sham was going to support his friend during the tournament. Sham turned his gaze to the worried Lily, assuring her that Yuri would overcome any problems and emerge victorious. Lily modestly added that she was absolutely confident in Yuri's strength and capabilities. The judge solemnly announced that the culmination of the tournament was approaching. The final game of paired chess. The match will be held in 3 stages, and the winner will be the participant who wins the first 2 rounds in a row. She then respectfully addressed Her Majesty the Queen, seeking approval to begin the tournament. The Queen, sitting majestically on her throne, firmly declared that the tournament would begin immediately. Yuri was perplexed that the match could already begin. The pieces were already placed on the board, but they had not yet determined which of them would make the first move. It turned out that the referee had already drawn lots to determine the order of the first moves. The judge solemnly announced that the first game would begin with Shura's move, Lacrimanus. Yuri felt a little uneasy when he learned that the referee had made her decision on her own without consulting the players first. This was a rare practice in tournaments, and the development left the player feeling uncertain and anxious. After making her first move, Shura smiled with satisfaction, clearly pleased with the outcome of her deal with the judge. The young man realized that his opponent had used her influence and money to secure an advantage in the game. However, despite the unfairness, he remained unperturbed. The guy gloomily stated that his opponent was indeed a real witch, embodying the principles of evil and deceit. He saw that the girl had no intention of playing fairly, starting a campaign of intrigue and manipulation from the very start of the tournament. Yuri was confident that he had enough experience and skills to defeat the cunning enemy. Watching his opponent's actions, he clearly saw the weak points of her strategy and was prepared to take advantage of them at the right moment. A huge scoreboard displayed the results of the first stage of the competition. Shiora, visibly upset, bit her nail and quietly said that she had to admit defeat. The judge solemnly announced the name of the winner, Yuri Hao, who managed to turn the tide of events and win a convincing victory. Now the young man clearly understood the reasons for his advancement to the next stages of the championship. After a short break, the referee marked the beginning of a new round of the tournament. Yuri firmly decided to turn the next meeting into a real show. An ambitious plan was maturing in his head, which would allow him to win not only technically but also emotionally, captivating the hearts of fans and critics. Lily introduced herself as Yuri's friend, emphasizing the depth of their relationship. Standing next to her, Milo added that they were also acquainted, emphasizing the importance of support and trust in friendship. Their communication created a warm feeling of unity and harmony. Lily modestly admitted that she was not confident enough in playing shogi, offering to teach her new friend the basic techniques and principles if she wanted. The girl thought that after the second round, Yuri's sharpness had significantly decreased, although she was not sure of the accuracy of her perception. Perhaps the reason was fatigue or insufficient preparation, or her observations were wrong. The young man told everyone that he had lost this round, leaving the audience in a state of deep shock. Milo, hearing the sad news, was in shock, not believing her own ears. Her expression spoke of deep sympathy. After all, she had placed all her bets on him. The judge loudly announced the name of the winner of the second round. Shira Lacrimanis then suggested taking a short break before the start of the third decisive game, asking the players to proceed to the waiting room to prepare mentally for the final stage of the tournament. Milo thought hard about what was driving her friend, why he allowed his rival to win. Hope grew inside her that he would find a way out of this difficult situation, proving that his weakness was temporary and that his triumphant series of victories would soon end. She openly expressed her doubts, asking whether Yuri intended to concede victory to his opponent again, and whether he really had deliberately gone for defeat. The young man calmly confirmed that he was acting deliberately sacrificing his winnings. The indignant girlfriend demanded an explanation as to why he was giving up easy victories, putting his participation in the tournament at risk. Yuri explained that the Lacrimanis family controlled an influential parchment guild that supplied raw materials to most of the kingdom's businesses. Confronting them would result in great losses. It was better to avoid open conflict by choosing the path of diplomacy and compromise. Milo looked at him carefully, openly wondering if he was afraid of the witch's powers and influence. She knew that her friend had already successfully resisted her formidable grandmother, and she doubted that economic considerations were the reason for abandoning the fight. The girl believed that the conditions were equal, and the young man could continue the fight using his accumulated experience and skills. Yuri emphasized that for him the tournament is a trifle compared to global goals. He admitted that perhaps she considers him a hero, but he himself does not strive for this title, preferring to serve his own interests and not someone else's. Milo realized that the tournament was of secondary importance to him from the very beginning, and her efforts to support her friend were in vain. A feeling of disappointment washed over the girl, forcing her to reconsider her attitude toward such events. The girl was disappointed in her past actions. She wanted to improve and direct her efforts towards achieving significant goals. Yuri tried to understand what his friend meant and tried to cheer her up with words of support. A friend said that she always gave him valuable advice and was there for him in difficult times. The young man was sincerely grateful to her for this, and her help never irritated him. But he was not the kind of person she wanted him to be. The guy realized that she would not want to follow someone who played along with her and did what she wanted. Yuri, having received confirmation of understanding from Milo, managed to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly someone's familiar voice interrupted the idyllic moment. Looking back, the young man saw his friend approaching, calling him. The maid indignantly addressed the guest, declaring that he was forbidden to be in the room and rudely asked what he was allowing himself to do. Calf, without taking offense, warmly thanked the girl for telling him the way and explained that he had come here only to find Yuri. Seeing his companion running up to them, the young man asked in bewilderment what had made him come so urgently and what news he had arrived with. His friend, having caught his breath, began to tell about the events unfolding outside the palace. Calf knew he was at a critical stage of the tournament. but the news he brought was too alarming to put off. Milo, standing unnoticed behind the wall, overheard part of the conversation, realizing that trouble required immediate action. Yuri looked at his friend seriously, assuring him that he was aware of everything that was happening and asking him to carry out the order exactly as he said. The comrade agreed and asked if everything was in order with Yuri's current affairs. He calmly confirmed that everything was in order with Yuri's current affairs. He calmly confirmed that everything was stable and under control. Everything depended on the outcome of the final match, and the audience froze in anticipation. The referee solemnly announced the start of the third match, which would decide the fate of the tournament. Both players concentrated, ready to demonstrate all the art and skill. The judge loudly announced that the first move was given to Shur. Lachromanis gave the signal for the decisive duel to begin. Both sides froze, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. The eyes of the spectators eagerly followed each figure moving across the field, as if the fate of the world depended on each movement. Lily was shocked by the judge's decision, because traditionally the first move belonged to her best friend Yuri. The unusual change in order caused her a wave of doubt and anxiety. She tried to understand the reason for her friend's silence. Her brain worked feverishly, building various hypotheses. The opponent decisively moved the first piece, opening the final battle. Yuri watched her actions carefully, mentally calculating possible combinations and developing countermeasures. Shura delicately inquired about the guy's health, claiming that she was afraid that something extraordinary had happened. The young man assured her that he was completely fine, refuting any suspicions of problems. The girl decided to switch Yuri's attention to his own business project, a small shop called How, which he now runs. Shura warned him in a stern and mocking tone that in the near future he would have to face serious problems that required a quick response and non-standard solutions. She gave an example of a possible scenario and asked him to imagine that his store suffered a fire that destroyed stock and damaged the building. Such an incident would cause significant damage to his business, requiring significant financial investment and restoration of lost property, or any other misfortune would happen. Any of these circumstances could threaten the existence of his enterprise. The young man frowned, realizing the difficulty of the situation, but remained calm, understanding that the best reaction was sober calculation and a cool head. The spectators, holding their breath, carefully watched every move of the figures on the board, anticipating the outcome of the tense confrontation. The final duel promised to be exciting and full of surprises, causing a sea of emotions and experiences in everyone present. Carol was tormented by the question of whether the terrible threat was real, and Yuri's workshop had really suffered from the fire. Thoughts swirled in the girl's head, painting pictures of destruction and loss. Fear for the fate of a loved one and his affairs grew stronger with every minute of waiting for news. She quickly realized the absurdity of the suspicions that had arisen, and wondered why Shura was making up such stories. Analyzing her rival's motives, the girl realized that it was necessary to find out the truth in order to dispel doubts and restore harmony. The princess jumped up and exclaimed that there was something fishy going on with the tournament and insisted that the game be stopped immediately. The queen gently urged her to look more closely and try to understand the essence of what was happening before jumping to conclusions. Mom calmly noted that her daughter's interference only prevented her friend from concentrating on developing a winning strategy. Advice and calls to stop the game distracted his attention, reducing his chances of winning. It was much more important to support and believe in your friend without interfering in the process. Yuri exhaled in irritation, trying to cope with the growing internal anxiety and fatigue. His head was spinning with thoughts about the future that was hanging by a thread. He said he had learned of a fire that had damaged 4 buildings, but fortunately there were no casualties, meaning the damage was minimal. Shura, clearly shaken by the information, asked if it was true. The young man did not expect that his rival would bring up such a personal issue at a public event, trying to put him in a negative light in front of the audience. Such behavior seemed inappropriate and unjustified, causing him a mixture of irritation and disappointment. Shura categorically denied the accusations, insisting that she had never said anything like that and that the accusation was based entirely on the fantasies of Aparna. She demonstratively leaned back in her chair, ignoring further claims, clearly trying to avoid further discussion. Yuri accepted the lack of evidence and said that he did not intend to share details of the incident in any case. The information would remain confidential until the exact circumstances of what happened were clarified. He simply sincerely believed that she had brought condemnation upon herself and lost the respect of those around her by her own actions. Her behavior and constant provocations had caused a negative perception of her personality, forming a persistent image of her as an unreliable partner and competitor. Yuri explained that if she hadn't noticed, he deliberately lost the second game, intending to hand over the championship to her. He thought he could delay the fight by currying favor with the local witches, but he wasn't going to play along with those who were burning down workshops. The young man spoke disparagingly of his rival, calling her a terrible person, unworthy of receiving gifts and privileges. He emphasized that victories obtained by deception and vile means have no value, and only cause contempt. Shura felt a sharp surge of anger when she heard Yuri's rude words. Her lips pressed tightly together. Her eyes flashed with hatred. Bitterness and resentment mixed with despair, aggravated by the need to hide her true feelings. She, holding back her emotions, turned to the judge, expecting an objective decision on the situation. The guy watched the process attentively, ready to defend his point of view and protect his interests. The atmosphere in the hall remained tense. The audience was waiting for the outcome. The judge issued a stern warning to Yuri, ordering him to control his speech and maintain decorum. As a disciplinary measure, she ordered a limitation of additional time for making decisions. The young man showed complete indifference to the punishment and sarcastically asked his opponent if she hoped that such a time limit would help her win. Shura threw an angry look, realizing that the trick had not worked. Yuri took the bait, declaring that he was no longer going to tolerate the girl's provocations and attacks. His voice sounded firm and decisive, attracting the attention of the audience and judges. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. All eyes turned to the central stage. Quickly making another move, he announced that he would use all available resources to crush his opponent. He warned that if Shura lost, she would do so looking like a pathetic, cowardly, and malicious person. The young man raised his voice, warning her that no tricks or machinations would save her from inevitable defeat. A premonition of disaster overwhelmed the girl, realizing that the forces were unequal, and all that remained was to hope for a miracle. Shura looked at the board in confusion, not understanding the meaning of Yuri's words, when suddenly her pieces began to fall one after another. The opponent acted quickly and accurately, methodically eliminating the opponent's defense. Approaching the final victory, the girl desperately maneuvered, trying to save the remaining pieces and hold her position on the board. Sweat streamed down her forehead. Her fingers trembled from the strain, but each of her moves ended in failure, bringing her to the brink of defeat. On the verge of total collapse, Shura made a last attempt to stop Yuri's advance, but time ran out, and any attempt at resistance was pointless. The opponent's positions were too strong. The pieces stood like an impenetrable wall, protecting key points on the board. The girl froze in panic, as if an invisible spear was pressed against her neck, threatening a fatal blow. A chill ran down her spine. Her breath caught. Despair throbbed in her head. The world narrowed to a small cage, where only helplessness and fear of the inevitable end remained. She, realizing that it was impossible to win back, loudly announced her own defeat. The audience responded with thunderous applause and jubilant cries, welcoming the new star of the tournament. Shura, sternly telling her that due to her unacceptable behavior during the match, she wanted to speak to her separately in a special room. Depending on what she learned, appropriate disciplinary measures might have to be taken. One of the court servants respectfully asked her to follow him as they headed towards the designated meeting room. The girl hesitated for a moment, but then obediently followed her escort. Realizing the inevitability of a showdown, realizing the magnitude of the victory achieved, Yuri took a deep breath, feeling the weight of tension leave his body, as if a heavy stone had fallen from his shoulders. The excitement dissipated. The muscles relaxed. An inner harmony was restored. Carol approached him and asked reproachfully when he would finally learn to behave properly, since he had caused a big commotion again. Yuri noted that there was nothing to be done. There were times when problems arose unexpectedly and quickly got out of control. He tried to calm his friend down, emphasizing that the past could not be fixed, and the future depended on the decisions made. The girl angrily called him an upstart, but then admitted that despite all his shortcomings, he had indeed won. Her voice was disapproving, but there was hidden pride in her friend's achievements. Carol admired the quality of the game, sincerely praising Yuri's skill and strategy. Extending her hand, she added that she was proud of his achievement and saw great potential for further success. Yuri theatrically dropped to one knee, carefully took the princess's hand, and tenderly touched it with his lips. The crowd suddenly exploded with joyful shouts, expressing delight and satisfaction at the performance they had seen. The applause drowned out all other sounds, filling the space of the hall. The young man suddenly jumped up from his seat and rushed headlong into the street, not paying attention to the admiring crowd and official congratulations. As soon as he stepped over the threshold of the palace, Yuri heard a familiar voice calling his name. Milo gestured hastily towards the majestic bird waiting for its owner nearby. Yuri quickly turned to the girl, warmly thanking her for her timely help and moral incentive. Milo hesitated, about to add something important. She bowed gracefully, quietly whispering words of apology. The girl added that she did not think about the consequences and sincerely regrets the mistakes she made. Yuri gently hugged his friend, calming her down with a soft voice. He emphasized that he was not inclined to consider her guilty and understood that mistakes happen to everyone. Even if she made a mistake, the young man assured her that he was not angry and would continue to support her, because friendship was the most important thing. The young man deftly jumped onto the back of the huge bird, firmly grasping the strong straps of the saddle. Yuri smiled warmly, thanking Milo for his help. Turning decisively, he announced decisively that he was heading out, confident in the correctness of the path he had chosen. Turning around abruptly, the boys saw a man running towards them with his mouth open. A loud cry for them to wait for her echoed across the palace square. Lily, trying to catch her breath from running, excitedly asked Yuri if he was heading to his workshop. She timidly asked if her friend would take her with him to the workshop. Lily added that her own works are also stored in the studio, and she wants to verify the extent of the damage after the fire. The young man expressed his agreement and understanding, and together they would go to assess the extent of the damage and take the necessary measures. Yuri reminded them that they needed to hurry, so he asked Lily to put on her coat. The guys immediately went to the workshop to check the damage caused by the fire. They hurried to assess the scale of the destruction and take measures to restore the workspace. The flames most likely destroyed the equipment and tools, leaving only ashes. Milo watched her friends walk away, feeling a slight sadness and emptiness inside. She watched as their silhouettes gradually dissolved into the distance, leaving behind silence and loneliness. The workers shouted desperately to each other, urging them to quickly move away from the half-destroyed building, fearing a sudden collapse of the fragile structures. The debris of the walls hung menacingly over their heads, ready to collapse at any second, creating a deadly threat to everyone nearby. Fear and panic seized everyone, forcing them to run away, saving their lives. Calf warned his partner that continuing to put out the fire was becoming extremely dangerous. It was necessary to act immediately, collect the most valuable tools, and urgently leave the risk zone while there was still a chance to avoid a tragic fate. The young man noticed Yuri arriving at the scene. His arrival marked the beginning of the fire damage assessment process. This was an important procedure necessary to determine further actions and restore damaged property. Lily watched the events unfold with a heavy heart, knowing that her beloved tools, carefully preserved for many years, could be damaged or even lost forever. Her heart sank at the thought of having to start all over again. The girl screamed angrily, directing all her rage at the witches who had started this destructive fire. In her mind, she cursed those who dared to deal such a serious blow to the enterprise. Kaf apologized sincerely to Yuri, feeling guilty and sorry that it took them some time to get the fire under control. His face showed confusion and remorse, as the delay had caused significant damage and losses. He sighed heavily and admitted that the building of the watermill, which served as the craftsman's workplace, was completely engulfed in flames and almost completely destroyed. Along with it, all the tools used for craftwork perished. Yuri firmly stated that the material losses were secondary to the preservation of human lives. Despite the significant destruction of buildings and the loss of valuable tools, the most important thing was the health and safety of the workers. Lily agreed that her colleagues were absolutely right, but her heart ached for the loss of the tools she had created. If only property had been damaged, it would have been bearable, but the loss of things made with her own hands seemed especially bitter. But despite the weight of the losses, she felt a huge relief when she learned that none of the workers were hurt. This fact warmed her heart and gave her the strength to move forward. The loss of material assets was sad, but the knowledge of the safety of her colleagues brought comfort and hope for a better future. Calf suddenly noticed his comrade heading resolutely into the charred building, ignoring the danger. Overcome with fear and anxiety, Calf screamed loudly, begging his friend to stop and go back. Suddenly, a terrible crack was heard, and the walls of the building began to rapidly settle, foreshadowing an inevitable collapse. Seeing this, the friend fell into a real panic, worrying about the fate of Yuri, who was inside. The friends stood paralyzed with fear, watching the scene with wide eyes. Their faces turned pale, their hands trembled, and their hearts beat faster. Everyone silently watched as the structure slowly but inexorably fell apart, mentally repeating a prayer, hoping for a miracle. Calf stood in the middle of the chaos, desperately calling out for Yuri, trying to hear even the slightest response. His voice was broken with excitement. His face was covered in sweat. His eyes were feverishly searching for signs of movement among the ruins. His entire body was tense, waiting for the slightest sound that would confirm that the boy was still alive. Suddenly, the friend's attention was drawn to the figure of a comrade who had unexpectedly appeared from the clouds of smoke. He carefully stepped outside, clutching a lost folder to his chest. His face was covered in soot, and so were his clothes. Calf was puzzled as to why Yuri had gone into the crumbling building, putting himself in danger. Deeply touched by his friend's experiences, he offered a sincere apology. Friendship proved stronger than fear, and mutual assistance was the key to survival in any circumstances. The young man carefully handed the precious folder into Lily's hands, feeling his fingers tremble slightly from the stress they had experienced. The girl's gaze lit up with gratitude and admiration. Yuri said that she created this thing especially for them. It was her first work, Tsukigeta. Lily's work became the basis for the unique instruments used by the group. These items were kept in storage for unforeseen circumstances. However, despite this foresight, a significant portion of the stock was also destroyed in the fire. Yuri felt a deep sense of relief when he saw that at least one copy of the instrument had survived. Lily, beside herself with emotion, angrily pushed Yuri in the chest, calling him a fool. She could not understand why he was ready to risk his life for a simple tool. She wanted to protect the man she loved, to keep him from reckless actions that could lead to tragedy. Despite all the anger and irritation, the girl deeply respected her friend's brave act. Understanding how important it was for him to save the instrument created by her hands, she expressed sincere gratitude. Although her heart ached with worry, Calf patted Yuri on the shoulder encouragingly, assuring him that now, thanks to the prototype tool they had found, they would be able to set up large-scale production again. Memories of past achievements returned, giving him confidence in the future. The friend confirmed Calf's words, adding that the new workshop would be built in a place protected from enemies and natural disasters. They would create an ideal space for creativity and work where no villains would get to. Moreover, they would build a completely new water wheel. Lily timidly asked to join the work of restoring the workshop. A sense of responsibility and a desire to contribute to the common cause filled her heart. Realizing that every member of the team would need help, she was ready to make every effort. The girl sincerely dreamed of becoming a full-fledged part of the How Company, participating in the restoration of the workshop and business development. She always longed to contribute her skills and experience, helping to build a successful enterprise that can be proud of. The guys warmly accepted Lily's offer, happily confirming that they were glad to see her on the team. Having raised the mood with general laughter, they jokingly invited her to join the company permanently. Yuri boldly cut through the sky, sitting astride a mighty royal eagle. The majestic bird gracefully spread its powerful wings, cutting through the clouds and leaving behind a light trail of wind. The sun gilded the plumage, emphasizing the beauty and power of wind, emphasizing the beauty and power of the winged ally. The guy turned to the workers and calmly announced that landing was close, insistently asking them to prepare carefully. Meanwhile, the huge eagle began to slow down, carefully reducing its flight altitude, gradually approaching the ground. Soon the massive claws almost touched the ground, completing the breathtaking flight. Yuri took off his helmet, letting the fresh breeze touch his hot face, and exhaled in relief. The fatigue retreated, giving way to a sense of accomplishment and the joy of returning home. Now, freed from the burden of equipment, he could relax. The young man turned to his comrade, informing him that he would return soon, leaving his faithful companion, the royal eagle Stardust, to rest and recover. As he said goodbye to his comrade, thanking him for his support and cooperation. Both knew that their paths would temporarily diverge, but the spirit of camaraderie would remain unchanged, regardless of distances and trials. Half a year's passed since the workshop was burned down at the Doki tournament. A new workshop has opened on the territory of the Hao family, which has no relation to witches. After a thorough inspection of the premises, Yuri decided to visit the nearby port city of Suomi. This city was used by Harald as a base for trade with the Republic of Albio, and initially prospered due to trade with other cities. It is a city where shipbuilding and various other activities flourish. Now that the cultist Lily had taken physical form, Yuri came to the port city of Suomi in order to select a reliable ship suitable for long ocean voyages. The task was to select a vessel capable of withstanding the harsh conditions of the open ocean. The young man accidentally noticed the figure of a man lying motionless on the stone pier. Looking closer, he heard the quiet muttering of a stranger, whose voice sounded weak and tired. The stranger spoke mysterious words in a strange language, whispering something like, "What came from the sea, let it return to the sea. What rose in the mountains, let it go there." Then, sighing heavily, he continued, that if you do not want to lose the way to Yofu, where he came from. Yuri assumed that the speech was in the ancient language of horror, known for its Itusian script. Judging by the accent and manner of speaking, the man was definitely not a Kuran. He drew his blade and asked sharply who the stranger was and what brought him here. The knife glinted in the sunlight, reflecting the seriousness of the young man's intentions. The young man experienced a real shock, realizing that Harald himself was in front of him, and asked to look at his appearance, which was pretty shabby. The man, looking at him, asked with interest what exactly he needed, and what interest such an unexpected meeting aroused. Harald admitted that it had been an eternity since they had last met. Now face to face, they both felt awkward and at the same time happy about the renewed connection. Yuri asked him with concern why he was lying right on the dock, looking tired and confused. His friend responded by asking him to keep quiet, hinting that the situation was more complicated than it seemed at first glance. Harald insistently asked to be left alone, making it clear that he wanted to rest and sort out his own thoughts. However, his comrade, concerned about his friend's condition, persuaded him to go with him, offering help and support. The company entered a cozy bar located near the port. Yuri announced that tonight was the perfect occasion to forget about everything bad and drink calmly without worrying about the consequences. He heartily offered to pay for the drinks. Harald ordered a cool mug of aromatic sake and some dried meat from the friendly waitress. The worker immediately accepted the guest's wish. Meanwhile, the young man sitting nearby offered to write the bill in his name. Yuri openly asked his friend what had happened in his life that had led to this state. Seeing the loss of spirit and weariness in his former comrade's eyes, he wanted to understand the reason for such a drastic change. Harald paused for a moment to collect his thoughts before beginning to relate the events of the last few months, full of hardships and trials. The story was intended to throw light on the circumstances that had brought about such a change in the character and behavior of a once strong and energetic man. The young man began his story with tears, saying that their boat had shaken, the tree had snapped, and they had been thrown into the open sea. Yuri assumed that this meant that the ship had been lost, the crew had mutinied, and had been thrown overboard. He understood that crossing the sea without celestial navigation was a bad decision, and if supplies ran out, the crew would start blaming the captain and navigator, and so they were thrown overboard. The young man became interested in how they managed to survive. His comrade admitted that they were thrown overboard with a spear, and that was how they survived. According to Yuri, if Harald survived, then presumably the dead old man really did know where the land was. After all, their boat was initially unable to find land, and most likely continues to drift in the ocean like a ghost ship, carrying weapons on board. However, he believed that such a test required a worthy reward, and half-jokingly advised Harald to find himself a girlfriend. He explained that he was an Itusian, whose customs strictly forbade the use of women, solely for entertainment, and he frankly admitted that all his savings had gone into buying supplies for the boat, and now he was unable to start all over again. Without money and resources, he felt cornered, having lost faith in his own strength. The prospect of total collapse frightened him. Yuri was amazed to see how seriously he adhered to the principles of his religion. At the same time, the waitress returned to the table, politely apologizing for the long wait for the customers. The young man said that today it would be better to just drink eat well, and forget about all the problems. If Harrell refused the food, he would take it for himself. However, Harrell immediately became indignant, emphasizing that the food belonged to him personally and no one had the right to dispose of it without his consent. Harrell, completely weakened by fatigue and alcohol, laid his head on the tabletop and fell into a deep sleep. This evening ended in a peculiar way, but gave a new chance to renew relationships and understand the importance of supporting each other. The waitress who came to change the dishes noticed the client's condition and delicately informed Yuri that his companion was fast asleep. There was a soft note of sympathy and understanding in her voice. Yuri politely apologized to the girl, explaining that he would have to leave Harold to sleep here until the morning. His friend's tired look spoke of complete exhaustion, and Yuri did not want to disturb his peace ahead of time. Suddenly, the young man pulled out a knife hidden in the folds of his clothes, causing the waitress to become visibly nervous. The cold gleam of the metal was reflected in the dim light of the lamp, increasing the tension of the situation. Yuri told her girlfriend that nothing bad would happen, and explained that he just wanted to make Harold look presentable. The request to bring a broom and dustpan sounded unusual, but the worker immediately understood what the guy meant. The young man and the waitress looked at the results of their labors with a satisfied smile. The worker asked worriedly if the guest was sure that everything was okay. Yuri assured him that there was nothing to worry about. He jokingly noted that Harold's new haircut looked great and suited him. Deciding to take the initiative, he agreed with the waitress that he would come in the morning to make sure that everything was okay with his friend. The girl had to agree, obeying the visitor's decision. In the morning, Yuri, smiling, noticed that Harold had a very funny haircut, which suited him surprisingly. Harold himself, running his hand over his head in confusion, could not understand how his hairdo had changed so radically. He darkly threatened that whoever committed such an outrage against his appearance would receive a cruel retribution. As soon as the offender was within sight, the young man was going to tear him literally into small pieces, showing a rare intolerance for such actions. Yuri tried to calm his indignant friend, claiming that what had happened was a chain of absurd coincidences and accidents. The funny story, in the end, showed that his comrade was alive and well, which meant that the main problem had been successfully overcome. The young man sincerely wished him success in his endeavors, sincerely happy for his friend. However, he stopped him, asking for a minute of attention. Harold asked Yuri to lend him a small sum of money. Yuri, slightly surprised, reminded his friend that he had enough expenses of his own, including plans to buy a new ship. The question caused confusion, since the young man's finances were limited and intended for future investments. He also needed a reserve fund in case the ship sank and he could not afford to lend money. However, his partner insisted, offering to join the ship's crew in exchange, citing that he was a veteran who had visited the island of Albio many times. Yuri, leaning closer to his friend, was curious about what qualities he possessed that would allow him to be considered an experienced and reliable assistant. Interested in understanding the level of competence of a potential crew member, he waited for a detailed explanation. After all, the young man could not trust the control of the vessel to a sailor who was intoxicated. The new ship is equipped with modern equipment that allows for precise location in the open sea. This technology allows royal families to quickly evacuate to safety in the event of a threat to the nation's destruction. If he lets him get drunk and reveal the secret, they will be destroyed. The people of Kor will instantly master this technology and begin to terrorize the lands they fled. Harold's professional experience and knowledge as a seasoned sailor who had sailed many sea routes. However, when making his decision, he honestly admitted that he was not ready to take this man on board at the moment. The young man understood that keeping the secret was vital to success. Determined, he promised himself to make sure that his team members learned the rules of confidentiality and strictly observed them. Only complete discipline would allow the secret to be kept, ensuring safety. Yuri promised that he would eliminate anyone who revealed the secret to third parties. His expression was serious and determined, proving the absolute seriousness of his intentions. Turning to Harold, he clarified whether he agreed to maintain silence and strict confidentiality. Before leaving for the capital, the young man suddenly decided to provide financial assistance to his friend by giving him a small amount of silver. This noble gesture showed that he still had sympathy and respect for his friend, despite their differences. Finally, he asked Harold to think about what kind of life he wanted to follow in the future. The choice of life path determined the further development of his career and personal satisfaction. A few days later, in the 7th-year student dormitory of the Night Academy, Yuri was informed that a man named Harold was waiting at the door of the dormitory. Harold, who wants to meet him. Yuri, having heard the news, said briefly that he would come out now. He wondered what made his friend look for him here. Yuri prepared himself for everything, intending to listen carefully and make a reasonable decision. The boy appeared on the porch, politely inquiring how he could be of service to the visitor. Harold, taking off his cap, respectfully apologized for his behavior that night and announced that he had made a firm decision to join Yuri's crew as a sailor. Yuri looked at his comrade warily, noticing an unknown young man nearby, looking suspiciously towards the entrance. He asked who this guy was and what he had to do with Harold's request to join the service. Harold introduced the young man as Gora Benjam, who was only 16 years old but already qualified as a full-fledged navigator. The friend completed the introduction by mentioning that although Gora Benjam was young, he had already received the approval and recommendation of a previously deceased comrade who deserved complete trust. Yuri agreed to allow Harold and Gora to join the expedition, but stipulated that full trust in the newcomers would have to be earned. Over time, they would have to demonstrate their skills and loyalty to fully integrate into the team and earn the captain's respect. The young man looked at them seriously, convincingly demanding that they confirm their commitment and loyalty with the strongest oath before the memory of the teacher Issa. Such a ritual guaranteed the observance of obligations and instilled a sense of responsibility. Issa greeted Yuri and Harold warmly, exchanging words of gratitude for their visit. A third participant, who introduced himself as Gora Benjam, modestly joined the conversation, expressing his pleasure at meeting a new colleague. The teacher invited the guests into the room, continuing the conversation in a more private setting. As the conversation progressed, she noted that Harold had made a strong impression on her. The latter quickly asked to stop such talk. The woman smiled slyly, adding that he looked unusually attractive and approachable. Hearing the compliment, the young man blushed bright red, involuntarily trying to hide his embarrassment. Issa learned that the guests had arrived for an important ritual of exchanging vows to guarantee the loyalty and integrity of the participants in the journey. Such an event required special attention and adherence to rules. A sacrament is a special form of religious ceremony in the Aitusian culture. There are many different forms of performing oaths, but this type involves the presence of a priest who acts as a witness to the agreement instead of the divine will. The teacher emphasized to Harold that breaking this oath was tantamount to insulting the god, and it was not a ceremony to be taken lightly. She looked at him carefully, demanding confirmation that he understood the meaning of her words. The young man confirmed that he fully understood the importance and responsibility of the oath he was taking. Issa, who had been closely monitoring the guest's reaction, suggested that he set out in detail the essence of the obligation to which the candidates were ready to put their names. Yuri asked whether he should tell the teacher the details he was willing to go to. The woman confirmed that complete frankness was necessary, otherwise she would not be able to properly perform the ritual. She compared it to the penitential procedure, where priests are obliged to keep the sins confessed completely secret, even if they go against the canons of their faith. Yuri and Harold exchanged a quick glance, immediately realizing that the teacher was right. They had to be honest, because any attempt to hide important information could affect the outcome of the ritual. Collecting their thoughts, the young men decided to follow the woman's advice, trusting her experience and wisdom. Issa warmly thanked the students for their openness and honesty. She confirmed that she had carefully read the contents of the vows they had taken, emphasizing the importance of the path they had chosen. The woman felt it necessary to immediately begin performing the ritual. She opened the drawer of the nightstand and took out a clear glass cup intended for the ritual. The light from the lamp flickered softly on the smooth surface of the glass, emphasizing the purity and symbolic meaning of the object. The woman then slowly filled the glass with clean water, emitting a barely discernible silvery sheen. Having completed the preparations, Issa turned to Harold, inviting him to be the first to perform the important rite, to drink the blessed water. With a gesture full of dignity, she handed him the glass, reminding him that accepting the drink symbolized his readiness to take responsibility for the commitments he had made. The young man, without hesitation, took the glass with both hands and, taking a deep breath, drank all the water in one gulp. Now Issa declared that, having sanctified the lips, it was impossible to speak untruth. Then Patella Harold, named by this name at birth, entered into the procedure of pronouncing the vows and solemnly swore that his words were true. The youth confirmed his commitment to follow the promise given. Harold began his oath by saying that he would not betray Master Yuri, that he would take responsibility for keeping the secret and would serve during the use of the methods, and when he left, he would not use them. He was asked if he affirmed this in the presence of the head of the Order of Isa Kosolinki Wichita. To break this oath means not only to deceive oneself, but also to reject the love of God. Such an act is considered a serious crime against morality and ethics, subject to punishment in both earthly and spiritual life. That is, by refusing to observe this oath, the participants will put their own piety at risk, significantly worsening their position in the eyes of society. Harold, realizing the seriousness of the moment, fully accepted the terms of the oath and dedicated himself to the Lord, promising to observe the established rules and norms of behavior. Isa, having listened attentively to the young man, expressed satisfaction, asserting that his words had reached God and received the highest sanction. Filled with delight, she cried out in rapture, "Hallelujah!" expressing genuine joy and satisfaction at the ritual that had been performed. Isa warmly thanked Sir for his diligence and dedication in preparing and performing the ritual. Such praise was rare in everyday practice, emphasizing the high level of skill and dedication to his work. The woman approached Mr. Harrow with an urgent request to remember the seriousness of the oath and a warning that violation of the obligations would entail serious consequences. The threat of punishment expressed to her emphasized the importance of observing the accepted norms and rules. Yuri, interested in the consequences of breaking the oath, asked a direct question, wanting to know what sanctions await violators. Isa solemnly declared that breaking this oath would inevitably lead to her death. The effect of these words was stunning. Everyone present froze in awe, realizing that they had made the most terrible of all possible oaths. For a moment, there was a deathly silence. Yuri asked what she meant. The woman admitted that she had misled them, that if Harold broke the vow, she would have to meditate in the forest for a month, living on water alone. This sacrament of vows serves as a guarantee that the students will fulfill their vows under the responsibility of the master. Isa confirmed that such practice was obligatory for her. The young man, familiar with the history of the Kasorika school, was surprised whether such strict requirements were applicable here, in modern reality. The woman explained that the representatives of the Kasorika school are now exempt from physical punishment, replacing it with a monetary contribution. She herself remains faithful to the ancient rules, considering them the most effective for strengthening the internal discipline and responsibility of students. Harold categorically refused to follow this condition, arguing that they had no right to allow the manager to get into a difficult situation. He suggested simply forgetting the previous agreements and moving on to discussing other terms of cooperation. However, before he could finish his sentence, the teacher's stern voice interrupted him, attracted by the violation of the established order. She believed that once he had made an oath, he should not think about the consequences of breaking it. The only thing required of him was to make a decision and strictly fulfill the oath he had taken. Isa looked at him sternly and asked if he had gone to the ritual with the intention of breaking his vows later. Her tone was condemning, emphasizing that such behavior was unacceptable and punishable by the most severe measures. Harold resolutely denied the accusations, emphasizing his genuine sincerity and loyalty to his commitments. Yuri, observing the dialogue, noted that even a teacher can feel offended if she is not treated with care. Isa, having listened to the young man, commented that in this case, this circumstance loses its significance. She expressed understanding and accepted the position of the young man, insisting on only one condition: he should not spread about his refusal to participate in the ritual. Harold, understanding the seriousness of the teacher's demands, firmly promised to take the remark into account and keep his opinion to himself. Stepping outside after the difficult and intense ritual, the young men felt a pleasant relief as they left the confines of the building. The fresh air cleared their heads, allowing them to release the accumulated tension. Harold himself had no idea that Yuri would drag Lady Isa into this. Finding himself involved in a complex ritual, he was faced for the first time with the need to observe ancient traditions and make serious commitments. Yuri was genuinely puzzled as to why this should not have been done. He argued that without the appropriate knowledge, the oath was meaningless. Navigation skills were the foundation of a successful naval campaign, and without mastering them, the expedition was doomed to failure. Harold intervened sharply in the discussion, decisively contradicting his friend. He pointed out that having made a promise, he was obliged to fulfill it, since he considered himself a man, responsible for his actions. Yuri was pleased to hear such a firm position from his partner. and he openly expressed his trust and confidence in him. He also counted on Gora, the third member of their small team. His skills and abilities were in demand and necessary for the successful completion of the mission. Yuri offered to teach the boys a new way of navigation, using modern methods and technologies. The boys readily agreed, realizing that obtaining such knowledge would significantly increase their chances of success in the upcoming journey. A month later, he rented a ship in the city of Swami, following Harold's advice. The young man, however, realized that renting would not solve the problem in the long term, and decided to purchase his own ship in the Republic of Albio, known for its advanced shipbuilding technology. Yuri exclaimed that he would certainly sort things out with his comrade upon his return, implying clarification of the circumstances and possible discussion of mistakes. Such a call emphasizes the demand for quality work and readiness to take responsibility for one's own actions. Harold echoed the captain's words, emphasizing that he would return only after he had mastered the instruments. This comment showed how seriously he takes professional growth and personal responsibility. The ship proudly spread its snow-white sails, heading towards the salty wind and exciting horizons. The long-awaited moment had arrived. Howe's company had finally set out on a sea voyage. Yuri stood, peering into the distance, and suddenly caught himself thinking that he hadn't seen this for a long time. It was his grandfather. The old man spoke slowly and earnestly, saying that he was an economist and understood little about it. But in physics, there was a certain uncertainty principle, particles with complete accuracy. In other words, it is impossible to obtain a truly accurate picture of the world. He went on to explain that if the smallest subatomic particle cannot be accurately observed, then the stuff that makes up matter cannot be studied with perfect precision. The same thing happens in economics. Grandfather worked on a model that describes with extreme precision the movement of human society. The smallest unit of the economy is a person, but each person is unique. The man continued, explaining that in order to accurately track the movements of a large unit of society, it was necessary to understand each individual. He then turned to Yuri and asked him if he thought it was possible to do so. There were things he didn't even know about the old woman he had lived with for so many years, which meant it was impossible to fully understand another person. The grandfather asked him to throw away the thing he had placed in the boy's hand and said that he had never been able to understand his wife. Therefore, he would never be able to understand the structure of a society consisting of 8 billion people. The man believed that he had made a mistake as a scientist. He realized that he had tried to clarify something that would forever remain an area of the unknown, inaccessible even to the greatest knowledge. These were the last words Yuri heard from him. He then died, following in his grandmother's footsteps. The young man thought that he had not dreamed of his grandfather for a long time. The girl looked at him carefully and asked again what he meant when he spoke about his grandfather. The boy's eyes suddenly widened, finding their faces close together. There was tension in the air, accompanied by a slight anxiety and interest. Yuri suddenly let out a loud cry, bursting from the depths of his being. The echo of his voice spread throughout the area, conveying the excitement and fear that had taken hold of the young man's soul. He admitted that Karya's sudden appearance had caused him great fright. The young man realized that she had been quietly following him all this time and asked the girl not to come so close. Karja said that she had been watching him for about 30 minutes. Yuri, noting that she was a royal person and did not have time for such activities, was surprised by her behavior. However, the girl explained that she was bored and decided to wait for the right moment to arrange a date. The young man was curious about why the princess was acting so carefree and asked if she had done anything strange while he was sleeping. The girl confirmed that she had done nothing of the sort because she was not that stupid. Yuri apologized and added that he didn't have time to talk, he needed to eat and get back to work. Karya suggested going out to eat together, since she, like her sister, lived in the same dorm, and she didn't understand why he didn't want to go with her. The girl thought it was unfair that Yuri was constantly spending time with his sister. Yuri admitted that he could not allow her to go with him without permission. The young man quickly ran off the field, saying as he ran that they would see each other later. Karja asked him to wait. Yuri thought that his grandfather was right, and he really didn't understand how people felt. The port city of Swarmy actively expanded trade relations, establishing new routes and attracting foreign merchants. Daily arriving ships delivered a variety of goods, enriching the local market and stimulating the economic development of the region.